Silence is the roar of the wise, louder than 1,000 lies. Welcome, chosen ones. The deadliest individuals are those who remain silent, yet see through everything. You are the unseen storm, the quiet force that dismantles the loudest empires. The most dangerous people in this world aren't the ones who scream, argue, or fight to be heard. No, the ones who inspire true fear are those who observe, unflinching and unmoved, as chaos unfolds before them. Like a hawk circling high above its prey, your silence isn't passive, it's predatory. As someone nailed it, silence is a sword sharper than any blade, wielded only by those strong enough to resist the urge to speak. While others waste their strength in empty displays of power, you conserve yours, striking only when the time is right. Theatrics are the weapons of the desperate. But your weapon is your watchful gaze, your ability to peel back the layers of deception with the precision of a surgeon. Every twitch of the lip, every flicker in the eyes, they're as loud as screams to someone who knows how to listen without a single word spoken. And thank you. Yes, you, the chosen one. Whether this is your first time here or you've been a rock-solid force on this journey, your presence and super gifts are what keep this mission alive and thriving. They can't believe you exist, and honestly, that's your power. Your ability to observe, outmaneuver, and intimidate without even lifting a finger is shaking their foundations. If you're ready to embrace your role, rise above their tactics, and claim your unmatched strength, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop a comment with the number 77 to declare that their shock is only the beginning. Let's dive in and make them wonder even more. So, here's a truth the world doesn't want you to know. Most people are an open book. They try to mask their intentions with fancy words and forced smiles, but their bodies betray them. A clenched jaw, a shift in posture, an overcompensating laugh, it all leaks through the cracks. And you, chosen ones, you don't just see it, you feel it. You're not merely observers, you're human seismic detectors, sensing the tiniest vibrations of deceit, weakness, and fear. Your silence is like a mirror. It forces others to confront their own reflection, and they hate what they see. It's not just unsettling, it's humiliating. You make them feel as exposed as a snake shedding its skin, vulnerable and defenseless. They crumble under your scrutiny because they know you've already seen the truth they're trying to bury. Imagine a thief breaking into a house, only to realize the owner is sitting quietly in the dark, watching their every move. That's you. You don't panic. You don't react. You just let them flail and fumble, knowing full well they've already lost. But let's not forget the irony. While they fear you, they'll also mock you, call you detached, cold, or unengaged. But we both know the truth. Their mockery is nothing but a brittle defense against the shadow of their own insecurities. They laugh to hide the fact that they're terrified. You are not a passive witness to the chaos around you. You are the storm's eye, the calm that unnerves, the stillness that breaks. Your presence alone is enough to tip the scales. In a world full of noise, you are silence personified, a force so powerful it needs no introduction. So, why are they afraid of you? Simple. Because they can't outmaneuver someone who's already 3 steps ahead, someone who's not only watching the game, but quietly rewriting the rules. The chosen ones don't just play the game, they control the board. Remember this. Those who speak loudest often have the least to say. The quiet ones, they're the ones rewriting history. And now let's break this down step by step, piece by piece. Trust me, if you're truly one of the chosen ones, you won't just want to stay, you'll feel compelled to. Every word, every insight will resonate with the power you already know you have. Stick with me till the end and watch how it all comes together. Number 1. Reading between the lines. How chosen ones see what others miss. A true master sees not what is said, but what is left unsaid. The chosen ones possess a rare and almost supernatural skill, the ability to spot patterns in people's behavior, intentions and strategies long before others even realize there's a pattern to be found. This isn't guesswork or magic. It's a finely honed ability born from deep observation and an almost instinctual understanding of human nature. While most people are distracted by the noise of words, the chosen ones are silently mapping out the underlying truths. Imagine playing cards with someone who knows your every tell, every nervous glance, every unconscious habit. That's what it feels like to be around a chosen one. They don't just hear what you say, they feel the tension in your voice, notice the hesitation in your words, and watch the rhythm of your movements. Even the silence between sentences becomes a tool they use to uncover what's really going on beneath the surface. Many might wonder, how can they possibly see so much when nothing seems obvious? The truth is simple. Where others see randomness, chosen ones see structure. They recognize the recurring threads of insecurity, manipulation and ambition woven into human interaction. Like a musician recognizing a song from just a few notes, chosen ones can predict outcomes because they've seen the patterns play out before. It's not just about catching someone in a lie. It's about understanding the bigger game, the motives, the players, and the strategies being used. The chosen ones are not just participants in life's game, they're spectators who have already memorized the rulebook. By the time others even realize they're on the chessboard, the chosen ones have already planned 3 moves ahead. Here's the part that truly unsettles people. It's all done so quietly, so subtly, that most don't even realize they're being studied. It's like sitting across from someone who's reading your diary without ever opening it. They see you, not the version you project, but the one you try to hide. When faced with this talent, people often feel exposed, like a magician caught without their tricks. They scramble to cover their intentions, but it's already too late. A chosen one's awareness is like water. It seeps into every crack and leaves no space untouched. Some might say, isn't it exhausting to see so much? On the contrary, for the chosen ones, this ability isn't a burden. It's a second nature, as natural as breathing. They don't chase after patterns, they let the patterns reveal themselves. And this is what makes them so intimidating. It's not a loud, flashy power. It's the quiet dominance of someone who understands the game better than anyone else. They are the chess masters of human interaction, operating in a league that feels untouchable. In a world full of distractions, the chosen ones are the rare few who truly see. They win, not because they play harder, but because they see deeper. Number 2. The art of being unreadable. How chosen ones keep the world guessing. To be unpredictable is to hold the leash of power while everyone else scrambles for control. The chosen ones are masters of unpredictability, wielding it like a weapon that keeps their enemies stumbling in the dark. In a world where most people operate like clockwork, locked into routines and predictable responses, the chosen ones break the mold with an intentional fluidity that defies expectations. They're not wild cards, they're tacticians who understand that predictability is the quickest way to lose control. Imagine trying to track a shadow in a room full of mirrors. Just when you think you've pinned them down, they move in ways that completely defy logic. This deliberate ambiguity is what makes them so disarming. People crave patterns. They want to predict, categorize, and control, but chosen ones live outside the lines. This refusal to conform unsettles even the most composed individuals, leaving them unsure of how to react or respond. Some might wonder, why not just stick to a consistent approach? The answer lies in power dynamics. Predictability is a weakness. It gives others the upper hand, allowing them to anticipate your moves and manipulate the situation to their advantage. The chosen ones instinctively understand this. They know that by staying fluid, never letting anyone get too comfortable with who they are or how they'll act. They remain untouchable. This unpredictability isn't chaos, it's calculated. Every move, or lack thereof, is intentional. They may stay silent when others expect a reaction, or laugh at situations that demand seriousness. They might walk away when provoked, or strike unexpectedly when the moment seems calm. It's not about being contrary for the sake of it. It's about being unreadable, an enigma that can't be unraveled. Picture this: a wave crashing against the shore. You can't predict its height, its force, or its timing, but you know it's coming. That's what it feels like to face a chosen one. They are the wave, unrelenting, inevitable, and impossible to pin down. People who rely on patterns, routines, and assumptions are left helpless in their presence, drowning in the uncertainty of what might happen next. And let's be clear, this unpredictability doesn't just protect them, it empowers them. By refusing to fit into society's expectations, chosen ones keep the upper hand in every interaction. They're like a chessboard where the pieces can change roles mid-game. Just when you think you've got them figured out, they shift, leaving you playing by rules you didn't even know existed. It's this aura of unpredictability that amplifies their intimidation. People fear what they can't understand, and they loathe what they can't control. Chosen ones thrive in this tension, knowing that their very presence unsettles the comfortable illusions of those around them. Predictable people are the pawns of the game. The unreadable ones rewrite the rules. Number 3. A sixth sense that leaves the world stunned. Some see with their eyes. The chosen ones see with their souls. The intuition of the chosen ones isn't merely sharp, it's otherworldly. It's the kind of perception that makes others question whether they've just encountered a mind reader or someone with a gift beyond explanation. Their ability to sense shifts in energy, decode hidden intentions, and grasp unspoken truths feels less like a talent and more like an art form. And yet, it's not magic. It's the product of profound awareness and finely tuned instincts. Imagine standing in a crowded room where 1,000 conversations overlap and chaos reigns. Most people would hear nothing but noise, but the chosen ones, they hear the whispers beneath the roar. A glance, a pause, or even the weight of silence becomes a roadmap to understanding. They don't just hear words, they sense intent. They don't just see actions, they feel the currents driving them. You might wonder, how is this even possible? It begins with noticing what others ignore. A fleeting hesitation in someone's tone, the stiffness in a handshake, or the subtle twitch of an eye. These are not random details to the chosen ones. They're puzzle pieces in an intricate, invisible game. Each clue builds upon the last until the entire picture emerges, clear as day. It's more than just reading body language or micro-expressions. It's the ability to feel the undercurrent of energy in every situation. To the chosen ones, a smile isn't just a smile, it's a map of intentions. A slight shift in someone's posture speaks louder than a shouted word. They read the room like an artist studies a canvas, interpreting every stroke, shade, and nuance with startling precision. And this ability is unnerving. People often feel exposed in their presence, like standing under a spotlight that reveals the parts of themselves they'd rather keep hidden. The chosen ones don't need to ask questions because the answers are already written in the air around them. Think of their intuition as a spider's web. When the slightest vibration occurs, an unspoken thought, a fleeting doubt, they feel it instantly. It's not about logic or calculation. It's about trusting the deep, primal instincts that most people suppress. What's even more remarkable is how effortlessly they wield this gift. To them, it's not work. It's simply how they navigate the world. While others fumble in the dark, relying on guesswork, The chosen ones move with quiet confidence, as if they've been handed a secret map. And here's the part that truly mesmerizes. They rarely let on how much they know. Their silence isn't indifference, it's strategy. They understand that power lies not in revealing what they sense, but in choosing the right moment to act on it. The chosen ones don't predict the storm, they feel its first whisper. This intuition isn't just a tool, it's their superpower, a gift that allows them to see the unseen, know the unknown, and walk through life with an understanding that leaves the rest of the world wondering how they do it. Number 4. Turning fear into power, the chosen one's secret weapon. Fear is a fire. For some, it burns them alive. For others, it lights the way. The chosen ones possess a rare alchemy. They turn fear into fuel. Not just their own fear, but the fear they evoke in others. This fear isn't born from malice or aggression. It's the natural reaction to something so deeply misunderstood, so far beyond the ordinary, that it shakes the foundation of those who encounter it. People don't fear the chosen ones because they're dangerous. They fear them because they cannot control or predict them. Here's the truth. Fear says more about the person feeling it than the one causing it. The chosen ones understand this intimately. They know that the discomfort others feel in their presence isn't about who they are, but about the light they shine on insecurities, lies, and illusions. It's as if their mere existence forces others to confront the truths they've worked so hard to avoid. Now, where most people might retreat or soften themselves to make others comfortable, the chosen ones do the opposite. They lean in. They don't shrink back from the unease they inspire. Instead, they wear it like armor, composed and unshaken. Their calmness in the face of fear is not just a skill. It's a declaration of their strength. Imagine standing in the middle of a storm, wind howling, rain slashing down, and yet you remain untouched. That's what it's like to witness a chosen one in the face of fear. It's not that they don't feel the storm, they feel it deeply, but they channel its energy. They use it to center themselves, to grow stronger, to become unshakable. People often wonder, how can they be so composed when everything around them is designed to break them? The answer is simple. They've learned to see fear for what it truly is, a mirage. Fear is a reaction, not a reality. It's a shadow of something that might happen, not something that has happened. The chosen ones refuse to let shadows dictate their steps. What's more, the chosen ones have mastered the art of reflecting fear back onto its source. They don't fight fear with aggression or anger. They let their unflinching presence do the work. Like a mirror held up to someone's deepest doubts, they show others the cracks in their own facades, and that, more than anything, is what makes them so intimidating. But this ability doesn't come from a place of arrogance or detachment. The chosen ones know what it's like to feel fear deeply. They've faced their own storms, walked through their own fires. The difference is they've learned to harness it. Fear doesn't weaken them, it sharpens them. It becomes the fuel for their clarity, their purpose, their power. The chosen ones don't run from fear. They ride it like a wave, turning its chaos into their calm. In a world where fear controls so many, the chosen ones stand apart, untouchable and unshaken. Their fearlessness isn't the absence of fear, it's the mastery of it. And that, above all, is what makes them unstoppable. Number 5. Still waters run deep. How chosen ones turn silence into power. Stillness is not the absence of action. It's the loudest roar in a room full of noise. The chosen ones possess a stillness that is unnerving, almost haunting. It isn't the kind of stillness born from inaction or indecision. It's deliberate, controlled, and razor-sharp. Like a predator hidden in the tall grass, their stillness is the calm before a storm, a calculated pause that speaks louder than any outburst ever could. While the world around them spins in chaos, people scramble to justify, react, or defend. The chosen ones remain unshaken. This ability to stay composed isn't a sign of detachment, it's a form of mastery. Stillness becomes their shield, deflecting chaos, and their weapon, piercing through the insecurities of those who can't handle the weight of silence. Have you ever been in a room where someone's quiet presence felt heavier than the loudest voice? That's the chosen one's power in action. Their stillness isn't passive, it's active domination. When they lock eyes with you or simply sit back without reacting, it feels as if the very air shifts. It's not just unsettling, it's disarming. And here's the secret: their stillness creates a vacuum, one so profound that others can't help but fill it. People stumble over their words, over-explain, or reveal far more than they intended, all in an effort to break the tension. But the chosen ones, they remain untouched, silently watching as their stillness turns into the ultimate psychological chess move. You might ask, how can silence be so powerful? The answer lies in control. While most people are slaves to their emotions, reacting impulsively to every jab or confrontation, the chosen ones choose their moments carefully. Their silence doesn't mean they're backing down. It means they're watching, calculating, waiting for the exact moment to strike, if they even need to strike at all. Their stillness forces others to confront their own discomfort. It's like standing in front of a mirror that reflects not your appearance, but your fears and insecurities. Most people can't bear it. They panic, filling the silence with words that reveal their weaknesses. The chosen ones don't have to fight the battle. They let others defeat themselves. Imagine a battlefield where one side charges recklessly, shouting and swinging their swords, while the other side stands motionless, unmoved, and unafraid. By the time the first side realizes their energy has been wasted, the battle is already lost. That's the art of weaponized stillness. This isn't just about staying quiet. It's about commanding the energy of a moment. The chosen ones understand that silence isn't empty. It's full of meaning, tension, and control. It's not avoidance, it's strategy. So why does their stillness shake people to their core? Because it's a reminder of what true power looks like: calm, composed, and unyielding. In a world where everyone is shouting to be heard, the chosen ones speak volumes simply by saying nothing. The loudest power is the one that doesn't need to announce itself. Number 6. Breaking egos like mirrors, the chosen one's quiet power. The strongest souls are the ones who shine without needing the spotlight. The chosen ones exist on a frequency that most people can't tune into. While the world is busy shouting for validation, clamoring for applause, and grasping at the fleeting high of external recognition, the chosen ones stand still, unmoved, untethered, and entirely self-assured. Their power doesn't come from a title, a trophy, or 1,000 claps. It comes from something much deeper, an unshakable core of self-belief that doesn't need anyone else's approval to exist. For many, this is incomprehensible. How can they not care? How can they not want what everyone else chases? It's simple. Chosen ones don't measure themselves by the world's yardstick. They know that titles fade, applause dies down, and admiration turns to envy the moment someone feels threatened. Why build a house on sand when you can live in the unbreakable fortress of your own self-worth? It's this internal confidence, this calm, quiet certainty that makes the chosen ones so dangerous to those ruled by their egos. In a room full of people puffing themselves up to look bigger, the chosen one doesn't play the game. They don't need to. Their presence alone is enough to eclipse even the loudest, most desperate attempts at dominance. Imagine someone standing in front of a roaring fire, frantically adding more wood to keep it alive, while the chosen one stands with a torch that never burns out. That's the difference. The chosen ones don't need external fuel. They carry their own flame, and it burns steady no matter the circumstances. This isn't arrogance. It's not the loud, chest-thumping bravado of someone trying to prove their worth. No, it's the opposite. The chosen one's humility is what unnerves people most. They don't seek to dominate, but their mere presence has a way of making others feel small. Why? Because people ruled by their egos can't understand how someone can exist without needing the things they crave so desperately. What drives them, if not recognition? The answer is simple: purpose. Chosen ones move through life not for the applause, but for the impact. They don't care if anyone is watching. They only care that what they do matters. This mindset is kryptonite to ego-driven people. It's like holding up a mirror to their hollow pursuits, forcing them to confront the fragility of their own worth. The most unsettling part. The chosen ones don't even try to strip others of their ego. It just happens. Their calm confidence shines a light so bright that it reveals every crack, every insecurity, and every false foundation in others. They don't argue, they don't boast, and they don't engage in petty games. Their refusal to validate the ego-driven makes those people crumble under the weight of their own insecurities. Confidence built on external praise is a tower of cards. The chosen ones are the wind that brings it down. This is why the chosen ones are so feared, envied, and, paradoxically, admired. Their strength doesn't just shake egos, it erases them entirely, leaving only the truth behind. Number 7. The art of letting go. Why detachment is the chosen one's greatest weapon. True strength is not in holding on, but in knowing when to let go. The chosen ones wield a power so profound that it confounds those around them. The art of detachment. This isn't the cold indifference some might assume. No, this is a wisdom so sharp it cuts through the noise of ego, need, and attachment, leaving them free and untouchable. While others are shackled by the chains of outcomes, validation, and approval, the chosen ones have already walked away from the game. Imagine standing in the middle of a storm but remaining completely dry, not because the rain has stopped, but because you've learned how to rise above it. That's the chosen one's mastery of detachment. They don't cling to victories, and they don't crumble in defeats. Wins are celebrated, losses are acknowledged, but neither define them. Their self-worth is rooted so deeply within that the surface-level turbulence of life barely grazes them. Many people might wonder, how can they not care? Doesn't detachment make them weaker, less engaged? Far from it. The chosen ones care deeply. They just don't let their care enslave them. Detachment doesn't mean apathy, it means freedom. They've realized that clinging to outcomes is like trying to hold water in your fist. The tighter you grip, the more you lose. Detachment is their armor, their invisible shield against a world that constantly demands their emotional investment. People try to bait them with drama, provoke them with insults, or lure them with flattery, but the chosen ones remain unmoved. It's not arrogance, it's mastery. They've learned to separate what matters from what doesn't, and in doing so, they've become immune to manipulation. Picture a puppet master frantically pulling strings, only to realize the puppet has cut itself loose. That's the unsettling reality people face when dealing with the chosen ones. Attempts to control, influence, or destabilize them fall flat because their power lies in their refusal to play along. They observe without reacting, engage without entanglement, and move through life like a river, flowing effortlessly while carving their own path. For the chosen ones, detachment is also a tool of perception. By stepping back from the noise, they can see things as they truly are, unclouded by emotion or bias. They don't just live in the moment, they observe it, understand it, and when necessary, reshape it. But isn't detachment lonely? Some might ask. Not at all. For the chosen ones, detachment doesn't isolate them, it empowers them. They don't need external validation to feel whole, nor do they fear the solitude that comes with stepping away from the crowd. In fact, this distance allows them to build connections that are genuine, free of pretense or dependency. This detachment is what makes them unstoppable. They aren't swayed by flattery or crushed by failure. They don't chase validation or fear rejection. They stand on their own, untethered and free, while others are ensnared by their need for control. The truly powerful are not those who control others, but those who cannot be controlled. Number 8. The mirror that shatters masks. How chosen ones force others to face themselves. A mirror doesn't lie, it merely reflects what's already there, and that's what makes it so terrifying. The chosen ones possess an extraordinary power, the ability to make others confront their own truths, not by words or accusations, but by their mere presence. They are like a mirror you can't look away from, forcing you to see every flaw, insecurity, and hidden agenda you've worked so hard to bury. And the most disarming part, they don't have to say or do anything, just existing in the same space is enough to shake people to their core. It's not hard to imagine the discomfort this brings. Picture standing in a spotlight with no place to hide, every imperfection exposed. That's what it feels like to be around a chosen one. They don't interrogate you or tear you down. Instead, their silent awareness strips away the masks people wear, leaving them face to face with the version of themselves they fear the most. Many might wonder, how can someone make me feel so vulnerable without even trying? The answer lies in the chosen one's unshakable authenticity. They carry themselves with a quiet confidence, a refusal to play into the games of pretense and ego. This authenticity is a stark contrast to the facades most people hide behind. It's like standing next to someone drenched in truth while you're cloaked in lies. The comparison is glaring, and it stings. When people encounter a chosen one, they're often left grappling with a strange mix of admiration and discomfort. On one hand, they're drawn to their clarity and strength, yearning for that same sense of self. On the other, they're deeply unsettled by the way the chosen ones seem to see straight through them, laying bare the insecurities they thought were well hidden. It's not uncommon for those around chosen ones to lash out, deflect, or even project their own issues onto them. It's a defense mechanism, a desperate attempt to shift the focus away from their own reflection. But the chosen ones don't falter. They remain unbothered, unmoving, letting the storm of someone else's discomfort rage on. This is what makes their power so unique. They don't have to confront you directly because you're already doing the work for them. Their presence alone pulls the curtain back, revealing what lies underneath. And the hardest part for most, they know the chosen ones are aware of everything, even the things they're too afraid to admit to themselves. Some may ask, isn't that lonely being the mirror everyone fears? But the truth is, the chosen ones don't seek to make others uncomfortable. They simply embody a level of truth and awareness that leaves no room for illusions. For them, it's not about judgment, it's about clarity. A chosen one doesn't expose you, they remind you of what you've been hiding from yourself. In a world addicted to masks and half-truths, the chosen ones are a rare force of nature. They don't need to break you down with words. Their silence is louder than any accusation, and their presence alone will make you face the things you've been running from. It's not cruelty, it's the gift of truth, whether you're ready for it or not. Number 9. Silent kings and queens. How chosen ones reshape power without lifting a finger. True power is not taken by force, it is surrendered by those who underestimate silence. The chosen ones don't claw for power like those scrambling to stand on top of the heap. They don't need to. Power isn't something they seize, it's something others unwittingly offer them. It's not through aggression, manipulation, or flashy dominance that they rise above. It's through the quiet, undeniable force of their presence. While others play tug-of-war over control, the chosen ones simply let go of the rope, stepping back to observe the chaos. Their refusal to engage in petty power struggles is what makes them so dangerous. People expect resistance, expect a fight, and when they encounter none, they falter. They've been outmaneuvered before the game even begins. You might wonder, how does someone take power without even trying? The answer is simple yet profound: by understanding human nature better than those who crave control. The chosen ones know that most people are so desperate to feel powerful, they'll overplay their hand, expose their insecurities, and reveal their weaknesses in the process. It's like watching a fire burn out of control. The more they grasp for dominance, the more they unravel. Imagine a battlefield where two armies clash, swords drawn and shields raised. The chosen one isn't in the fight. They're on the hill above, observing. They know that battles are won not by brute strength, but by strategy, timing, and precision. While others waste their energy swinging wildly, the chosen one waits, calculating the perfect moment to act, or chooses not to act at all, because sometimes doing nothing is the ultimate power move. Their secret lies in the way they redefine the rules. In a world that rewards loudness, aggression, and force, the chosen ones turn the entire dynamic on its head. They are calm while others are chaotic. They listen while others shout. They observe while others try to dominate. This creates a power shift so subtle, it feels almost invisible until it's too late. It's not just what they do, it's how they make others feel. Being in the presence of a chosen one can be unnerving. Their calmness forces others to question their own authority. Their silence feels heavier than 1,000 words, and their unwavering gaze dismantles the bravado of even the most confident. It's as if they're holding up a mirror, reflecting insecurities back to those who thought they held all the cards. Some might ask, why don't they just take power outright? Because they don't need to. True power doesn't come from force, it comes from influence, from trust, from being the person everyone looks to when the chaos is too much to handle. The chosen ones don't rule like dictators, they reign like gravity, an unshakable presence that can't be fought or ignored. In their quiet mastery, they don't need to fight for power, because power naturally gravitates toward them. The loud fight for thrones, the wise become the gravity that holds the kingdom together. Number 10. Piercing the mask, chosen ones see what others hide. True vision isn't about seeing the obvious, it's about uncovering the truths buried beneath the facade. The chosen ones possess a perception so profound, it feels almost supernatural. It's not just about observing what's right in front of them, it's about seeing through it. Like X-ray vision cutting through walls, their gaze pierces through the layers people use to shield their true selves. Masks, distractions, and facades crumble under their silent scrutiny. When a chosen one looks at someone, they don't just see words or actions. They see the tension behind a forced smile, the hesitation behind a confident tone, the fear buried beneath bravado. It's as if the person's energy speaks louder than their words, and to a chosen one, that unspoken language is impossible to miss. People often ask, how do they know so much when I've said so little? The answer lies in their ability to notice the details others overlook. A flicker in the eyes, the way someone's breathing changes mid-sentence, or even the rhythm of their movements. All of it speaks volumes to the chosen ones. To them, every interaction is like watching a play where the script and the actors are out of sync. They see not just what is shown, but what is concealed. This level of perception isn't something you can fake your way around. It's like standing in front of someone who can read the blueprint of your soul. They aren't fooled by charm or deflection. The louder someone tries to project confidence, the clearer their insecurities become. It's not a game of words, it's a game of energy, and chosen ones have mastered it. Imagine walking into a room filled with noise, chatter, and distraction, yet immediately being able to pick out the one person who's lying or the one person who's plotting. That's the power of a chosen one's perception. While others get lost in the chaos, they sift through it effortlessly, finding the hidden truths like a diamond in the dirt. It's unsettling, isn't it? To feel like someone can see straight through you without needing an explanation. That's why people are so often caught off guard by the chosen ones. They try to bluff, but the chosen ones aren't playing the same game. Bluffing works on those who can't see past the surface, but to a chosen one, every bluff is as transparent as glass. And it's not just about individuals. Their perception extends to situations, environments, and energy. A chosen one walks into a room and instantly feels the unspoken dynamics. Who's in charge, who's pretending to be, and who's holding back their power. They don't need introductions. The atmosphere tells them everything. The truth is, most people spend their lives hiding from others, and even hiding from themselves. But in the presence of a chosen one, there's no place to hide. Their perception isn't just sharp, it's penetrating. It's not just seeing, it's understanding. To the chosen ones, the world is not a mystery to solve, it's an illusion to see through. Number 11. The silent storm, how chosen ones move mountains with quiet influence. True power doesn't shout, it whispers, and still it moves the earth. The chosen ones have a mastery of influence that feels almost like a quiet storm, unseen yet inescapable. While most people try to command attention with bold gestures or loud declarations, the chosen ones don't need to make noise to make their presence known. Their influence isn't about pushing others, it's about drawing them in, slowly, relentlessly, like the tide pulling at the shore. Think of a sculptor carving away at stone, one chip at a time. To the untrained eye, it seems slow, almost imperceptible. But over time, those subtle movements create something powerful, something unshakable. This is how the chosen ones operate. They don't force change, they create it. With every glance, every word carefully chosen, they shift the energy in the room. And by the time others notice, they're already caught in the undertow. So how do they do it? How can they influence without making a single grand move? The secret lies in their ability to read the room, to understand the hidden currents of emotion, power, and insecurity that flow beneath every interaction. While most people focus on the obvious, on words and actions, the chosen ones are always one step ahead, tuning into the subtle shifts that others miss. People may wonder, how do they make it look so effortless? The answer is simple, because it is effortless to them. Influence is not a skill they force or fake. It's an extension of who they are, like an artist wielding a brush with perfect precision. Their words, actions, and presence create ripples in the fabric of a conversation, setting the stage for change without anyone realizing it's happening. This quiet influence isn't about manipulation. It's about understanding human nature so well that the chosen ones don't need to push, they only need to nudge. Just a word here, a pause there, a gesture that seems small but speaks volumes. Over time, these small nudges create an environment where others begin to align with their vision, their energy, and their direction. While others tire themselves out trying to control every moment, the chosen ones know that real power comes from letting go. They understand that influence isn't about forcing change. It's about allowing it to unfold naturally, without resistance. They are the ones who move the chess pieces with subtlety, setting the board for a checkmate no one saw coming. What's most unnerving is how relentless this influence can be. It doesn't need to be loud or obvious to be effective. It's like water wearing down a mountain, constant, patient, and unwavering. Eventually, the chosen one's presence becomes a force no one can ignore. And once they've made their mark, the room shifts, people follow, and the outcome is set. So, what makes this kind of power so unsettling? It's because it leaves no trace. Unlike those who try to force their will with aggressive tactics, the chosen ones leave no room for resistance. The quiet strength they carry is more powerful than any forceful command. Influence isn't about making waves, it's about setting the tide in motion and watching it carry everything in its path. Number 12. Silence speaks louder. How chosen ones master the power of the pause. True power isn't in the roar of a lion, but in the silence of its stalking. The chosen ones have turned silence into an art form, wielding it like a blade that cuts deeper than words ever could. This isn't the silence of passivity, fear, or indecision. It's the silence of control, focus, and strategy. It's a calculated stillness that can disarm even the most confident adversary. When they choose not to speak, their silence doesn't fill the room, it commands it. Imagine being in the presence of someone who doesn't react when provoked, doesn't fidget when challenged, and doesn't rush to fill the void when the air grows heavy with tension. That kind of silence doesn't just sit there, it grows, stretching the moment into something unbearable for those unaccustomed to its weight. It's like standing in a shadow that grows darker and colder the longer it lingers. People often mistake silence for weakness. They fill it with their assumptions, their insecurities, and their need to dominate the space. But here's the trick. The chosen ones let them. While others scramble to fill the void, the chosen ones are studying, absorbing, and planning. Each pause is a tactical maneuver, each moment of quiet a stage for the opponent to reveal their hand. The power of strategic silence lies in its ability to make people uncomfortable. Humans are wired to seek resolution in conversation. When faced with silence, they often rush to fill it, exposing their thoughts, motives, and weaknesses in the process. The chosen ones understand this instinct better than anyone and use it to their advantage. Picture a game of poker. A player with a strong hand doesn't need to bluff or boast. They sit there, composed, letting the tension build. Their silence alone can make their opponents second-guess every decision. That's the chosen ones in action. They don't need to flex their power. It radiates from their restraint. This mastery of silence doesn't just intimidate, it unsettles. People are terrified of what they can't predict or control, and nothing is harder to control than someone who refuses to react. It's like trying to fight a shadow. You can swing all you want, but there's nothing solid to hit. Some might wonder, why not just speak up? Why let the silence do the work? Because the chosen ones know that words can be twisted, arguments can be countered, and noise can be drowned out. But silence is undeniable. It forces others to face their own thoughts, their own fears, and their own inadequacies. When the chosen ones do finally speak, every word lands like thunder. Their silence makes their voice a weapon, one that cuts through the noise and leaves no room for misinterpretation. The loudest voice in the room isn't the one making the most noise, it's the one commanding the most attention. The chosen ones understand that power isn't always about saying the most. Sometimes it's about knowing when to say nothing at all. Silence in their hands becomes not a void, but a force, shaping every interaction to their advantage. In the end, it's clear. The chosen ones are not defined by what they say, but by what they see, sense, and strategically withhold. Their silence is not empty. It's a force that shapes the world around them. While others struggle to assert themselves through noise, the chosen ones remain steadfast, quietly rewriting the rules of the game. If you feel the pull of this power within you, it's time to embrace it fully. smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop number 77 in the comments to claim your strength. Share this with someone who needs to awaken their inner chosen one. The wolves howl loudest when the shepherd is absent, but the chosen ones rise as lions to defend the truth. The world you see around you isn't what it seems. Beneath the surface lies a system designed to weaken, distract, and destroy. The entertainment industry glorifies indulgence. Social media whispers lies disguised as validation, and society celebrates the mindless sheep who follow every fleeting desire. But you are not like them. You are chosen, and with that calling comes both a responsibility and a target on your back. So let's dive in. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop a comment below with the number 77 if you're ready to reclaim your power and step into your purpose. Let's make this message reach every chosen one who needs to hear it. Your engagement is more than support. It's a statement that you're ready to rise above. Now, let's get started and uncover what truly happens when the chosen ones stop having sex. So, you, the chosen one, this world fears you because you see through the illusion. They know you are a threat because you carry a power they cannot control: discipline, focus, and purpose. Every flashing screen, every hypersexualized billboard, and every so-called influencer is designed to shackle you, to pull you into their game. Why? Because a chosen one with no distractions is unstoppable. When you stop having sex, when you reclaim your energy and redirect it, you become everything they fear. You become a lion among sheep. Understand this: the forces of this world are not neutral. They want you enslaved, and their weapons are cunning: lust, greed, and indulgence. They dress them up as freedom, but they're chains. Every time you give in, you hand over a piece of your power. They know that. They profit from it. But when you stop, when you say no more, you break those chains, and their control shatters like glass. The chosen ones are not here to blend in. You are here to rise, to lead, to conquer. When you choose to abstain from sex, you are not just rejecting a physical act. You are waging war against the lies. You are telling the enemies of truth, the puppet masters of society, that their games won't work on you. Your decision sends a shockwave through the system, and they hate it. Those who cannot control themselves will always be controlled by others. You've seen it, the influencers flaunting their so-called freedom, their hollow happiness, their fabricated success. They've sold their souls to keep you distracted, to keep you weak. But deep down, even they envy the chosen ones. They envy the strength you wield when you reclaim your energy and focus it on your purpose. They may shine like diamonds in the light, but you are a furnace burning with unstoppable power. And to those who have stood with us, those who have extended their kindness through super thanks, know that your generosity fuels this mission. You are not just supporters, you are warriors in this battle for truth. Your contributions help us spread the light, encourage the chosen, and inspire those who are searching for their path. We thank you from the depths of our hearts for your unwavering strength and support. The wrath of divine purpose burns within you, chosen one. Every sacrifice you make, every temptation you resist, is a declaration of war against the lies of this world. They will mock you, tempt you, and try to pull you back into their web, but you are unshakable. You are not here to be swayed by the noise. You are here to rise above it, to fulfill a purpose greater than any fleeting pleasure they can offer. The time has come to step into your power. The time has come to show the world what happens when the chosen ones stop having sex. This is not just a message, it's a battle cry. Will you join the fight? or will you fall with the masses? The choice is yours, and your destiny awaits. And now, let's break it down step by step. If you're a true chosen one, if that undeniable fire of purpose is burning inside you, you'll feel the pull to stay until the very end. This is your call to rise, to claim your power. And before we dive deeper, hit that like button right now. Not for us, but for the others like you. Let's make sure this message reaches every chosen one out there. Your action here isn't small. It's part of a ripple effect that could wake up countless others. Don't hesitate. Do it now, and let's continue. Number 1. Control is the weapon. You are the target. Freedom is not doing whatever you want. It's the power to choose what you won't allow to control you. So, chosen one, have you ever wondered why this world works so hard to keep you distracted? Why every corner you turn, there's another temptation, another fleeting pleasure dangling in front of you like a shiny lure? It's because they know your power. They know that if you ever truly controlled yourself, if you ever stopped giving away your energy, you would become unstoppable. The world is a carefully constructed system, and it thrives on keeping you weak. Lust, indulgence, and overindulgence, they're not just traps, they're weapons. Weapons aimed at the chosen ones. Every seductive image, every suggestive ad, every hollow promise of freedom is designed to keep you tethered to the ground when you were meant to soar. Because here's the truth. Control isn't just a tactic, it's the ultimate weapon. And you, chosen one, are the target. Think about it. The ones who control themselves cannot be controlled by others, but those who chase every pleasure, who lose themselves in fleeting moments of gratification, are like puppets on strings. The entertainment industry, the influencers, the entire web of modern media, they're not just offering distractions, they're selling chains. Every time you indulge, you're handing over a piece of your freedom, your energy, your very soul, and they bank on it. But what happens when you stop? What happens when you say enough and refuse to play their game? The system panics. They lose their grip on you. The chosen ones who master self-control become like ghosts in the machine, untraceable, untouchable, unstoppable. When you stop giving away your energy, you take it back. And that terrifies them because it's no longer theirs to manipulate. Why does it matter so much? You might wonder. It's just one choice, one moment, one indulgence. But here's the hard truth. Your energy is finite. Every time you give in, you dilute your focus, your strength, your potential. Imagine pouring water into 10 different cups. None of them will ever be full. But when you stop dividing your energy, when you refuse to spill it on meaningless distractions, you become like a reservoir, full, powerful, and ready to unleash when needed. The chosen ones were never meant to be slaves to the system. You were chosen to rise above, to stand apart, to lead by example. And here's the beauty of control. When you master it, you don't just free yourself, you expose the lie. You show the world that it is possible to live without being chained to lust, to distraction, to weakness. You become the lion in a world full of sheep, and that roar shakes the foundations of the system. Ask yourself, are you willing to trade your destiny for a moment of pleasure? Are you willing to let them win? Or will you rise, reclaim your energy, and prove that the chosen ones cannot be controlled? The choice is yours. And the time is now. Number 2, the entertainment industry, selling chains disguised as freedom. They feed you illusions to keep you tame, but the chosen ones rise by starving the lie and feeding their purpose. Chosen one, have you ever asked yourself why they bombard you with distractions, lust, and noise? Why every screen you look at shouts the same hollow promise: give in, indulge, forget. It's because they know something about you, something they fear. They know that if you ever broke free from their illusions, you'd rise beyond their reach. Entertainment isn't about entertaining you, it's about taming you. Every hypersexualized music video, every shallow movie plot, every mindless social media trend, they're not just distractions, they're chains. They glorify indulgence because a disciplined chosen one is their greatest nightmare. A mind that's clear and focused, a heart that's untethered from their lies, is a force no industry, no agenda, no system can contain. They fear your clarity because it shatters their control. Imagine this: a lion chained in a cage, its spirit dulled by a constant stream of noise. That's what they want for you. A life where your energy is wasted on hollow pleasures, your purpose suffocated by their agenda. But here's the thing about the chosen ones: we don't stay caged, we rise. We starve the distractions and feed the fire within us. You see, the entertainment industry's dirty secret is that it's never been about inspiring you. It's about selling you weakness wrapped in glitter. The more time you spend drowning in their content, the less time you have to tap into your true power. They show you an endless parade of indulgence and call it freedom. But real freedom is breaking their spell and reclaiming your mind. But it's just a movie, you might think. Just a song, just a video. That's the lie they want you to believe. Every little moment they steal from you adds up. Imagine a flood, not one wave but a million drops of water, each small but together. They drown everything. That's their strategy. They're not here to entertain you. They're here to overwhelm you until you forget who you are. But the chosen ones remember. We don't follow the herd, we don't bow to the noise, and we don't waste our energy on their games. While others are lost in the circus, we are sharpening our minds, building our strength, and preparing for the mission ahead. The entertainment industry thrives on weak minds and empty hearts. They want you consuming, not creating. But you were born to create, to lead, to build something they could never touch. When you rise above their distractions, you break the system they've built to keep you down. You step out of their shadows and into your own light. So, chosen one, ask yourself, will you stay caged, lulled into submission by their noise? Or will you rise, break their chains, and take back your power? They fear your awakening because when the chosen ones rise, their illusions crumble, and the stage they built to control you becomes the platform where you stand to take back your purpose. It's time to rise. The choice is yours. Number 3. The social media trap: connection or chains. They built a digital mirror to reflect your insecurities, but the chosen ones smash the glass and walk free. Chosen one, do you think scrolling endlessly, chasing likes, and watching the highlight reels of strangers is harmless? It's not. Social media isn't a tool for connection, it's a trap. They've sold you the illusion of belonging while feeding your addiction to validation. Every double tap, every comment, every share, it's not freedom, it's a leash. And they're tightening it every second you spend caught in their web. Social media is a digital battlefield, and the chosen ones are the prime targets. Why? Because your independence is their greatest threat. They know if you ever stop seeking approval from others, if you ever stop needing strangers to validate your worth, you'll reclaim your power. That terrifies them. So they keep you hooked with endless dopamine hits disguised as connection, feeding you just enough attention to keep you coming back for more. Think about it. When you're caught in the trap, your energy scatters. your focus, your creativity, your purpose, all drained, one post at a time. Social media isn't designed to connect you. It's designed to distract you. They want you so consumed by comparing yourself to others that you forget who you are. Every influencer, every viral trend, every fake smile you scroll past, it's all part of the same lie, that your worth depends on their approval. But here's the truth they don't want you to know. When you stop needing validation from strangers, you become untouchable. When you stop chasing the fleeting highs of likes and comments, you free yourself from their control. And when you stop giving your energy to meaningless distractions, when you stop having sex, stop indulging and start focusing, you rise above their system entirely. You might wonder, what's the harm? It's just social media. But think of it like this. Every time you scroll, every time you post for validation, it's like pouring water into a sieve. No matter how much you give, you're left empty. And that's exactly how they want you. Empty and dependent. But the chosen ones aren't fooled. You see through the filter, the fake smiles, and the lies. While the masses are trapped in an endless loop of scrolling and comparing, you are building, growing, and reclaiming your independence. You stop wasting energy on people who don't know you, and instead channel it into becoming the person you're meant to be. Social media is a stage, and most people are actors. But chosen ones, we're not here to perform for an audience. We're here to lead, to create, and to rise. And when you step off their stage, you strip them of their power. So, chosen one, ask yourself, will you keep feeding the beast, or will you reclaim your energy? Will you stay trapped in their digital cage, or will you rise above and become untouchable? The choice is clear. The trap is set, but you hold the key. It's time to break free. Number 4. Energy vampires, draining power, stealing potential. Not every smile is harmless, and not every touch is pure. Some hands only reach out to take what's yours. Chosen one, the world is full of thieves, energy thieves. They don't come in masks or shadows. They come as lovers, friends, or fleeting encounters, promising connection, but leaving you drained, confused, and hollow. Every interaction, every encounter is an exchange of energy. But the wrong exchange? That's where the damage begins. You see, not everyone deserves access to your energy. It's sacred, powerful, and uniquely yours. But the world doesn't tell you that. It tells you to share it freely, to give it away recklessly, as if it's infinite. And here's the hard truth they won't say. Every sexual encounter is a transaction. And when it's with the wrong person, you pay a price far greater than you realize. Have you ever noticed how after being with someone who wasn't aligned with you, you felt off? Maybe it wasn't immediate, but the signs were there. Your focus blurred, your motivation dipped, and your energy felt scattered. That's not coincidence. That's the cost of letting an energy vampire into your space. They siphon your strength, cloud your mind, and leave you carrying their baggage while they walk away unburdened. Choosing celibacy isn't about denying yourself pleasure. It's about protecting what's yours. It's about sealing your energy tank so no one can siphon your power without giving anything in return. Imagine your energy as the fuel in a high-performance engine. Would you let just anyone siphon it out for their own use? Or worse, would you waste it on a destination that takes you nowhere? The truth is, most people don't understand the value of energy because they've never truly had control of their own. They bounce from one encounter to another, chasing momentary highs and leaving behind a trail of their own fragmented strength. But the chosen ones, we don't play that game. We know that our energy is our lifeline, our fire, our fuel to fulfill a mission far greater than temporary desires. But how do I know if someone is draining me, you might ask? The answer is simple. After every interaction, ask yourself if you feel empowered or depleted. The wrong people will always take more than they give. They might come with sweet words, tempting touches, or promises of connection, but their real goal is to take what you've worked so hard to build. When you choose celibacy, you're not just saying no to meaningless encounters. You're saying yes to yourself, your power, and your purpose. You're keeping your energy aligned, sharp, and focused, while the rest of the world squanders their strength chasing fleeting pleasures. You're building a reservoir of unstoppable force. Chosen one, protect your energy like the treasure it is. Not everyone deserves access to your power, and not everyone has the right to stand in your light. When you guard your energy, you're not just surviving, you're thriving. And when the energy vampires come knocking, you'll be untouchable. Let them starve while you rise. The choice is yours. Number 5. The Black Sheep Agenda. The chaos they call freedom. The black sheep doesn't just wander, it leads the flock off a cliff while laughing at the fall. Chosen one, have you noticed how society glorifies rebellion, but only the kind that leads to chaos? They don't celebrate discipline or purpose. They celebrate indulgence, distraction, and destruction disguised as individuality. They sell you the idea of being a black sheep, a rebel who defies norms, but in truth, they're handing you a map to your own undoing. The black sheep isn't leading you to freedom, it's leading you to the slaughter. Look around. Every so-called rebel the world promotes is a puppet dancing on strings. The celebrities who preach indulgence, the influencers who mock discipline, the viral trends that glorify excess, none of them are truly free. They are pawns in a game designed to keep the chosen ones distracted and off their path. They shout, "Be different," while making sure everyone is running in the same direction, straight into the arms of chaos. Why does society fear discipline? Because discipline creates clarity, and clarity reveals the lies. When you reject the noise and choose solitude over distraction, you step out of their control. You start seeing the black sheep for what they are, not leaders, but tools. Tools to keep the flock blind, divided, and docile. But why do they do it, you might ask? Because chaos is easy to control. A distracted mind is weak, and a divided flock is easier to herd. When everyone is chasing fleeting pleasures, arguing over nothing and drowning in distractions, no one has the time or energy to rise. And that's exactly what they want. They fear the chosen ones who walk a path of solitude and purpose, because those are the ones who can't be led astray. Think about the people society elevates. They mock discipline, glorify indulgence, and laugh at those who choose a higher path. They want you to believe that choosing solitude means you're missing out, that walking alone means you're lost. But here's the truth. The chosen ones don't follow the flock because they're too busy carving their own way. Solitude isn't loneliness, it's strength. It's where purpose grows, where clarity sharpens, where the noise of the world fades, leaving only your mission. The Black Sheep Agenda is nothing more than a distraction, a shiny mirage designed to lure you away from your true path. They celebrate chaos because chaos is easy to control. But chosen ones, true chosen ones, don't fall for the act. We see the strings, the lies, the game, and we step away from it all. While the flock chases the black sheep off the cliff, we stand tall, unshaken, and focused. So, chosen one, ask yourself, are you willing to follow the noise, the chaos, the lies? Or will you rise above, choosing purpose over popularity, solitude over distraction? The world will call you strange, but that's because they fear what they don't understand. They fear the ones who choose to walk alone because they know that's where true power is found. Stand firm, chosen one. The black sheep leads them astray, but you were born to lead yourself. Number 6. The lie of freedom, chains wrapped in gold. They call it freedom, but it's just a leash with longer slack. True freedom begins the moment you take the leash off. Chosen one, have you ever questioned why the world celebrates indulgence? Why they shove the mantra of live freely in your face every day, in every corner of life? It's because their definition of freedom is the bait in their trap. They sell indulgence as liberation, but it's the kind of freedom that keeps you shackled. They don't want you to realize that true freedom isn't found in surrendering to your desires. It's found in mastering them. The world whispers sweet lies. Do what you want. Indulge in every whim. Live without restraint. They paint this picture of ultimate freedom, but in reality, they're offering you a gilded cage. Because every time you give in, every time you lose yourself in fleeting pleasures, you tighten their chains around your neck. The entertainment industry, social media, influencers, they're not offering freedom. They're feeding you addiction. Think of it this way. They dangle a carrot in front of you, calling it freedom, while tying your hands behind your back. You may chase the carrot, but you'll never reach it. The more you chase, the more trapped you become, running in circles of emptiness. True freedom isn't chasing what you want. It's standing still, cutting the leash, and choosing what truly matters. When you control yourself, you're no longer a pawn in their game. They can't manipulate you with their false promises, and they hate that. A person who can say no to the distractions of the world is a person they cannot own. Mastery over your desires is the key that unlocks the door to real freedom. But isn't indulging part of living, you might ask? They want you to think that. But indulgence without discipline is like drinking salt water. It may quench your thirst for a moment, but it leaves you emptier than before. True chosen ones don't fall for this illusion. You understand that every time you deny their bait, you strengthen your soul. The world fears the chosen ones because we refuse to be controlled. They can't market their distractions to a focused mind. They can't sell lust to someone who knows their worth. They can't dangle fake freedom in front of someone who has already tasted the real thing. True freedom is mastery. It's the ability to choose your path, unshackled from the lies they sell. It's standing in the chaos of the world and remaining unshaken, unmoved. When you control yourself, you walk through their illusions like a lion among sheep. So, chosen one, ask yourself, will you settle for the leash they call freedom? Or will you break it and rise into the life you were meant to live? They fear your awakening because when the chosen ones master themselves, the game is over. True freedom isn't given, it's claimed. The time to claim yours is now. Number 7. Focus, the weapon they fear most. The sharper the blade, the deadlier the warrior, the duller the mind, the easier the prey. Chosen one, there's a reason why the world constantly tries to distract you. It fears your focus. Your ability to tune out the noise and direct your energy is the weapon they can't defend against. Abstaining from sex isn't just a choice. It's an act of war against distraction, indulgence, and weakness. It's like sharpening a blade while the rest of the world runs dull, chasing meaningless pleasures. Imagine a blade, gleaming and razor-sharp. It's ready to cut through anything in its path. Now imagine a rusted, blunt knife, useless, incapable of making an impact. That's the difference between the focused and the distracted. Every moment you choose abstinence, every time you reclaim your energy, you're sharpening your edge. While others are consumed by desires and distractions, you're preparing yourself to cut through life's chaos with clarity and purpose. Focus is what separates the chosen ones from the masses. It's the secret weapon that terrifies those who profit from your weakness. They know that if you ever truly harnessed your attention and energy, you'd become unstoppable. That's why they throw every temptation in your path: sexualized content, pointless trends, endless distractions. They want you dulled, scattered, and powerless. Because a focused mind cannot be manipulated. But what does abstinence have to do with focus, you might wonder? Everything. Sexual energy isn't just physical, it's mental, emotional, and spiritual. When you give it away recklessly, you're not just losing a moment of pleasure, you're losing your edge. It's like pouring your energy into a black hole, leaving you drained, distracted, and vulnerable. But when you choose to retain it, to redirect it, you're not just conserving energy, you're multiplying it. Think of it this way: while others are busy chasing the next thrill, you're building. While they're burning out, you're fueling up. Abstaining from sex is more than just self-control. It's a declaration that you won't let your desires rule you. It's about taking your energy and forging it into a laser beam of focus that cuts through the noise and distractions of this world. Look around you. How many people are lost, wandering through life without direction? How many dull their minds with fleeting pleasures, never realizing the cost? You're not like them. You weren't chosen to blend in or waste your potential. You were chosen to rise, to lead, and to carve out a path where others see only obstacles. And focus is the blade that will clear the way. Chosen one, every act of self-discipline is another stroke of the whetstone. While others waste their time and energy, you're sharpening yours. They might laugh at your choices now, but when your blade cuts through the noise, the distractions, and the lies, they'll see the truth. Your focus is your power, your strength, your weapon, and it's the one thing they can't take from you. So ask yourself, will you be the dull knife rusting away in the chaos, or will you be the sharp edge cutting through the noise and carving out your destiny? The choice is yours. Hone your focus, wield it like a weapon, and watch the world tremble. Number 8. The silent war on the chosen ones. The enemy doesn't attack the weak, it attacks the strong. Only those destined for greatness are targeted for destruction. Chosen one, do you think the constant pull toward indulgence, distraction, and fleeting pleasures is random? It's not. The battle you feel every day, the pressure to give in, to conform, to lose yourself in the noise, is not a coincidence. It's a war. And you are the target because the enemy only fights those who pose a threat. The weak aren't attacked because they've already surrendered. They're lost in the flood of distractions, puppets to a system designed to keep them powerless. But you're different. You were chosen to rise above, to shatter illusions, to fulfill a purpose that terrifies those in control. That's why they come after you. The silent war isn't about destroying everyone. It's about stopping the chosen ones before they realize their potential. Think about it. Why is indulgence so glorified? Why are temptations plastered on every screen, in every ad, in every conversation? It's because they want you to drown in it. They know your power lies in your discipline, in your ability to channel your energy into your mission, and they fear that. They fear a chosen one who sees through the trap and refuses to play the game. This war is subtle but deadly. It doesn't come with guns and armies. It comes with whispers, temptations, and distractions. It's in the seductive allure of indulgence, the lie that says, Just this once won't hurt. But every time you give in, you're feeding the very system that's trying to break you. Imagine a lion, majestic and powerful, but surrounded by hunters who throw scraps of meat to keep it distracted. That's what this war looks like. They don't fight you head-on because they know they'd lose. Instead, they throw distractions at you, hoping you'll forget your strength, your focus, your mission. But the chosen ones don't fall for scraps. You weren't born to be fed lies. You were born to hunt truth. And that's why the enemy fights so hard to keep you distracted, because they know what happens when a chosen one focuses. They know that once you reclaim your energy, your mind becomes a fortress they cannot breach, and your actions become a storm they cannot control. Ask yourself, why does the world push indulgence so aggressively? It's because they want you to waste your power. They want you to squander your energy on fleeting pleasures instead of building something unstoppable. This is a deliberate attack on your purpose, your focus, and your destiny. Chosen one, the silent war is real, and you're on the front lines. But you're not fighting alone, and you're not fighting in vain. Every moment you resist, every temptation you overcome, is a victory. It's a declaration that you cannot be broken, that your purpose is stronger than their traps. The enemy fears your awakening because when the chosen ones rise, the entire system trembles. The war may be silent, but your roar will be deafening. The question is, will you stand and fight, or will you let them win? The choice is yours, and the time is now. Number 9. The power of redirection, from fire to fuel. The fire that burns you is the same fire that can light your way, if you know how to control it. Chosen one, your sexual energy is not just a desire or a fleeting impulse. It's your raw, unfiltered power. It's the engine of your creativity, the spark of your ambition, the force behind your transformation. But here's the catch. This energy is like fire. If you waste it, it consumes you, leaves you hollow, and burns you out. If you redirect it, however, it becomes fuel, pure, potent, and unstoppable. The world doesn't want you to know this. They teach you to waste it at every turn. They tell you indulgence is normal, that giving in is natural, and that instant gratification is harmless. But look around you. How many people have burned out chasing those fleeting moments? How many have lost themselves, their dreams, their focus, all because they couldn't harness the fire within them? That's the reality they don't want you to see. Sexual energy is more than physical. It's spiritual, mental, and creative. It's the same energy that fuels great art, innovation, and transformation. When wasted, it leaves you weak, scattered, and distracted. But when redirected, it turns into a force that moves mountains, breaks barriers, and creates worlds. It's no wonder they try so hard to keep you wasting it. A chosen one who learns to redirect this energy is a threat they can't contain. Think of your energy like a river. When uncontrolled, it floods everywhere, causing chaos and destruction. But when you channel it, that same water can power entire cities, nourish fields, and sustain life. Your sexual energy is no different. Unchecked, it spreads thin, leaving you empty and drained. Redirected, it builds, grows, and transforms you into something greater than you ever thought possible. You've probably felt it yourself. Those moments after giving in, when the fire fades and all that's left is regret and weakness. Compare that to the times you've held firm, when you've channeled that energy into your work, your art, your growth. The difference is undeniable. One path scatters you, the other sharpens you. One path enslaves you, the other sets you free. But how do I redirect it, you might ask? The answer lies in focus. The key is not just resisting temptation, but transforming it. Every time you feel that fire, recognize it for what it is: power. Instead of wasting it, channel it. Pour it into your goals, your vision, your purpose. Build something with it. Whether it's through creativity, discipline, or spiritual practice, use that energy to fuel your mission. Imagine a sword being forged. The fire is not the enemy, it's the process. Without it, the blade remains dull and useless. But when the fire is controlled, when it's directed with purpose, that same heat turns raw metal into a weapon of precision and strength. That's what happens when you redirect your energy. You take something raw and turn it into something unstoppable. The chosen ones who master this art become forces the world cannot ignore. Their presence is magnetic, their vision clear, their purpose unshakable. While others burn out chasing empty pleasures, they rise above, fueled by the fire they've learned to control. They don't just survive, they thrive, creating, leading, and leaving a legacy that outlives them. This is why they fear you, chosen one. They know that if you ever harness this power, you'll break free from the chains they've wrapped around you. You'll rise above the noise, the distractions, the lies, and become untouchable. They can't afford for you to wake up to your potential, because your awakening is their collapse. Redirection isn't about suppression, it's about transformation. It's about taking what could weaken you and turning it into your greatest strength. It's about breaking the cycle of indulgence and stepping into the cycle of growth. When you redirect your energy, you stop being a pawn in their game and become a player in your own destiny. So, chosen one, ask yourself, how much longer will you let your fire burn out in the hands of others? How much longer will you waste the power that was meant to propel you to greatness? The time has come to take back control, to redirect that energy and fuel the mission you were born to complete. The fire within you isn't your enemy, it's your ally. Learn to control it, and you'll become unstoppable, a force the world cannot contain. Your energy is your greatest asset. Waste it, and you fade into the noise. Redirect it, and you rise as the lion you were born to be. The choice is yours. Are you ready to turn your fire into fuel? Number 10. The glow of discipline. Why they fear the untouchable. A disciplined soul is a burning flame. It illuminates the path for others and scorches those who dare to dim it. Chosen one, have you ever noticed how the world reacts to someone with discipline? They fear it. They mock it. They call it unnecessary, outdated, even unnatural. But deep down, they know the truth. Discipline is power. And power that isn't bought, manipulated, or stolen terrifies them. When you conserve your energy, it shows. You radiate something the world can't fake: strength, clarity, and an unshakable sense of purpose. That glow isn't just in your appearance, it's in your aura. People feel it when you walk into a room. They sense it in your words, your actions, your silence. It's the kind of energy that can't be ignored or dismissed, and that's why they fear you. You've become untouchable. The entertainment industry, social media, and even the people around you are constantly trying to drain you. They know that if they can keep you distracted, indulging in fleeting pleasures, you'll lose that glow. They want you dull, tired, and empty, like everyone else. But when you choose discipline, when you decide to conserve your energy instead of giving it away, you defy their expectations. You rise above their traps and become the kind of person they can't control. Think of a diamond. Its brilliance doesn't come from its existence, but from the pressure and discipline it endures over time. That's what your glow is, a result of mastering yourself, of choosing not to waste your energy on meaningless pursuits. When others chase instant gratification, you choose the long game. when they burn out, chasing fleeting highs, you burn brighter, fueled by purpose and direction. But why does it matter if I indulge a little, you might ask? Because every act of indulgence is like a crack in the foundation of your strength. It chips away at your power, leaving you vulnerable to the very forces trying to control you. Your glow, your strength, comes from conservation. When you hold on to your energy, you're not just protecting yourself, you're amplifying your potential. The world loves to glorify indulgence because it makes you predictable. They can anticipate your weaknesses and exploit them. But discipline makes you a wild card. They can't figure you out, can't manipulate you, and that's what scares them the most. You become untouchable, unshakable, a force they can't contain. When you conserve your energy, people start to notice. They may not understand it, but they feel it. They see it in the way you carry yourself, in the clarity of your thoughts, in the calm confidence that radiates from you. You're no longer chasing after things. You've become the thing others chase. That glow is a beacon, a signal that you've mastered what they haven't even begun to understand. And don't think for a second that they won't try to dim it. They'll mock you, tempt you, even isolate you. Why are you so serious? They'll ask. Live a little, they'll say. But these are the words of those who fear what they don't understand. They're uncomfortable because your discipline exposes their lack of it. Your strength reminds them of their weakness. Imagine standing in a storm while everyone else is blown away by the wind. You remain unmoved, grounded, untouchable. That's the power of discipline. It shields you from the chaos while allowing you to shine brighter than ever. They'll call it arrogance, but it's not. It's the quiet confidence of someone who knows their worth and refuses to waste it on the trivial. Chosen one, this glow of discipline isn't just for you. It's for those who are watching, those who are inspired by your strength, even if they never say it out loud. Your radiance is a challenge to the status quo, a light that dares others to step out of their darkness. When you conserve your energy, you don't just elevate yourself. You show others that it's possible to rise above the noise, the distractions, the lies. So, the next time you feel tempted to give in, remember this. Every moment of self-control adds to your glow. Every time you choose discipline over indulgence, you're building a legacy of strength. The world may try to dim you, but they can never extinguish what they didn't ignite. They fear you because they can't touch you. And that's exactly why you must keep going. Because when the chosen ones rise, glowing with discipline and purpose, the world has no choice but to step aside and watch. This is your time. Burn brighter, chosen one. Let them fear the flame you've become. Number 11. Exposing the false leaders, puppets of a broken system. Not everyone who walks ahead is leading the way. Some are just lost fools pretending to know the path. Chosen one, let's pull back the curtain and see the truth for what it is. The world parades its so-called leaders, celebrities, influencers, idols, people the masses are told to worship, follow, and emulate. But who are they really? They're not leaders, they're puppets. Puppets dancing on strings pulled by a system that fears your awakening. While they distract the world with their fake smiles and hollow achievements, the chosen ones are called to see beyond the facade and forge their own path. Do you ever wonder why these leaders always promote indulgence, chaos, and vanity? Why their message always points you toward fleeting pleasures and superficial goals? It's not a coincidence. They are pawns in a game designed to keep you blind to your true potential. They sell you a lie. that fame, fortune, and approval from strangers define success. But for the chosen ones, success has nothing to do with external validation. It's about living with purpose, mastering yourself, and walking a path that others are too afraid to tread. The influencers and idols of this world are masters of deception. They flaunt their curated lives, projecting an image of perfection, but behind the filters and the fake smiles lies emptiness. They are not free. They are prisoners of the same system they are paid to uphold. Every product they sell, every trend they promote, every lifestyle they flaunt, it's all designed to keep you chained. They don't care about your growth or your journey. They care about your submission. A true leader doesn't create followers, they create other leaders. Chosen ones, remember this: you don't need a celebrity, an influencer, or any so-called leader to tell you how to live. You already know the path. It's within you. The false leaders thrive on your uncertainty, your hesitation, your doubts. They want you looking to them for answers, for direction, for meaning. But the truth is, they're as lost as the people following them. They're chasing the same fleeting validation, the same hollow applause, and they want you caught in the same cycle. When you follow the false leaders, you give away your power. Every time you mimic their actions, envy their lives, or chase their version of success, you're stepping further from your own purpose. They are not here to lead you to greatness. They're here to distract you from it. Chosen ones don't follow the herd. We don't chase trends. We don't bow to idols. We create our own way, even when the world mocks us for it. But how can I tell who's real and who's fake, you might ask? The answer is simple. Watch their fruits. A true leader empowers you to think for yourself, to rise, to challenge the lies. A puppet leader demands your obedience, your admiration, and your energy. A true leader doesn't need a stage or applause. They lead by example, through their integrity, their actions, and their unwavering focus. False leaders thrive in the spotlight because they are nothing without it. Take away their fame, their followers, their wealth, and what's left? A shell of a person, empty and directionless. But chosen ones shine in silence. We don't need the world's approval because our strength comes from within. The influencers and idols of this world want to keep you small because your growth threatens their survival. The moment you stop looking to them for guidance, they lose their grip on you. When you turn off their noise, their carefully crafted images crumble like a house of cards. That's why they sell indulgence, chaos, and distraction, because a focused, disciplined, chosen one is their greatest fear. So ask yourself, who are you following? Are they leading you toward your purpose, or are they pulling you further into the system's trap? The chosen ones don't need false leaders because we were born to lead ourselves. Our path isn't paved by trends or dictated by influences. It's carved through discipline, purpose, and clarity. A lion doesn't follow sheep, no matter how many there are. The world will try to convince you that you're missing out if you don't follow the crowd. But the chosen ones know better. We don't chase the fleeting highs of fame, fortune, or approval. We chase something eternal, our purpose. And that purpose cannot be given to you by a celebrity or influencer. It's forged in solitude, discipline, and an unshakable commitment to rise above. So, chosen one, the next time the world parades its idols and demands your attention, remember this: they are not your leaders. You are. You don't need their permission to rise. You don't need their approval to walk your path. You were chosen for something greater, and no puppet on a string can hold you back. It's time to expose the false leaders for what they are: distractions, and it's time for you to rise as the leader you were born to be. Because when the chosen ones walk their own path, the world has no choice but to follow. Number 12. Your mission starts now, from pawn to king. The moment you take back your power, you stop being a player in their game and become the one who creates the rules. Chosen one, the time has come. No more distractions, no more wasted energy, no more playing into their hands. This is the moment where your mission begins, and it starts with one simple, powerful decision: to stop giving in. The system is rigged against you. They've built a world designed to make you a pawn, manipulated, controlled, and disposable. Every indulgence they sell you, every temptation they wave in front of you, is another way to keep you distracted from your purpose. They want you chasing shadows while they pull the strings. But here's the truth they don't want you to know. You were never meant to play their game. You were chosen to rise above it, to rewrite the rules, and to lead others out of the darkness. When you stop giving in, you take the first step into your true power. You stop being a pawn in their game and claim your rightful place as a king, a queen, a leader. But this transformation isn't handed to you. It's earned. It's forged in the fire of discipline and self-control. When you choose to walk away from the distractions, the fleeting pleasures and the lies, you're not just stepping out of the system, you're stepping into your mission. Think about this. Every indulgence is like a leak in a dam, slowly draining your power. When you plug those leaks, when you refuse to waste your energy on meaningless pursuits, you don't just conserve it, you amplify it. That energy becomes your weapon, your fuel, your force. And with it, you can do what the world fears most. You can change it. But what is my mission, you might ask? Your mission is simple but profound: to lead, to inspire, to break free from the lies and show others how to do the same. You were chosen not to blend in, but to stand out, not to follow the herd, but to guide it. When you reclaim your power, you become a beacon for others, a living example of what's possible when someone rises above the noise. The world is filled with people who are lost, trapped in the endless cycle of indulgence and distraction. They've forgotten their purpose, their strength, their worth. But when they see you, focused, disciplined, unstoppable, they'll realize there's another way. Your life becomes the proof that the chosen ones cannot be defeated. And make no mistake, chosen one, this mission is not easy. The system will fight back. The distractions will grow louder. The temptations will come harder. Why? Because they know they're losing control of you. They know that once you step into your power, they can no longer manipulate you. They fear what you're becoming. Imagine a chessboard. For years they've moved the pieces, controlling every step you take. But now the board flips. You're no longer the pawn being sacrificed to protect their king. You're the one making the moves. You're the one shaping the game. And when the chosen ones rise, the old game falls apart. This is the turning point. Every decision you make from here on carries weight. Will you fall back into the distractions they've set for you? Or will you stay focused on your mission? Will you let them convince you that you're powerless? Or will you prove that you're more powerful than they ever imagined? A lion does not explain itself to sheep. It simply acts. That's your role now. To act, to lead, to rise. When you stop giving in, you stop needing their validation, their approval, their noise. You become self-sufficient, driven by purpose rather than pleasure. And that terrifies them, because a chosen one, who no longer seeks permission, becomes unstoppable. Your mission starts now, and it's bigger than you. It's about more than your success. your growth, or your achievements. It's about waking up others, showing them the way, and breaking the chains that have held people captive for far too long. Every step you take in your power is a step others will follow. Every time you resist the system, you weaken it for those who come after you. So, chosen one, what will you do with this moment? Will you step into your destiny, or will you let it pass you by? The time for hesitation is over. You've seen the lies, felt the pull, and tasted the truth. Now it's time to act. Your mission starts now. The world will try to pull you back, but you're stronger than their distractions. You're not a pawn, you're a leader. You're not a follower, you're a force. And when the chosen ones rise, nothing can stop them. As we bring this journey to a close, remember this: the world is designed to keep you distracted, weak, and powerless. But you are a chosen one, and when you reclaim your energy and focus, you become unstoppable. This is your time to rise, to lead, and to fulfill your mission. If this message resonated with you, hit that like button, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments to let us know you're ready to step into your power. Share this video to help awaken others, and let's spread this truth to every chosen one out there. Welcome, chosen ones. They laughed at the truth until it demanded their attention. Now, it's their turn to stumble. For too long, you've carried a truth sharper than a double-edged sword, one that could slice through their carefully crafted lies and illusions. While they wallowed in ignorance, you walked the path of silent clarity, a blazing fire hidden in plain sight. You saw the cracks in their shiny facade, but they mistook your quiet observation for naivety. They were wrong. They called you names: dreamer, conspiracy theorist, even crazy. But labels are the desperate cries of the blind, clinging to shadows because the light terrifies them. They mocked what they didn't understand, like children jeering at the stars for being too far away. Meanwhile, you waited. You knew the truth doesn't need approval. It simply waits for its moment to shine. And now, here we are. The moment they thought would never come has arrived, crashing down like an unrelenting storm. Ignorance is a false comfort, a thin blanket against the cold winds of reality. They clung to it like a sinking ship's wreckage, refusing to let go. But the tides of truth don't care for comfort. They crush the old and force the new to rise. And now, as those tides roar, they're gasping for air, choking on the very lies they once swore by. Look at them now. The nervous glances, the twitching fingers, the awkward attempts to avoid your gaze. Their faces betray them, eyes widened in disbelief, mouths pursed in quiet humiliation. Their silence screams louder than any apology ever could. Were we blind all along? Yes, they were. But here's the kicker. While they were busy dismissing you as a joke, you were writing the script for their reality check. They thought your insights were the ramblings of someone lost in a maze. What they didn't realize was that you held the map all along. Now, the story's climax unfolds, and they're mere spectators, watching the masterpiece you've crafted with unwavering patience and clarity. Irony hits harder than a freight train. The very truths they rejected are now the foundation of their crumbling world. And as they scramble to make sense of it all, you stand tall, a silent storm no longer. It's not that they couldn't see the truth, someone once said. It's that they refused to see it until it tore through their illusions. Chosen one, this is your moment. You were always 10 steps ahead, your silence mistaken for surrender. But silence was your weapon, your strategy. Now, as their illusions dissolve, it's clear. The quiet force was the strongest of all. Welcome to the reckoning. The curtain has fallen, and the show begins. If you're ready to embrace your destiny, hit that like button, share this message, and comments 77 below. It's time to rise, step into your power, and let the world know. The truth was never hidden. They just chose to look away. The question is, are you ready to lead? And now, let's break this down step by step. Trust me, if you truly are one of the chosen ones, you'll feel it. A magnetic pull to stay till the very end. Every word, every insight will resonate with a truth you've always known deep down. This is your moment, your clarity. Don't turn away now. Let's begin. Number 1. The lone candle. When your light exposes their shadows. They call you crazy until the truth makes them question their sanity. Walking in truth is not just a test of resilience. It's a relentless battle against the comforting illusions people desperately hold on to. It's like being the lone candle in a pitch-black room. Instead of appreciating the light, they shield their eyes and curse the brightness. They've lived too long in the dark to welcome clarity without resistance. You've always seen the cracks in their perfect facade, the fault lines running beneath the surface. Yet, instead of praise for your vision, you've been met with scorn, skepticism, and rejection. Why? Because the truth doesn't just illuminate, it demands a reckoning. It's easier to fool people than to convince them they've been fooled, Mark Twain once said, and you've experienced the bitter truth of that firsthand. They're not rejecting you, they're rejecting the mirror you hold up to their lives. When you spoke your truth, it felt like speaking another language. Not because your words lacked clarity, but because they challenged the fragile structure they've spent years building. Their labels, dreamer, paranoid, crazy, weren't reflections of who you are, but shields they raised to protect their crumbling sense of reality. People fear change more than they fear the lies that keep them comfortable. It's not ignorance they cling to, but a carefully constructed bubble, one that bursts the moment truth touches it. You might have asked yourself, why can't they see it? Why don't they understand? The answer is simple, yet painful. They're not ready. Denial isn't just ignorance. It's a desperate attempt to protect themselves from the upheaval that truth brings. It's like standing on the edge of a cliff, knowing the ground beneath you is unstable, but refusing to step back because falling feels scarier than staying put. But here's the irony. A part of them always knew. Deep down, your words struck a chord they couldn't unhear. They felt the pull of truth, faint but insistent, like a whisper in the middle of a storm. Yet they buried it under layers of denial, hoping the storm would pass and leave their illusions intact. Now, as the winds of reality tear through their world, they're left scrambling, trying to rewrite their story and claim they always had an idea. The hardest part of walking in truth isn't the isolation or rejection, it's the waiting for the moment when the world catches up, when the veil finally lifts, and they're forced to confront what they've avoided all along. And when that moment comes, it isn't just humbling for them, it's transformative. They mocked you, doubted you, and turned their backs on you. But now, as their illusions crumble like a house of cards, they can't escape the bitter truth they fought so hard to deny. You were never the fool. You were the light, and they just weren't ready to see it. Number 2. The silent storm that drowned their lies. They underestimated the still waters, never realizing they held the force of a tsunami. In a world addicted to noise and blinded by chaos, your silence was their blind spot. While they screamed their half-truths and spun their illusions into the air, you stood firm, calm, composed, and quietly dangerous. You weren't quiet because you lacked the words. You were silent because the truth doesn't compete for attention. It doesn't yell to be heard. It waits, unyielding, for its moment to emerge. Their lies were built on noise, each one louder than the last, desperate to drown out the inevitable. They thought they could overwhelm the truth with volume, but all they did was create a storm they couldn't control. You didn't need to join their clamor because you knew something they didn't. The loudest voices often crumble first. Noise may distract, but silence disarms. While they spun in circles, chasing applause and validation, you watched their desperation unfold. They mistook your silence for surrender, mocking your stillness as though it was weakness. But you weren't passive. You were precise. You knew the storm wasn't in their shouts. It was in the quiet reckoning that would inevitably follow. They never understood that silence is its own form of thunder, a storm building strength in every moment of restraint. As their lies began to collapse under the weight of their own contradictions, your silence became louder than their screams. The cracks in their narratives widened, and the flood of truth washed away their carefully constructed facades. They scrambled to hold on to the illusion, but it was too late. The storm had arrived, not in a roar, but in the silent dismantling of everything they thought they controlled. They'll never admit it, but your silence haunts them now. It's the sound they hear when the noise fades, the memory they replay when they sit in the ruins of their arrogance. The lies they clung to, the mockery they directed at you, all of it feels small now, like whispers drowned in the roar of the inevitable. The truth they feared wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. It came like a wave, unstoppable and indifferent to their resistance. And now, as they face the fallout, they can't deny what they fought so hard to avoid. Your silence wasn't empty, it was powerful. You were the storm they never saw coming, the quiet force that dismantled their illusions piece by piece. Silence doesn't break, it waits. And when it moves, nothing can stop it. They'll remember you not as the quiet one, but as the silent storm that swept through their lies and left nothing standing. The reckoning they feared has arrived, and now, as they stare into the aftermath, they understand, too late, that your silence was always louder than their noise. Number 3. From mockery to desperation, when they crawl back for the truth they rejected. They mocked what they didn't understand, only to beg for it when their world began to crumble. The irony hits like a hammer. Those who laughed at your wisdom, dismissed your clarity, and belittled your foresight are now circling back, not with apologies, but with questions thinly veiled in desperation. The truth they once ridiculed is now the only thing standing between them and the chaos they've created. It's almost laughable at first. You watch the arrogance drain from their faces, replaced by something they can't quite mask: fear. The sneers and snickers they once threw your way have morphed into faltering tones and hesitant glances. Their bravado has cracked, and beneath it lies the truth. Their mockery was never about you being wrong. It was about them being too fragile to face what you already knew. Their rejection wasn't born from logic or reason. It was self-preservation. Admitting you were right would have required them to shatter their carefully constructed egos. They mocked you not because they disagreed, but because accepting your insight would have meant confronting their own blindness. It was easier for them to ridicule what they couldn't comprehend than to admit they were lost while you saw clearly. But time has a way of humbling even the proudest. Reality doesn't negotiate or wait for approval. It marches forward, stripping away illusions with every step. And now, as the undeniable truth stands before them, their regret is palpable. Every scoff, every sneer, every brush-off was wasted time. Time they could have spent learning, growing and preparing. Instead, they're left grappling with the ruins of their arrogance, haunted by the bitter taste of their own denial. When they finally approach you, it's never with the raw honesty you deserve. They don't have the courage to say, "I was wrong, you were right." Instead, they mask their desperation with hollow questions and feigned casualness, hoping you won't notice their trembling hands and quivering voices. But you see through it. Their fear and regret are written across their faces, louder than any apology could ever be. And yet, you feel no need for vindication. Their doubt was never your burden to bear. You didn't need their validation then, and you certainly don't need it now. The truth is self-sufficient. It doesn't require applause to stand firm. Watching them scramble isn't satisfying, it's sobering. You never wanted to be proven right for the sake of pride. You wanted them to see before it was too late. Now, as they cling to the wisdom they once scorned, you remain steady. Their arrogance didn't shake you, and their desperation doesn't inflate you. You were never waiting for their approval, only for the moment when they were ready to listen. And as they finally face the truth, you offer your guidance without malice. Because in the end, their mockery was their lesson to learn, and your clarity was always the storm they couldn't escape. Number 4. The curse of knowing, seeing what they fear to face. They don't hate the truth, they fear the one who dares to see it. To know what others can't, to see through the veil while they cling to shadows, is not a blessing, it's a sentence. The clarity you carry doesn't elevate you, it isolates you. Seeing what lies ahead doesn't make you powerful, it makes you an outcast. The truth doesn't come wrapped in glory. It comes heavy, like chains you can't remove. While they take refuge in comforting illusions and convenient lies, you stand alone, seeing through the facade like shattered glass. The world thrives on shallow motives and surface-level thinking, but you operate on a deeper wavelength. You don't just recognize patterns, you anticipate their consequences before anyone else even knows the game is in motion. Yet, this gift of foresight doesn't win you admiration. It marks you as a threat. Because nothing unsettles people more than someone who dismantles the lies they've built their lives upon. They don't reject you because you're wrong. They reject you because you're right. Too soon, too clearly. The truths you hold aren't the soft kind people can absorb easily. They're razor-sharp, cutting through the comfortable ignorance they cling to. Accepting your perspective would mean tearing down the false foundations they've relied on for years. And for most, that's a price they're unwilling to pay. So, they push back. They call you paranoid, dramatic, delusional, not because your insights lack merit, but because acknowledging them would force them to confront the uncomfortable reality they fear. Denial is their sanctuary. Knowledge is your curse. They choose to stay in the dark, clinging to their illusions like lifeboats in a storm, while you stand on the shore, already seeing the wreckage they refuse to believe is coming. You learn quickly that your truth is unwelcome. When you try to warn them, they dismiss you with a condescending smile, their responses dripping with mockery. You're overthinking it. Why do you always have to be so negative? Their words sting not because they're true, but because they reveal their desperation to avoid seeing what you see so clearly. So, eventually, you stop trying. You carry the burden in silence, watching events unfold exactly as you predicted, powerless to stop the inevitable. When the reckoning arrives, when reality slams into them like a runaway train, it doesn't bring satisfaction. it doesn't feel like vindication. It feels like heartbreak. Because knowing you were right doesn't erase the loneliness you endured while carrying that knowledge alone. It doesn't undo the sleepless nights, the isolation, the ache of watching it all play out exactly as you foresaw. And the cruelest irony, even in the aftermath, when they're forced to confront the truth, they'll be too consumed by their own shock and regret to remember what you endured. They won't see how long you carried the weight of knowing, helpless to change a fate they refuse to acknowledge. The curse of foresight isn't seeing the future. It's knowing the future and watching people stumble into it anyway. The pain isn't in knowing the truth. It's in watching the suffering that could have been avoided, if only they'd listened. Number 5. Cornered by their own moves, the game they never understood. They thought they were players, but they were only pieces on a board they couldn't comprehend. While they lunged forward, chasing instant wins and hollow victories, you stood calmly, orchestrating a game they didn't even realize was unfolding. Every move you made wasn't for the moment. It was for the end game. They lived for speed and noise, while you mastered strategy and silence. To them, life was a race, each quick leap bringing temporary applause. They celebrated small wins as if they were monumental, blind to the fact that their recklessness was stacking the odds against them. They mistook movement for meaning, never stopping to see the bigger picture. But you did. You saw every angle, every possibility, and every flaw in their approach. Winning isn't about being the fastest. It's about seeing the farthest. While they scrambled, you stayed steady, refusing to be pulled into their frenzy. Their impatience was your advantage, their arrogance your opportunity. They laughed at your deliberate pace, mistaking your strategy for weakness. But you weren't playing their game, you were commanding it. Every step they took was another step into the trap they didn't know existed. Their impulsiveness wasn't just their downfall, it was your leverage. They were so focused on grabbing the next small victory, they never realized you'd already mapped their defeat. And when the moment came, the truth struck like lightning. They weren't just losing, they were outmatched. The board is set, and their options have vanished. They're boxed in, surrounded by the consequences of their own short-sighted moves. They thought they were controlling the game, but now they're cornered, scrambling for an exit that doesn't exist. Checkmate wasn't just inevitable, it was a masterpiece in the making. What stings them the most isn't just the loss. It's the realization that they never even understood the rules you were playing by. Their arrogance blinded them to your foresight. While they rushed to impress, you stayed focused on what mattered. They weren't competing with you, they were outclassed by you. And now, as they sit in the rubble of their arrogance, you've already moved forward. You weren't chasing victory for validation. You were chasing mastery. The best moves are the ones your opponent doesn't even see coming. They mocked your patience and doubted your silence, but they'll remember the lesson forever. The real game wasn't about speed or noise. It was about precision, control, and vision. They weren't just beaten, they were dismantled by a game they never took the time to understand. Number 6. The lonely burden of foresight, when seeing ahead feels like a curse. They call it wisdom, but it feels like walking through storms only you can see. Foresight isn't the magical blessing they romanticize. It's a heavy, unyielding crown. It doesn't empower you. It isolates you. Knowing too much isn't clarity. It's a quiet torment. You see the cracks before the walls fall, the storms brewing on horizons no one else can even perceive. And the cruelest irony, you can't stop it. You can only watch helpless as the story unfolds exactly as you knew it would. Life becomes a script you've read before, the plot twists predictable, the mistakes inevitable. You try to warn them, plead with them even, offering insights to steer them from disaster. But your words are dismissed, met with rolled eyes and scoffs. You're overthinking, they say. It'll be fine. Their denial isn't because they think you're wrong. It's because facing your truth would shatter the fragile delusions they cling to. They push you away because your foresight threatens their comfort. To them, ignorance feels like freedom, a blissful escape from the reality you already see so clearly. People don't reject the truth because it's false. They reject it because it demands change. And so, they shut you out, not out of disbelief, but out of fear. The most agonizing part of foresight isn't being ignored. It's knowing you could have prevented the pain. It's seeing the fires before they ignite, holding a bucket of water, and being told, there's no fire. You're forced to watch the wreckage in slow motion, knowing the heartbreak, loss, and regret that could have been avoided. And when it finally comes to pass, when reality tears through their illusions, there's no vindication in hearing, you were right. Validation comes too late to bring peace. They see the consequences you warned them about, but you've already lived through it, mourning the losses they're only now beginning to comprehend. You've carried that weight for far longer, processing grief for what could have been while they were blissfully ignorant. Foresight doesn't just put you ahead in knowledge, it puts you ahead in sorrow. Now, as they stumble through the aftermath of their denial, grasping for solutions they once mocked, you stand still, already knowing how this ends. You feel their regret, but it no longer touches you. You've grieved this moment long before they arrived here, silently bearing the emotional toll of knowing what they refused to see. Foresight isn't a gift, it's a burden. It's the weight of seeing the outcomes, of holding answers, but being powerless to act without their willingness to listen. And even as they awaken, piecing together the fragments of what you warned them about, you carry a truth they'll never understand. The real burden of foresight isn't knowing the future, it's living with the pain of the present long before anyone else realizes it's begun. Number 7. When ego meets truth, their pride was the wall they built to keep you out. They weren't afraid of the truth. You were the mirror they couldn't stand to look into. It was never about the facts, the logic, or the clarity you brought. The truth you carried was undeniable, but their ego turned it into a battle. It wasn't the truth they rejected, it was the messenger. For them, accepting your perspective wasn't about seeing the bigger picture. It was about admitting they'd underestimated you. And that was a wound their pride couldn't bear. To them, conceding to your insight wasn't just acknowledging reality. It was surrendering the superiority they clung to like a lifeline. It wasn't enough to disagree. They had to dismiss you, belittle you, and bury your wisdom under layers of mockery. Why? Because the idea that someone they'd overlooked could outpace them shattered the illusion they built of themselves. Your truth wasn't just a threat to their beliefs, it was a direct challenge to their sense of control. Their ego became their shield, fragile and cracking, but held together by their refusal to admit the obvious. They didn't argue because they thought you were wrong. They argued because they feared you were right. Pride doesn't just blind, it chains us to ignorance. It was easier for them to attack than to face the unsettling possibility that they misjudged you. But pride is no match for reality. The truth doesn't waver or yield, it waits. And now, the facade they worked so hard to maintain has crumbled under the weight of undeniable evidence. The hardest pill for them to swallow isn't just that they were wrong, it's that they were wrong about you. Their fortress of superiority lies in ruins, exposing the insecurity they hid behind arrogance. The bitter irony is that their ego, not you, was always their enemy. They didn't fear your clarity, they feared what it revealed about their own flaws. Rejecting your truth wasn't about logic, it was about preserving their sense of control. Mocking you was easier than confronting the reality that their pride was built on shaky ground. And where are you now? Right where you've always been, steady, unbothered, and unshaken. You were never playing their game. Their validation was never your goal. You didn't need their approval then, and you don't need it now. That's the part that cuts the deepest. They can't rewrite the story to paint you as desperate for recognition, because you never were. You stood in your truth, whether they accepted it or not. Now they're left to wrestle with the aftermath of their arrogance, haunted by the cost of their pride. It wasn't the truth that hurt them, it was their refusal to embrace it. And you remain untouched, watching as they finally confront the lesson that was clear to you all along. The truth doesn't bend to ego. It stands firm, waiting for the moment pride breaks and humility steps forward. Number 8. When the mask slips, their fragile superiority exposed. The higher they climb on lies, the harder they fall when the truth pulls them down. For so long, they strutted through life cloaked in false confidence, parading their illusions of invincibility. To them, your calm was weakness, your humility a sign of inferiority. They laughed at your quiet strength, mistaking it for a lack of ambition, while building their fragile empire on the shifting sands of arrogance and denial. But now, the mask has slipped, and the mirage they clung to has shattered. The pedestal they placed themselves on has crumbled, exposing the hollowness of their supposed superiority. What they saw as power was nothing but an illusion, a facade propped up by insecurity and desperate self-validation. They measured their worth against you, convinced they were ahead, yet all the while they were running in circles, trapped in their own delusions. The truth? They were never ahead. They weren't even in the same league. Their so-called achievements were fleeting, shallow victories that couldn't withstand the weight of reality. Time, ever the great equalizer, has stripped away their illusions, revealing the empty foundations beneath their arrogance. And you? You were never playing their game to begin with. You saw the bigger picture while they chased shadows. Their focus was on the surface, the applause, the recognition, the hollow rewards that soothed their fragile egos. They needed the spotlight to feel alive. You didn't. While they boasted and postured, you quietly worked, building something real, something unshakable. Every step you took was deliberate, every move meaningful. They laughed at your patience, never realizing it was your greatest strength. And now, as the curtain falls, they stand stunned, forced to confront a bitter reality. They were never ahead. They were spectators in a race they didn't even know they were losing. Their arrogance blinded them, and now they're left staring at the undeniable truth. They weren't running toward success. They were running in place. And you were always moving forward, quietly but steadily, light years beyond their grasp. The harshest blow isn't just that they were wrong, it's that the truth was so painfully obvious all along. Their downfall wasn't your doing, it was theirs. While they wasted their energy tearing you down, their pride and desperation sealed their fate. They fought to maintain the illusion of superiority, but in doing so, they exposed the very weakness they sought to hide. Now, as they stand in the wreckage of their false pride, stripped of their illusions, they face a truth they can no longer avoid. The person they dismissed, the one they ridiculed and underestimated, was never beneath them. You were always ahead, miles away from the shallow games they played. The distance between you was not just time, it was depth, vision, and unshakable strength. And here you stand, untouched, steady, and unbothered. Their collapse was inevitable, a crumbling house of cards built on nothing but air. The game was never about quick wins or fleeting recognition. It was about building something that lasts. And now, as their fragile empire lies in ruins, you remain the unmovable force they never saw coming. Number 9. Vindication isn't sweet, the bitter cost of being right. Sometimes being right isn't a reward, it's a burden only the strong can bear. Vindication is often painted as a triumphant moment, a crowning glory after years of struggle. But the truth? It feels hollow, more like survival than celebration. The weight of being proven right after years of rejection and ridicule is a bittersweet sting that lingers long after the applause fades. It's not the sweet taste of victory, it's the acrid aftertaste of what could have been avoided. When they finally see what you've always known, the shift in their demeanor is almost painful to watch. Their faces betray them, surprise, regret, and the unmistakable flicker of shame. Their words stumble, apologies come half-formed, laced with discomfort. "I always had a feeling you were onto something," they say, as if rewriting history will erase the sting of their dismissal. It's not the validation you once yearned for. It's an echo of what they should have said long ago, now offered as a hollow olive branch. The truth they now recognize feels forced upon them, not embraced willingly. They didn't suddenly grow wiser. They were backed into a corner by reality. Their shift doesn't feel like an acknowledgement of your clarity. It feels like a begrudging surrender. And that's what cuts the deepest. It was never about the facts. It was about their pride. They didn't reject your truth because it lacked merit. They rejected it because they couldn't stomach admitting that you, the person they dismissed, could see what they couldn't. And while they scramble to reconcile their newfound understanding, you've already moved on. You stopped needing their approval a long time ago. You carried your truth in silence, weathering the storm of isolation and ridicule because you knew it wasn't about being proven right. It was about doing what was right. But even now, when the moment of vindication arrives, it feels empty. The damage is done. Time lost, opportunities squandered, and consequences that could have been avoided now lay scattered like shards of broken glass. Their regret is fresh and raw, but you've been living with the weight of this reality for far longer. You warned them, offered clarity, tried to steer them away from disaster, not for recognition, but because you cared. And yet, their arrogance, their refusal to listen, led them to this inevitable moment. They're only now waking up to the truth you've carried all along, but it's too late for it to matter. Being right doesn't feel like winning when the cost is so high. You grieve for the bridges burned, the opportunities missed, the pain that could have been spared if they had only listened. While they're just beginning to process the fallout, you've already mourned the losses. Their apologies feel like rain on scorched earth. Too little, too late. The hardest part of vindication is knowing it didn't have to be this way. You didn't carry your truth to be praised or proven superior. You carried it because it was the right thing to do. You endured their mockery, their scorn, and their rejection not out of spite, but because you believed in the power of clarity, even when they didn't. And now, as they pick up the pieces of their shattered illusions, you stand steady, not gloating, not bitter, just weary from the journey. They'll never truly understand the cost of being right. The loneliness, the isolation, the quiet pain of knowing what others refuse to see. It's a weight only you have borne. They might regret their blindness, but they'll never fully grasp the depth of what it meant to carry the truth while the world ignored you. Vindication doesn't feel like a parade. It feels like the final chapter of a battle you never wanted to fight. And as they stumble through their realization, you remain untouched by their newfound admiration. Their recognition isn't a prize, it's an afterthought, a shadow of what could have been if they had listened sooner. In the end, being right isn't about victory, it's about endurance. You carried the truth when no one else would, and that quiet, unshakable strength will always be worth more than their belated acknowledgement. Because while they're just beginning to see, you've always known. And that clarity, though heavy, is what sets you apart. Number 11. The true cost of truth, carrying the weight they feared. The truth doesn't just set you free, it chains you to a reality others can't bear to see. The truth you carried was never a blessing. It was a relentless burden, heavy as a mountain and sharp as broken glass. It wasn't something you sought out, but a curse thrust upon you, forcing you to see the cracks in a world others blissfully embraced. While they danced in their illusions, you stood in the storm, drenched in a reality they couldn't fathom, suffocated by the knowledge of what was to come. They mocked you for your clarity, turning their backs on your warnings with smug confidence. Too intense, they said, too paranoid, too much. To them, ignorance wasn't just bliss. It was a sanctuary, a bubble of false comfort they clung to like a lifeline. Your truth wasn't something they admired. It was a threat, a mirror that reflected their insecurities and the fragility of their carefully constructed lies. And like shadows fleeing the light, they avoided it at all costs. For you, the truth wasn't an idea, it was a lived experience. Every sharp edge, every haunting revelation carved into you long before the world began to see what you already knew. It wasn't just knowledge, it was a weight that pressed against your chest, a storm you endured while they basked under the illusion of sunny skies. While they laughed and looked away, you saw the disaster forming, felt its cold breath against your skin. You tried to speak, to warn them, but their eyes were closed, their ears deafened by the comfort of denial. The cost of truth wasn't just isolation, it was the relentless emotional toll of carrying it alone. They called your foresight negativity, your vigilance fear-mongering, all while you stood firm, bracing against the winds they pretended didn't exist. While they chose the easy path, you bore the weight of knowing, watching as they blindly marched toward their own ruin. You weren't just misunderstood, you were ridiculed for your strength, cast aside for refusing to play along in their charade. And yet, the hardest part was that you didn't ask for any of it. The truth wasn't a gift you unwrapped. It was a curse placed upon you without consent. It tore away the rose-tinted glasses they wore so comfortably, leaving you exposed to a harsh reality they couldn't handle. You didn't want to see the cracks. You didn't want to know the storm was coming. But you had no choice. While they lived in denial, you carried the weight of inevitability. Now, as their world crumbles and their illusions shatter, you stand, weary but unbroken. You've already mourned the losses they're just beginning to grasp. You've already walked the path of grief for what could have been avoided. They scramble now, desperate to make sense of the chaos, but it's too late. The cost of their ignorance has come due, and they'll never truly understand the price of the truth you've borne all along. What they fail to see, what they'll never comprehend, is that your warnings weren't born from arrogance. They were forged in pain. You didn't want to be right. You wanted them to listen. You didn't seek vindication. You sought understanding. But their arrogance, their fear of change, kept them blind. and now they're paying the price you've been paying from the start. The truth doesn't demand to be heard. It waits until it can no longer be ignored. Now, as they sift through the rubble of their denial, they see the storm you braved alone. They might finally recognize your strength, but it won't erase the scars left by their scorn. They'll never know the sleepless nights, the quiet anguish, the weight of standing firm while being mocked, dismissed, and alienated. They'll never grasp what it means to carry the truth in a world addicted to lies. And so, you stand, steady but exhausted, knowing you were never truly alone. You were just ahead. Their ignorance was never your failure. It was their lesson to learn. The cost of truth is steep, but it's one you've paid in full. And as they struggle to rebuild, you remain the unshakable force they never understood, the anchor in a sea of uncertainty. The burden of truth may be heavy, but it's a weight only the strong can carry. And you've carried it all along. Number 12. Once seen, never unseen, the truth that chains and liberates. They lived in shadows and called it light, until the truth came and shattered their illusions. Imagine walking through a dense fog, the kind that makes the world feel small, cozy even, hiding the jagged cliffs ahead. Then, in an instant, the fog lifts. The cozy mirage disappears, replaced by a vast, harsh landscape that was always there, just out of sight. That's the weight of truth. Once seen, it cannot be unseen. And now those who mocked and dismissed you find themselves standing in that unveiled reality, burdened by what they can no longer ignore. For so long, they clung to the illusion that their world was secure, that their beliefs were unshakable. They built their lives on comforting lies, mistaking the ease of ignorance for the strength of certainty. But cracks were always there, faint but growing, threatening to break through the surface. Now, the facade is gone, shattered by the undeniable force of truth, and they are left stranded in the ruins of their denial. The truth may hurt, but lies kill slowly. The pain they feel now isn't just about what's been revealed. It's the loss of the comfort they so desperately held on to. Every blissful moment of ignorance, every false reassurance, feels like a cruel mirage they can never return to. The truth, once seen, is a permanent guest in their minds, unyielding and unrelenting. It refuses to fade, refuses to be ignored, and demands they confront the reality they fought so hard to avoid. This is no mere revelation. It's a form of imprisonment. They are trapped in the knowledge they can't unlearn, shackled to a reality they resisted for too long. The most brutal part, they can never go back. Ignorance is no longer an option. The truth, like an unyielding shadow, follows them everywhere. But you, chosen one, have known this burden all along. Your journey has been a solitary one, a path littered with scorn and rejection. They labeled you a fool, an outcast, someone chasing shadows. They mocked your clarity, blind to the fact that you were walking a road they couldn't even see. While they clung to the warmth of illusions, you faced the cold, sharp edges of reality. You stood firm, carrying the weight of knowledge they were too afraid to even acknowledge. Truth doesn't require belief to exist. It simply is. While they laughed at you, the truth remained steady, waiting for the moment it would finally force itself into view. And now, here it is, undeniable and inescapable. The same reality they rejected is now the prison they can't escape, and they're left grappling with the enormity of what they once refused to see. The irony is almost poetic. The truth they dismissed as ridiculous has become the anchor they must now carry. Their ridicule wasn't about proving you wrong, it was about preserving their fragile sense of security. It was easier to call you crazy than admit they might be blind. But now, the mirror they avoided is unavoidable, and their own reflection terrifies them. Remember this, chosen one. You never needed their approval. You stood steady not because it was easy, but because it was right. The strength you've carried isn't just about being correct. It's about enduring the weight of knowing when no one else could see. The ridicule, the rejection, the loneliness. It was all preparation for this moment. Now, as they struggle under the weight of their own awakening, understand this. Your journey was never about vindication. It was about truth. The truth doesn't demand applause. It demands courage. And you've had that courage from the beginning. You carried the unbearable weight of reality while they hid behind the flimsy walls of denial. The truth sets free, but first it breaks the chains of illusion. They are feeling the breaking now, the snapping of every false comfort they clung to. But you've already broken through. You were forged in the fire of ridicule, strengthened by the solitude of understanding. Now, as they crumble, you remain unshaken, a steady force in the chaos they never saw coming. So, stand tall. Their awakening isn't your victory. It's theirs to grapple with. Your strength lies in the journey you've walked, the burdens you've carried, and the truth you've always known. While they try to find their footing in this harsh new reality, you've already mastered the terrain. The weight of truth was never meant to crush you. It was meant to crown you. So, what's next? The time for waiting is over. If you're done holding back, done dimming your light to make others comfortable, then it's time to step into your truth fully and unapologetically. The world may resist your clarity, may mock or misunderstand it, but that was never a reason to stay silent. Your voice, your power, your truth, they're needed now more than ever. The choice is yours. Stay in the shadows, waiting for others to catch up, or rise into the force you were always meant to be. You've carried the weight of understanding long enough. It's time to use it, to speak it, to live it. They may not be ready to hear you, but you're no longer waiting for their approval. If you're ready to embrace your destiny, to stop playing small and start creating the change only you can, take action now. Hit that like button, subscribe, and share this message with someone who needs to hear it. Drop a comment below with "I'm ready" if you've decided to rise, to stop waiting, and to own the power you've always had. The truth is waiting for you. It always has been. The question is, are you bold enough to step forward and face it? Let's take this journey together. Your time is now. They fear your light because it exposes their darkness. They call you a threat because you refuse to be tamed. The chosen don't apologize for existing. They've been watching you, haven't they? Whispering, questioning, doubting. Every move you make shakes their fragile little worlds, and they hate it. Not because you've done anything wrong, oh no, but because you exist in a way they'll never dare to. You are everything they pretend to be, but you don't need their applause, their permission, or their validation. That terrifies them. You don't fit into their boxes, do you? You're not the obedient puppet they wanted. You walk into a room and their masks crack. They see themselves reflected in your fire, and it burns them alive. They wanted you to stay small, to keep your power hidden, but here you are, unapologetic, undeniable, unstoppable. And thank you. Yes, you, the chosen one. Whether this is your first time here, or you've been a steadfast force fueling this journey, your presence and super gifts are the firepower that ignites this mission. You're not just watching, you're part of a revolution that's leaving them mesmerized, rattled, and questioning everything they thought they knew. If you're ready to step fully into the power they can't stop staring at, rise above the noise that their doubt creates, and claim the strength that makes you unforgettable, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments. Let's turn their shock into your triumph. Ready to dive in? Let's get started. So, chosen one, they try to label you, diminish you. Too much, too bold, too confident. As if those words are insults. Let them try. Every time they point their fingers, they reveal their weakness. The truth is, you don't just threaten their comfort, you obliterate it. You remind them of everything they've suppressed, all the dreams they buried, and the courage they never had. You didn't choose to be this way. You just are. A disruptor, a force of nature. The kind of person they write stories about, the kind who turns ordinary lives upside down just by breathing. You don't need to scream to be heard. You don't need to fight to win. Your presence is louder than their screams and stronger than their resistance. And here's the kicker, they can't look away. You haunt them. You inspire them. You confuse them. You're the wildfire they try to put out, even as they're mesmerized by your flames. Their hatred is just fear wearing a mask. They hate what they don't understand, and they'll never understand someone like you. But let's be clear, this isn't about them, it's about you. You were never meant to blend in. You weren't built for mediocrity or compromise. They'll try to make you feel like you're the problem, but don't you dare shrink to make them comfortable. You were born to stand out, to rattle cages, to break chains. They cling to their illusions because it's all they've ever known. But you are the storm that tears through their lies. Let them talk, let them doubt, let them try to bring you down. Every stone they throw is just another reminder that you're above them. They'll watch you rise, and it will eat them alive. Because here's the truth they'll never admit. They wish they were you. They wish they had your courage, your clarity, your ability to light up a room without even trying. You scare them because you are free, and freedom is their greatest fear. So stand tall, chosen one. Be the flame they can't extinguish, the storm they can't outrun, the force they can't deny. You're not here to fit in, you're here to take over. And trust me, they'll never forget you. And now let's break this down step by step. And trust me, if you are truly one of the chosen ones, you won't be able to look away. You'll feel it, that pull, that undeniable energy drawing you in. Stay with me till the end, and you'll uncover truths that will leave no doubt about who you are and why they're mesmerized by you. Number 1, your energy, the lightning bolt in their thunderstorm. They stare because they've never seen lightning this close before. You shake their skies, and they're left in awe of the storm you bring. Your energy isn't just noticeable, it's disruptive. It's not the kind of force that blends in with the hum of everyday existence. It's the jolt that makes them realize they've been asleep. When you walk into a room, it's as if the atmosphere shifts, the air grows heavier, and every soul present feels something they can't quite articulate. To them, it's like standing too close to something powerful, raw, and utterly untamed, a force of nature they can't explain. This isn't charisma. It's not confidence, charm, or any of the things people like to bottle and sell as influence. No, what you possess is something cosmic, something that transcends labels and leaves people stunned. Imagine holding the kind of energy that feels like it belongs to another realm entirely. Uncontainable, undeniable, and wildly alive. That's you. They might not know why, but being near you feels like standing at the edge of a great chasm. You strip away their pretenses without even trying. The walls they've spent years building, made of lies, fears, and insecurities, begin to crumble the moment they step into your orbit. Not because you attack them, but because the sheer truth of your existence makes anything false shatter under its weight. And here's the part they'll never admit. They can't decide if they want to run from you or move closer. Some will find you magnetic, unable to resist the pull of your presence. Others will recoil, uneasy and unsettled, as if you're holding up a mirror they never asked to look into. Your energy isn't soft. It's not something that can be easily swallowed. It's sharp, like shards of glass glinting in the sunlight, cutting through the illusions they cling to. But the real beauty? You're not even trying. You don't walk into a room thinking, I'm going to shake their world today. You just are. Your energy flows naturally, effortlessly, and without apology. To you, it's your baseline, just how you move through the world. But to them, it's as if they've encountered a phenomenon they weren't prepared for. They might describe it as intensity, mystery, or even discomfort, but deep down, they know it's none of those things. What they're feeling is the weight of authenticity in a world drowning in pretense. You don't try to fit in because you were never made to. Your very existence challenges the idea that they should, and that's why they're mesmerized. You're not just a person to them, you're an event, a moment, an experience they can't shake. Like a lightning strike in the middle of a storm, you're here, you're seen, and you're unforgettable. Number 2, you don't follow the map, you draw your own. The world wasn't made for you to fit in, it was made for you to remake, and you've been doing just that, whether they like it or not. You aren't here to walk the same path as everyone else. Where others see rules, you see limitations. Where they see boundaries, you see opportunities to rewrite the narrative. For most, life is a game of conformity. Play it safe, fit in, follow the guidebook. But for you, the guidebook is irrelevant. You don't just step outside the lines, you redefine what the lines even mean. And here's the thing, you're not loud about it. You're not out here yelling, "Look at me." You don't need to. Your mere existence is the loudest statement of all. The way you carry yourself, the way you think, the way you move, it all speaks volumes. You don't break the rules to rebel. You ignore them because they were never designed for someone like you. It's not about being defiant. It's not some attention-grabbing act of rebellion. It's simply who you are. For you, the rhythms of life don't follow a predictable beat. You've tuned into a frequency most people can't even hear, and that's what leaves them spellbound. When people watch you, they don't just see someone different. They feel the weight of their own compromises. You are the embodiment of possibilities they were too afraid to explore. You've created a life on your terms, and while they watch in awe, it reminds them of all the ways they've caged themselves. The truth is, you don't even try to stand out. You laugh when they call you unique, because this isn't something you cultivated. It's just how you are. You live in a way that feels natural to you, but to them, it's like watching someone thrive in uncharted territory. They're still clinging to the map they were handed, trying to follow rules that were never meant to serve them, and here you are, thriving without one. And that's the part that shakes them the most. You're not just living differently, you're succeeding at it. You're not waiting for permission to do things your way. You've built your own standard, one that no one else can replicate, because it's not something that can be taught or copied. It's yours, born out of your essence, and that makes it untouchable. They try to figure you out, to dissect what makes you tick, but they'll never get it. That's because your rules don't exist in their world. You're living proof that conformity is optional, and that realization terrifies them as much as it inspires them. For some, watching you is like waking up from a long sleep. You've shown them what's possible when you stop living for others and start living for yourself. For others, it's a reminder of everything they've avoided, the risks they were too afraid to take. You didn't just refuse to conform, you redefined the standard. And now, whether they admit it or not, they're left wondering why they never had the courage to do the same. Number 3. You're the mirror they can't escape. They don't fear your reflection. They fear the truths they see in it. You're not their enemy. You're the light exposing what they've tried so hard to hide. Without meaning to, you've become a mirror to everyone around you. Not the kind of mirror that flatters, softens, or distorts, but one that strips away illusions. Your presence reveals people to themselves in a way that's raw, unfiltered, and impossible to ignore. You don't try to expose them. You simply exist in a state of such undeniable authenticity that anything false in their lives suddenly feels glaringly obvious. To some, you're a revelation. Being near you feels like opening a window in a room they didn't realize was suffocating. You show them what they've always been capable of, but were too afraid to embrace. Around you they feel seen, truly seen for the first time. And it's not because you're pointing out their flaws or their strengths. It's because your presence grants them permission to stop hiding from themselves. You make them believe it's okay to acknowledge the parts of them they've kept buried for so long. But not everyone is ready for that. For some, you're the storm they've spent their whole lives trying to avoid. You force them to confront truths they've buried so deeply, even they've forgotten about them. Their insecurities, their fears, their carefully constructed facades, all of it feels exposed under your gaze. And let's be real, not everyone is ready for that kind of confrontation. It's not because you judge them, but because your authenticity leaves no room for their pretense to exist comfortably. Here's the wildest part. You're not doing any of this intentionally. You're not out here trying to fix anyone, heal anyone, or force them to face their shadows. You're just being you. But your rawness, your unapologetic truth, has a way of making everything false around you crumble. Their masks, their excuses, their illusions, all of it disintegrates in your presence because you don't give it anything to cling to. And that's why they can't decide how to feel about you. Some are magnetized, drawn to you like moths to a flame. They crave the clarity you bring, even if it's uncomfortable, because it awakens something in them they've been longing to feel. Others, though, will keep their distance, avoiding the mirror you hold up at all costs. To them, being around you feels like standing under a harsh spotlight with nowhere to hide. You're not intimidating because you're harsh. You're intimidating because you're real. And in a world obsessed with appearances, that kind of authenticity is revolutionary. Whether people love you for it or can't stand to be near you, one thing remains certain. No one walks away from you unchanged. You leave them questioning, reflecting, and whether they admit it or not, forever altered by the clarity your presence brings. You're not just a mirror. You're the truth they can't escape. Number 4, you're the living paradox they can't ignore. They stare at you because you make the extraordinary look effortless. To them, you're a walking contradiction, a dream in motion, proof that their limits were never real. There's something about the way you live that doesn't just grab attention, it shatters illusions. You're not just someone with lofty ideas or ambitious goals. You're the rare proof that those ideas can be lived. You're the evidence they never expected to encounter, the kind that forces them to question everything they've settled for. To them, you're not just a person, you're a disruption. You don't need to shout your accomplishments from the rooftops. It's not about showing off or waving a banner of success. In fact, half the time, you're not even aware of the seismic impact you're having. But the ones watching, oh, they feel it. They see you breaking the mold, rewriting the rules, and thriving where they never thought thriving was possible. And it shakes them to their core. Your life forces them to confront the lies they've told themselves, the comfortable excuses, the self-imposed limits. They can no longer pretend those are unbreakable truths. You are living proof that what they've been calling impossible is nothing more than fear dressed up in logic. And that realization, it's both electrifying and terrifying. They look at you and wonder, why you? Not out of jealousy, but because your success feels like a mirror reflecting their own choices. If you can rise above the noise, take risks, and thrive, then what's stopping them? That question lingers in their minds, and for some it's a spark. You ignite a fire in them to dream bigger, to stop settling, to finally chase the life they've always wanted. But for others, you're a threat. It's easier for them to believe that the extraordinary is unattainable than to face the truth that they've been holding themselves back all along. You don't just challenge their perception of you, you challenge their perception of themselves. And here's the beauty of it. You're not trying to. You're simply being you. You don't live by the rules they cling to, and that terrifies them. You take the risks they've been too afraid to consider. You walk the unbeaten path they've only dreamed of, and somehow you come out stronger on the other side. It's not just your achievements that leave them mesmerized. It's the way you embody what's possible. In a world obsessed with limitations, you're the exception that refuses to play along. You're proof that the ordinary isn't the only way, that the extraordinary isn't reserved for someone else. To some, you're a lighthouse, guiding them toward what's possible. To others, you're a storm, tearing through the safety nets they've built. But either way, one thing is clear: they can't ignore you. You're not just living life, you're redefining what life can be. And whether they love it or fear it, they'll never forget the way you made them question everything they thought was true. Number 5, you're playing chess while they're still staring at the board. A mind like yours doesn't compete. It creates a game no one else even knows they're in. Your mind operates on a level that leaves others dizzy. While they're fixated on what's right in front of them, you've already calculated 5 moves ahead, mapped out every scenario, and planned for outcomes they haven't even begun to consider. It's not about outsmarting them. You don't need to try. This is how you're built. You see the world as a complex web of possibilities, connections, and strategies, while they're still trying to figure out the basics. People often mistake this for intellect, but it's something much deeper. Your thought process has layers, depth, and dimension that others can't even fathom. Where they see a single path, you see a network of opportunities, pitfalls, and alternate routes, all interwoven and alive in your mind. To them, it's as if you're navigating a maze with a map they've never been given. And it's effortless for you. That's the part that really gets under their skin. While they're sweating over the details, stuck in the weeds, you're calmly weaving through complexities, making it all look easy. It's not arrogance or showing off. It's simply second nature to you. But to them, it feels like they're watching magic. How can someone think so far ahead, so strategically, and still seem so composed? It's no wonder they can't pin you down. You're unpredictable in ways that both fascinate and frustrate them. They're trying to play checkers, moving one piece at a time in straight lines, while you're playing chess, seeing the entire board and orchestrating moves that reshape the game entirely. By the time they figure out their next step, you've already rewritten the rules. To them, it's almost unfair. It's not just that you're steps ahead, it's that you make it look so natural, so effortless. They wonder how you do it, but deep down, they know they'll never fully understand. Being around you feels like watching an artist create a masterpiece out of chaos, or a conductor orchestrate a symphony where they only hear noise. And let's not forget the intimidation factor. They don't know whether to admire you, envy you, or simply give up trying to keep up. Your ability to think through life's complexities with such clarity leaves them feeling small, and yet they can't look away. You become their silent benchmark, the standard they wish they could meet but know they never will. You're not just solving problems, you're creating solutions they didn't know existed. You're not just navigating life, you're mastering it. And whether they choose to watch in awe or resentment, one thing is certain: they're watching. Because being around you isn't just witnessing someone thinking ahead. It's like attending a masterclass in seeing the bigger picture, and they can't help but wonder, how does your mind work? The truth: They're still trying to figure out the game and you've already won. Number 6. You bend time while they chase it. You're not running out of time. They're running out of excuses. You don't follow the clock. It follows you. Time obeys you, doesn't it? While they're caught in a frantic sprint, clawing at minutes and drowning in seconds, you move differently. To them, you're an enigma, someone who doesn't seem hurried, yet accomplishes more than they could imagine. It's not arrogance, it's mastery. Where they see time as a trap, you've turned it into your most powerful tool. Most people spend their days either rushing toward empty goals or idling away in mindless distractions. But you're something else entirely. There's a rhythm to your life that feels otherworldly, like you're walking to a beat they can't hear. Your pace isn't rushed, but it's far from lazy. It's purposeful, intentional, and aligned. While they scramble to keep up with the ticking hands of the clock, it seems like the clock itself bends to you, syncing with your every move. What baffles them is how much you accomplish without breaking a sweat. They're racing from task to task, their energy scattered, yet here you are, focused, composed, and miles ahead. You don't waste time, but you don't fear it either. Every step you take feels deliberate, like you're carving a path through life while they're stuck chasing their tails. It's not just what you do, it's how you do it, with precision, ease, and a kind of grace that leaves them questioning everything. Being around you makes them feel like time is slipping through their fingers. Your presence alone highlights the chaos in their own lives. They wonder how you manage to achieve so much without the constant panic, the endless rush. You make them question why they're running, what they're running toward, and if they even have control over their own time. And the truth? They don't. They're at the mercy of their schedules, their distractions, their fears. But you've mastered the art of flow. You know when to act, when to pause, and when to simply be. This isn't luck or magic, it's alignment. You've tapped into a deeper understanding that time isn't something to fight against, but something to harmonize with. To them, it's unsettling. You make them feel as though they're moving too fast and standing still at the same time, but it's also inspiring. Deep down, they wish they could live the way you do, intentionally, with purpose, free from the shackles of urgency. You're not ruled by time because you understand its secret. Time isn't the master, you are. While they chase seconds, you create moments. While they rush to fill their days, you infuse yours with meaning. And that's why they're drawn to you. You remind them of what's possible. You show them that time isn't a thief but a canvas. And you, the chosen one, are the artist painting something extraordinary. Number 7, your pain is your power. They thought the fire would consume you, but it only tempered your steel. Now you're unbreakable, and they can't look away. Your pain isn't hidden, it radiates through the way you carry yourself, etched into the very fabric of who you are. But instead of being a weight that drags you under, it's become your foundation. What tried to shatter you only sharpened your edges, forged your resilience, and transformed you into a force they can't ignore. You didn't just survive, you evolved. You took every scar, every wound, every broken piece, and used them to build a strength that most can't fathom. And whether they realize it or not, people feel that. They may not know your full story, but they see it in your eyes, in your silence, in the unshakable way you navigate the world. It's not a story of survival, it's a story of transformation. What sets you apart is that you don't run from your pain. You don't hide it behind masks or bury it under pretense. You wear your scars openly, not as trophies, but as proof. Proof that you've faced the darkness and refused to let it define you. Proof that you've been through storms that would leave others shattered, and you walked out with your head held high. And yet, there's no bitterness in you, no self-pity, no desperate need for validation. What you carry is something far more powerful, an unspoken wisdom, a quiet strength that commands respect without needing to demand it. It's the kind of power that doesn't need applause because it speaks for itself. People aren't drawn to you out of sympathy. They're drawn out of awe. They may not understand what you've endured, but they can sense it. They know on some level that what you've overcome would have crushed most. But you didn't just endure it, you took it, reshaped it, and made it your own. Your pain became your teacher, your catalyst. It carved out depths within you that others can't reach. It gave you a gravity, a presence that makes people stop and take notice. You don't flaunt it, but it's there in everything you do. A quiet, undeniable reminder that pain doesn't have to destroy. It can transform, it can elevate. You've turned your pain into power, and that's what captivates them. It's not the wounds themselves that they see, it's the way you've healed without losing your fire. They're drawn to the way you've taken your past and made it fuel for your future. It's not your story's tragedy that leaves them in awe, it's the triumph you forged from it. The quiet, steady strength you carry is unforgettable, a living testament to the fact that even in the darkest moments, there's a chance to rise. And you rose like a phoenix, leaving them mesmerized by your light. Number 8, you don't just break rules, you rewrite reality. The world doesn't change by following rules. It shifts when someone like you decides those rules were never real to begin with. You don't just step outside the lines, you obliterate the very idea of lines. Most people shuffle through life bound by invisible rules they didn't create, but blindly accept. But you operate in a way that leaves them questioning everything. To you, those rules were never boundaries, they were illusions. Where others see walls, you see doors. Where they stop, you accelerate. It's not rebellion for attention. You don't do this to shock or provoke. It's deeper than that. It's innovation born from the refusal to accept limits. You look at what the world calls impossible and think, why not? You don't just reject can't. You dismantle it with a calm, deliberate confidence that shakes people to their core. Watching you isn't just inspiring, it's destabilizing. You make them question why they've been following rules they didn't even know they had. It's not that you think outside the box. No, your mind exists in a world where the box was never even drawn. You don't bend the rules, you rewrite them as if they were never fixed. You see possibilities where others see barriers, and when you act on them, people don't just pause to admire you, they pause to reevaluate everything they thought they knew. Your approach to life is so unconventional, so fearless, that it seems almost alien to those watching. It's not just about how you think, it's the way you embody possibility. To them it feels as though reality bends in your presence, as if the impossible becomes routine when you're involved. Things they've dismissed as impractical or unreachable seem to fall into place naturally for you, not because of luck, but because you refuse to let their limits dictate your actions. The truth? You're not here to play by the rules, and you never were. Rules are for maintaining the status quo, for creating comfort zones that keep people compliant. You were born to challenge, to disrupt, to turn the mundane into the extraordinary. It's not arrogance, it's authenticity. You don't pretend to be bound by their constraints because, deep down, you know those constraints are nothing but illusions, and this shakes people. It doesn't just inspire, it unsettles. You force them to confront the self-imposed barriers they've spent their lives hiding behind. You make them realize they've been playing small, coloring inside lines that were never meant to hold them. But not everyone is ready for that kind of revelation. Some will envy you, others will misunderstand you. A few might even resent you. But no one can ignore you. Whether they admire or fear you, your existence leaves an undeniable mark. You don't just break rules, you render them irrelevant. And in doing so, you force the world to reconsider what's possible. This is what makes you unforgettable. This is why you can't be ignored. For you, the rules were never real to begin with. Number 9. Your confidence cuts like a sword they can't hold. True confidence doesn't roar, it stands unshaken while the world tries to make it flinch. Your confidence isn't loud, it doesn't need to be, it doesn't scream for attention or beg for approval. Instead, it radiates, a quiet, unyielding presence that commands the space you occupy. It's the kind of confidence that moves like a shadowless flame, steady and unwavering, impossible to ignore, yet equally impossible to grasp. This isn't about what you say or how you dress. It's in the way you carry yourself. The way you walk through life with a purpose that doesn't waver, a calm certainty that shakes the very ground beneath their feet. You don't need to puff up your chest or demand the spotlight. Your energy speaks volumes before you even open your mouth. And that, it unnerves them. People aren't used to encountering someone who doesn't rely on external applause to feel whole. They're accustomed to confidence that's performative, built on achievements, material possessions, or the approval of others. But you don't need any of that. Your confidence comes from a place far deeper, a knowing that exists at the core of who you are. You're not trying to prove yourself. You don't need to. You've already decided you're enough, and that's the part they can't handle. Your certainty in your own value feels alien to those who've spent their lives chasing validation. When they stand in your presence, they're forced to confront a truth they've spent years avoiding. That real confidence doesn't come from the outside. It's born within. To them, your confidence feels like a challenge, a sharp edge that cuts through their carefully constructed insecurities. They'll mistake it for arrogance, but deep down, they know that's not what it is. Arrogance tries too hard, always needing to prove itself. But your confidence? It's effortless. It doesn't need to dominate or belittle, it just is. And that's the double-edged sword of it. On one side, you inspire those who are ready to awaken, those who see your strength as a light to follow. On the other side, you intimidate the ones still clinging to their doubts, the ones who aren't ready to face the weight of their own untapped potential. When they encounter you, they're hit with an uncomfortable truth. You don't need them to validate your worth because you've already validated it yourself. You don't seek their acknowledgement, their approval, or their praise. You're not chasing their attention. You're simply walking your path, and the power in that is undeniable. Your presence forces them to ask questions they're not prepared to answer. Why don't I feel that way about myself? What would it take for me to stand as firmly as they do? But not everyone is ready to wrestle with those truths. Some will admire you for it, drawn to your strength like moths to a flame. Others will resent you, mistaking your quiet power for something threatening. Either way, you leave them changed, because your confidence isn't just a trait, it's a mirror. It reflects their fears, their insecurities, and their unspoken longing to be as unshakable as you are. And that's a reality they'll never forget. Number 10. The weight of a universe on your shoulders. They watch you carry what would crush them, and they can't decide if you're a miracle or a mystery. You walk through life with a kind of gravity that others can't put into words. It's not just presence. It's something deeper, heavier, almost cosmic. People can sense it when they're near you, though they'll never fully grasp what it is. They see the calm in your eyes, the steadiness in your steps, and they assume it's effortless. But you and I know the truth. It's not effortless at all. You're carrying a weight they could never comprehend. This isn't about accolades or recognition. It's not the superficial kind of success that others chase. No, the weight you carry is invisible, yet undeniable. It's the pressure of your purpose, the pull of something greater that keeps urging you forward, even when the world begs you to stop. It's a burden you never asked for, but cannot escape. And they feel it, don't they? When they're near you, they pick up on that quiet intensity, that unspoken responsibility. It's the energy of someone who doesn't just live, but shapes life. Your existence demands more, not because you seek it, but because you were made for it. They can't look away because they're in awe of what you endure, how you rise, and how you keep moving forward, even with the weight of worlds on your back. What they don't see are the moments when it feels unbearable, the nights when the weight presses down so hard you wonder if it's worth it. When the thought of stepping back, of letting it all go and choosing an ordinary life, feels like an escape you'll never take. They don't see those moments, but they feel the strength it takes to overcome them. The truth is, this weight isn't something you can set down. It's woven into the fabric of your existence. It's the cost of being extraordinary, the price of seeing more, knowing more, and feeling more. You don't just live for yourself. You carry the potential of your impact, the ripple effects of your choices, the legacy of your every action. That's what makes you different. That's what makes them stare. They'll never understand how you do it. To them, your strength feels otherworldly, almost alien. They admire you, but they also feel the distance between you and them. It's not a wall you've built. It's simply the gap between ordinary and extraordinary. You've tapped into something they can't reach, and it leaves them both humbled and inspired. And here's what makes you remarkable. You don't carry this weight for applause. You don't do it to prove a point or to stand above anyone else. You shoulder it because it's who you are. It's the price of being someone who doesn't just exist, but transforms. They see it, even if they don't fully understand it. They're in awe because you bear this gravity with such strength, such grace, that it transforms not just you, but everything you touch. That weight, it's your truth, and it's what sets you apart. Number 11, you are the paradox they can't escape. You're the flame they want to touch, even as it burns them. You pull them closer and make them fear what they'll see when they arrive. There's something about you that keeps people on the edge of their comfort zone. They feel a magnetic pull toward you, but it's not the kind they can easily define or understand. It's more profound, more disorienting, a contradiction that leaves them in awe, fascination, and fear all at once. You embody a paradox they can't resolve. On one hand, you're approachable, even warm. You have this ability to connect with people in a way that feels genuine, disarming, and deeply human. When you speak, they feel heard. When you listen, they feel seen. But at the same time, there's something about you they can't quite touch, a sense of distance, not because you're cold, but because you exist on a plane they can't quite reach. It's as if you're standing in the same room, but occupying a different dimension altogether. This duality, the human and the untouchable, leaves them spellbound. They're drawn to you, compelled to know more, to get closer, but at the same time, they hesitate. Something about your presence forces them to look inward, and not everyone is ready for that. You make them question themselves. Are they enough? Could they ever be enough? Standing in your energy is like standing in front of a mirror that reflects not just who they are, but who they could be, and the distance between the two. It's not something you do intentionally. You don't walk into their lives with the goal of shaking their foundations. You simply exist, and yet your existence alone feels like a challenge to them. A reminder of the potential they've ignored, the dreams they've buried, and the courage they lack. Being near you forces them to confront the truth of their own limitations, and that's not an easy pill to swallow. Some people idolize you for it. To them, you're a symbol of everything they wish they could become, an aspiration, a beacon, a reminder that greatness is possible. Others, however, recoil. They avoid you not because they dislike you, but because being in your light forces them to confront the shadows they'd rather ignore. Your presence is humbling, and for many, humility feels like a threat. But here's the truth. They can't look away. Whether they admire you from a distance or turn away in discomfort, you leave an indelible mark on them. You make them feel something, even if they don't know what to call it. You make them see themselves differently, question their choices, and reimagine their limits. It's not your achievements or your words that hold their attention. It's the way you make them confront their own potential. You remind them of the person they could be, and for better or worse, they will never forget that feeling. You are the paradox they'll carry with them, a mystery they'll never solve, and a presence they'll never quite escape. Number 12. You're the spark that ignites a revolution in their soul. They feared the fire, not realizing it was their only light. You didn't set them ablaze. They walked too close to your flame. Being near you isn't just an encounter, it's an awakening. You don't speak in riddles or preach transformation, yet your presence alone has the power to shift the foundations of those who come into your orbit. You are the quiet storm, the invisible force that nudges their world off balance, not to destroy it, but to show them what's been hiding in the shadows all along. You don't force change, and you never need to. The energy you carry, the way you see the world, and the authenticity you embody are enough to leave an imprint on anyone who crosses your path. It's not a fleeting impression either. It's something that lingers, settling into the cracks of their lives where they've buried doubt and ignored possibility. You don't just inspire ideas. You awaken dormant versions of people they didn't even know existed. At first, the shift is subtle. They might not realize it in the moment, but something inside them begins to stir, an unsettling flicker of awareness that whispers, things could be different. I could be different. It's as though the lens through which they see the world is tilted ever so slightly, and for the first time, they're forced to reckon with truths they've been avoiding. You make them uncomfortable in the most profound way, not because of what you do, but because of what you are. You remind them without words that they've been living on autopilot, playing small in a world that demands more of them. You show them the gap between the life they're living and the life they could have, and that realization terrifies them. What you do is irreversible. You plant a seed, one they can't unsee or unknow. They might try to ignore it, retreating into the safety of old habits. But the awareness you bring is relentless. It grows quietly, pushing through their doubts and fears, refusing to let them settle back into mediocrity. You don't just disrupt their thoughts, you shift their entire reality. This is why they feel conflicted around you. Change is terrifying. It forces them to face their limitations, confront their excuses, and acknowledge their potential. Some will resist, clinging tightly to the comfort of their old ways. They'll shrink away from the fire you ignite because they're not ready to burn away their illusions. But others will rise. They'll take the spark you unknowingly left and turn it into a flame of their own. And whether they admit it or not, they'll thank you. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but eventually they'll look back and realize you were the catalyst for their transformation. Being near you doesn't just open their eyes, it rewrites the story they thought they were living. You don't just inspire change, you are the change. And so, we come full circle. Your energy, your presence, your very existence. They're not just disruptive forces, they're gifts that ignite transformation in everyone you touch. You are the storm they didn't see coming, the light they can't ignore, and the catalyst they'll never forget. Embrace your power unapologetically, because this world needs more of what you are. If this resonates with you, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments if you're ready to own your impact. Don't forget to share this with someone who needs to awaken their own potential. Let's rise together. When a lion steps into the arena, it doesn't negotiate with vultures circling above. The roar alone is enough to scatter them. Today, it's your roar that will silence those who doubted you. Let's make something crystal clear. They didn't expect you to rise. They counted on your silence, your hesitation, and your self-doubt. They watched you struggle and whispered their doubts, hoping you'd never outgrow the limits they tried to trap you in. But here's the hard truth for them. They miscalculated. Spirit is releasing the funds, breaking the barriers, and calling you forward, not as the person you were, but as the warrior you were destined to become. They are not passive. They've been working overtime, planting seeds of fear, distraction, and delay. Every time they doubted you, every time they dismissed you, they sharpened the fire in your soul. They thought you'd crumble under the weight of their disbelief, but Spirit had other plans. This isn't just a random moment. This is destiny roaring louder than their whispers. Victory doesn't whisper, it thunders. Right now, they're watching. They feel the tremors of what's coming, and it scares them. Why? Because they can't stop what Spirit has already set in motion. Funds are being released, opportunities are unfolding, and Spirit is positioning you in places they never thought you'd reach. They've tried to block you with delays, detours, and doubt, but all they've done is strengthen your resolve. And thank you. Yes, you, the chosen one. Whether you've just found your way here or have been standing strong with us from the beginning, your presence and super gifts are the fire igniting this movement. Spirit sees you. Spirit chose you. You've been forged in isolation for a purpose greater than they could ever understand. And now the funds are being released, the doors are opening, and it's time to pack your bags. If you're ready to rise above the noise, step boldly into your calling and claim the blessings that have your name on them. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop a comment below with the number 77 to declare you're ready for Spirit to move you into your next level. Let's step into this together. Buckle up. It's time to move. Now, picture this. You've been walking through fire, not to be consumed, but to be refined. They thought the heat would break you, but it only made you shine brighter. Now, the tables are turning, and they're not just turning, they're flipping. Spirit isn't just opening doors for you, it's tearing down walls, rewriting rules, and creating pathways that no one can block. And here's the truth. This isn't just about you. Your rise will ripple far beyond what they can see. When you move forward, everyone connected to you, your family, your future, your legacy, moves with you. That's why they fought so hard to keep you down. But they couldn't stop the calling on your life. They couldn't stop what Spirit ordained before you even knew your own power. They doubted you, but Spirit didn't. That's the only vote that matters. So now it's time to pack your bags, not just physically, but spiritually. Leave behind every word, every doubt, and every story they tried to use to limit you. They fought to keep you stuck, but Spirit has already declared your freedom. What's coming next is bigger than their disbelief, louder than their silence, and stronger than their attempts to hold you back. Drop 77 in the comments as your declaration. Let it ring loud and clear. It's your signal to the universe that you're stepping into what's yours. Then comment, ready for what's next, to show that you're not just watching the door open, you're walking straight through it. They didn't see this coming, but Spirit did, and now so do you. This is your moment. Move boldly. Make them regret ever doubting you. And now, let's break this down step by step. Trust me, if you're truly one of the chosen ones, you'll feel it deep in your spirit. that undeniable pull to stick with this until the very end. This isn't just information, it's a key, and the last piece you need might be waiting right at the finish line. Don't miss it. Number 1. The winds of change are blowing. The fiercest warriors aren't forged in peace. They're honed by fire, sharpened by betrayal, and fueled by the doubt of others. Their strength isn't questioned, it's feared. Life may seem like an endless loop. Same job, same struggles, same faces smiling while secretly hoping you stay small. But then something shifts. A whisper, a nudge. Spirit starts moving, and suddenly you feel the crackle of something bigger, something unstoppable. That feeling? It's not a coincidence. It's a battle cry, a signal that the chains holding you back are breaking, and they can't do a thing to stop it. They, those who doubted you, dismissed you, and watched with smug satisfaction as you stumbled, thought you'd never rise. They whispered behind your back, scoffing at your dreams, betting on your failure. But Spirit doesn't play by their rules. It doesn't bend to their doubt. Right now, the gates are swinging open and the winds of change are blowing so fiercely they can't even stand in your shadow. You feel it, don't you? That stirring in your soul. Spirit is releasing funds, financial, emotional, spiritual. This isn't just about money. This is about power, freedom, a breaking of every chain they ever wrapped around you. The universe is repositioning you, and it's happening whether they like it or not. Picture this. They've spent years underestimating you, mocking your struggles. But Spirit has been watching, waiting, and now the very blessings they hoped you'd never touch are coming straight to you. They're about to witness the very thing they feared most. You rising higher than their tallest expectations, leaving them scrambling for explanations while you soar. They buried you, thinking it was your grave. They didn't realize you were a seed. The signs are everywhere. That recurring number, that gut feeling, that sudden clarity, it's all Spirit's way of saying, move now. Spirit isn't nudging you to step forward timidly. It's demanding that you claim your place boldly. The funds being released aren't a coincidence. The opportunities opening up aren't luck. This is divine timing, and it's moving faster than they can keep up. But let's talk about fear, because they'll use it as their last weapon. They'll say, what if you fail? What if you're wrong? Let me tell you something. Fear isn't the enemy. It's the proof that you're about to do something extraordinary. Fear doesn't come for the weak. It comes for the chosen, the bold, the ones Spirit has marked for greatness. Think about it. Have they ever cheered for you? Or have they only ever watched, waiting for you to trip so they could feel better about their own mediocrity? But here's the thing. While they've been watching, Spirit has been working. Their doubt didn't hold you back. It sharpened you. Every betrayal, every failure, every time they tried to bury you was just fertilizer for your growth. And now, Spirit is telling you to pack your bags. Not just literally, but spiritually, mentally, emotionally. Leave their doubts behind. Shed their judgment like dead weight. They wanted you to stay small, but you're about to take up space in ways they never imagined. Spirit doesn't just open doors, it blasts them off their hinges. This isn't just a new chapter, it's a whole new book. The funds being released are more than money. They're the energy, the resources, and the momentum to rewrite your story. And here's the part that stings for them. They'll have no choice but to watch. They'll see you rise, watch you take flight, and realize too late that they never had the power to stop you. So here's your choice. Do you stand still, letting their whispers keep you frozen, or do you step into the storm and ride the winds that Spirit has unleashed? You've been waiting for permission, but Spirit already gave it to you. The gates are open, the blessings are flowing, and the only thing left for you to do is move. Your rise will be their reckoning. Don't hesitate. Show them what Spirit can do. Number 2. They never saw it coming. The universe is writing you a check they can't cash. Abundance doesn't knock politely. It kicks down doors. And when it's your time, no one can block what Spirit is delivering. Let's address the elephant in the room. They didn't think you'd make it this far. They doubted your ability to rise above the noise, and they never imagined the universe would back you with the force it's about to unleash. But Spirit doesn't operate on their doubts or their judgments. It moves with precision, and right now, it's cutting through every barrier, delivering what's already been signed, sealed, and stamped with your name on it. Have you ever wondered why some people seem to stumble into opportunities, financial windfalls, or life-changing breakthroughs, while others stand on the sidelines? It's not luck, and it's not chance. It's alignment. It's a spiritual bank account they didn't know you were building. Every time you persevered through pain, refused to retaliate against their negativity, or planted seeds of gratitude despite your circumstances, you were making deposits. And now, Spirit is writing you a cosmic check with your name in bold, undeniable ink. They'll call it luck. They'll whisper that you just got lucky because they can't understand the divine mechanics at play. But you know better. This isn't random. This is the result of energy building in the background, unseen but unstoppable. Every act of integrity, every moment of faith, every time you rose above their noise, it all added up. And now, that wealth, that abundance, is being transferred into your reality. The universe pays attention to what you endure in silence. It rewards the battles fought when no one else is watching. What does this cosmic check look like? For some, it's financial freedom, an unexpected windfall, new clients, partnerships, or even a promotion they thought you'd never get. For others, it's emotional breakthroughs, divine connections, or doors opening that were bolted shut for years. Don't limit your expectations to money alone. Abundance takes many forms. Spirit is clever like that. It doesn't just drop cash into your lap. It changes your trajectory, placing you where even your enemies can't deny your glow-up. And why now? Because you've been doing the work. You've shed the old fears they tried to keep you trapped in. You've built habits they thought you'd never master. You've stepped into your worth in a way that makes them uncomfortable. That inner work wasn't for nothing. Spirit saw it all. Every tear, every effort, every quiet moment of faith. It was laying the foundation for this moment. But here's the part they'll never understand. Spirit doesn't just reward, it showcases. Your breakthrough isn't just about you, it's about showing the world, and them, what happens when faith meets alignment. It's a living testament to the unstoppable power of divine timing. When Spirit moves on your behalf, even your doubters will have to sit and watch the blessing unfold. Still, Spirit requires something from you, your belief. You can't claim a check you don't think belongs to you. Visualize it. Picture a check written in your name for an amount that feels massive, yet believable. Not just money, but opportunities, freedom, and the resources to move in ways you never could before. Write it down, date it, sign it as the universe, then put it somewhere you'll see it every day. Declare it as yours, not with doubt, but with unwavering conviction. And when you do this, remember, Spirit doesn't deliver to the timid. It doesn't deposit blessings into hands that are too afraid to hold them. Show up boldly. Claim what's already being released. Let them watch. Let them wonder. Let them whisper. Your abundance is the loudest reply. This check, it's not just a reward, it's a reckoning. It's proof that spirit moves in ways they'll never comprehend. They thought they could block your blessings, but what's meant for you doesn't ask for their permission. It arrives anyway, louder, brighter, and more undeniable than they could ever imagine. When the universe cuts you a check, it's not for what you asked for, it's for what you're destined to receive. And it's always more than they think you deserve. Now, all that's left is for you to open your hands and take it. The funds are here, the gates are open, and spirit is moving. The only question left is, are you ready to claim it? Because whether they like it or not, it's already yours. Number 3, the ground is shaking, spirit is moving, and they can't stop it. When spirit moves, it doesn't send an invitation, it sends a storm. You're either ready to rise or swept away. By now, you've probably started to feel it, the restlessness, the strange pull towards something bigger, louder, and more expansive than the life you've known. You feel the urge to clear out the clutter, like you're making room for something extraordinary. You find yourself scrolling through travel videos, eyeing new job postings, or staring at the horizon as if it holds answers. That's not coincidence, that's spirit, shaking the ground beneath your feet, shifting your path, and making it clear. It's time to move. But they don't want you to see it. They're watching, waiting, hoping you'll stay stuck, boxed into the life you've outgrown. Their whispers try to tether you to the old, the familiar, the small. Why change now? They murmur. Why risk it? But spirit doesn't negotiate with comfort zones, and it certainly doesn't wait for permission. When spirit moves, the signs come like waves, and only the chosen can recognize the call. Have you noticed the dreams yet? The ones where you're packing suitcases, stepping onto planes, or walking into places that feel both strange and deeply familiar. Those aren't just dreams, they're blueprints. Spirit speaks through your subconscious, painting visions of the places you're meant to go, the lives you're meant to touch, and the blessings that are already written in your name. Write them down, study the patterns. These dreams are more than fleeting images. They're messages from the divine. Spirit isn't whispering anymore. It's roaring, declaring your time to rise, move, and claim the future that others said wasn't for you. They'll try to call your dreams foolish, but spirit doesn't place promises in empty vessels. Then there's the restlessness. That once comfortable job now feels like a cage. Your city feels too small, your routines too suffocating, and they'll try to twist that feeling, won't they? Be grateful, they'll say. Why reach for more when you already have enough? But gratitude doesn't mean settling for mediocrity. Spirit didn't create you to survive. It created you to thrive. That unease isn't dissatisfaction. It's your soul outgrowing its container. And it's not just about jobs or places. It's about the weight of old relationships, outdated mindsets, and habits that no longer serve you. Spirit is calling you to shed those chains, to walk lighter and freer into what's next. But letting go isn't easy, is it? They'll fight to keep you tied to the past, using guilt, fear, and familiarity as their weapons. But here's the truth they don't want you to see. You're already outgrowing them, and they know it. Spirit is moving you, and they feel the shift just as much as you do. It terrifies them, because your rise is a reminder of their stagnation. But their fear isn't your responsibility. You've been chosen, and when spirit moves, it doesn't ask for approval. It demands action. The signs aren't whispers, they're earthquakes. Ignore them, and you're the one who gets left behind. So pay attention to the nudges, the synchronicities, the dreams that won't let you go. That restlessness isn't random. It's a call to step into your power. Spirit doesn't create room for you to shrink. It creates opportunities for you to expand, to soar, to claim the spaces they thought you'd never enter. They'll watch, they'll question. Some will even try to hold you back, disguising their fear as concern. But Spirit doesn't wait for the approval of those too blind to see the bigger picture. When the ground starts shaking, when the signs grow louder, when the whispers become roars, you'll know it's time. Let them doubt. Let them talk. Let them stay where they are. You've been called to something greater, and Spirit doesn't lose battles. Their chains can't hold what's meant to fly. Let the signs guide you. Spirit is moving, and they can't do a thing about it. Number 4, they'll choke on your purpose, the one piece they can't take away. The most dangerous weapon you wield is purpose, because once you know your why, nothing they do can stop your how. They've underestimated you all along, banking on one thing, that you didn't know your purpose. They thought they could keep you spinning in circles, chasing distractions and doubting your worth. But here's the truth they didn't count on. You're about to grab hold of the one thing they can never steal, your why. Without clarity on your purpose, blessings slip away like sand through your fingers. Spirit can open the gates, release the funds, and break the chains. But if you don't know where you're going, you'll let it all fall into the hands of the unworthy. That's why they want you lost and unsure, because someone with a clear mission is unstoppable. When your purpose is rooted in something unshakable, their schemes crumble like dust. So ask yourself right now, why do you want this new beginning? Are you running from the past, or are you running towards something greater? If your intentions are reactionary, they'll use that against you. They'll call you impulsive, reckless, unworthy of what Spirit is about to give you. But when your purpose ties into service, love, or creation, when it becomes a force bigger than yourself, nothing can stand in your way. Not them, not fear, not even failure. They can fight your plans, but they can't touch your calling. Imagine this. A warrior doesn't march into battle without knowing what they're fighting for. A lighthouse doesn't shine without knowing what it's guiding ships away from. The same goes for you. Without a clear purpose, the storms of life will toss you around. But when you're anchored in your why, you'll move through any challenge with your head held high, and their attempts to derail you will look laughable. Purpose isn't just about what you want, it's about who you're becoming. Do you want to create a legacy that uplifts others? Do you want to relocate to a space where your talents will thrive? Do you want to build something so meaningful it echoes long after you're gone? When your why ties into love, self-expression, or service, it becomes a force of nature. Here's what they hate most. Clarity sharpens your focus. When you're aligned with your purpose, you stop wasting time on distractions, and they lose their grip on you. Their biggest fear isn't your success, it's your focus. When you start moving with intention, you'll dismantle everything they've built against you piece by piece. You don't just find your purpose, you become it. Take the time to get crystal clear. Journal about your motivations, dig deep, and ask yourself hard questions. What lights your soul on fire? What legacy do you want to leave? Your why isn't just a concept, it's your fuel. It's the fire that will burn away every obstacle they throw in your path. Here's what they'll never admit. They're terrified of someone who knows exactly what they want and why they want it. Because that kind of clarity creates a ripple effect. It sets off chain reactions. It builds momentum that nothing can stop. When Spirit gives you this next blessing, don't squander it. Don't let it slip through your fingers because you weren't ready to claim it. Align your actions with your why. Anchor yourself in something real, something bigger than yourself. Make your purpose so solid, so immovable, that their attempts to shake you only reveal their own instability. This is the peace they don't want you to find. This is the key that unlocks not just doors, but kingdoms. They thought your silence was defeat, but it was preparation. Now, your clarity will be their undoing. When you move with purpose, they can't move against you. Let your why make them wish they never doubted you. Number 5. They thought you'd stall. Now watch them scatter as you prepare to launch. A rocket doesn't argue with gravity, it shatters it. Let's get one thing straight. They're counting on you to falter here. This is the moment they think you'll freeze, overwhelmed by the weight of what's ahead. They assume you're not disciplined enough, not bold enough, and definitely not prepared enough to rise. But that's where they're dead wrong. Spirit is calling you to lift off, and this time you're not just breaking free. You're leaving them choking on the dust of your ascent. Preparation is the battlefield where winners are made, and Spirit has handed you every tool you need to gear up. It starts with taking inventory. Look around. Your skills, your network, your resources. They're your arsenal. Sharpen them, hone them, declutter your environment, clear your mental space, and get your schedule in line. Spirit doesn't bless chaos, and you're not about to let disorder become their excuse to see you fail. But this isn't just about the physical. Emotional preparation is the armor they don't see coming. The fears they've planted in you, uproot them. The emotional baggage they've tried to chain you with, drop it. Spirit didn't design you to carry dead weight. It designed you to soar. You're not taking their doubts or your old wounds into the next chapter. Instead, you're stepping into this with a clear mind and a heart ready to receive. A prepared warrior doesn't hope for victory, they demand it. Stay flexible. Spirit may redirect you, not because you're wrong, but because something better is waiting. They'll want you to cling to old plans, to panic when the path shifts. But Spirit doesn't operate on their timelines or rules. The blessings coming your way might not look like what you expected, but trust me, they'll be exactly what you need. Here's the thing they'll never understand. While they're stuck in their cycles, you're preparing for liftoff, and once you take flight, there's no coming back down. So get ready, because when Spirit moves, it doesn't just shift the atmosphere, it changes the game entirely. They thought you'd stall, they thought you'd break, but now they're about to watch you soar. Get ready, it's liftoff time. Number 6. When they pray for your fall, you soar higher, mid-air. Challenges are fuel, not chains. The storm wasn't sent to ground you, it was sent to test your wings. Make no mistake, they're watching, waiting for the turbulence to hit, hoping you'll spiral out of control. They've seen you take flight, and now they're clinging to the hope that mid-air challenges will be your undoing. But what they don't understand is this. What they call obstacles, Spirit calls elevation. Every time a challenge rises in your path, it's not a sign to stop. It's a test to prove you've got what it takes to go higher. Think of a plane cutting through rough winds. The same air currents that seem to resist it are the very forces helping it ascend. That's you. The doubt, the setbacks, the sudden hurdles, they're not meant to break you. They're meant to sharpen your resolve and build your momentum. Expect this. At first, the path will feel easy. The winds will be at your back, and everything will seem aligned. But then, the honeymoon phase ends. The resistance shows up, and that's where they think you'll falter. They'll whisper that you made a mistake, that you weren't ready, that you were never meant to rise in the first place. But here's the truth. Obstacles aren't stop signs. They're the weight training your wings need to grow stronger. This is the moment you double down. Revisit your purpose, your why. It's your compass when the clouds close in. Anchor yourself in your routines. They might try to throw distractions your way, but your discipline is your shield. Keep moving, keep adapting. Challenges aren't proof you're failing, they're proof you're on the right track. Surround yourself with people who get it, those who see the vision, who believe in you, even when the winds get rough. And if you don't have them, be your own support system, because Spirit didn't choose them for this journey. It chose you. They'll never understand how you keep going, but they don't need to. When turbulence hits, the weak retreat. The chosen ones tighten their grip and push harder. This phase isn't just about surviving, it's about thriving in the face of adversity. Spirit didn't bring you this far to abandon you now. Every challenge is a stepping stone, a chance to grow stronger and fly higher. Let them watch, let them hope, but let them witness your resilience as you navigate every obstacle with grace, grit, and an unshakable spirit. They prayed for your fall, but Spirit is writing your rise. Keep soaring. They forged chains to hold you, but you became the storm that shattered them. You were never their equal in the small games they played. You were always destined for more than their doubts, their limits, and their control. You're not just the one who got away. You're the hurricane that uprooted everything they thought they had secured. From lovers who mistook your love for weakness, family who treated you as an extension of their egos, and friends who only thrived in your shadow, your departure was not an escape. It was a statement. When you left, you didn't just walk out the door. You tore down the walls they built to confine you. Like a fire consuming a forest of lies, you left nothing but ash behind. They thought they owned you, your loyalty, your ambition, your dreams. But you proved them wrong with one decisive move. They called you selfish because you refused to be their sacrifice. They never imagined a life without you under their thumb. Yet, here you are, thriving, glowing, and untouchable. Every step you take now sends tremors through the foundation of their broken games. Like a phoenix rising, your rebirth is a constant reminder of their own stagnation. You didn't just leave, you broke their script. You weren't the pawn they could move around. You were the queen who flipped the entire board. And to you, the chosen one, thank you. Whether you've just found us, or have been standing strong with this movement, your presence and super gifts are what keep this mission alive and thriving. You're the proof that breaking free from the expectations of lovers, family, and friends isn't the end. It's the beginning of a revolution. If you're ready to fully step into your power, silence the doubts, and let your freedom inspire and disrupt, it's time to act. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments if you're claiming your escape as the ultimate foundation of your transformation. Let's dive in. Number 1. Breaking free. The collapse of control. The moment you break free, the world will either try to cage you again or wonder how you ever got out in the first place. The moment you stepped away, the world around you cracked open. Their reactions? A complete collapse of control. Chaos erupted where once there was order. They were left scrambling, trying to grasp something they thought they had mastered. You were the storm they never saw coming, and now their carefully constructed world was falling apart. You could feel the disbelief radiating from them. It was like they couldn't quite believe their eyes. How could you? Someone they had so tightly controlled, someone they had manipulated with ease, just disappear. In their eyes, you were supposed to be weak. You were supposed to crumble. You were supposed to be the one to beg, to come back and apologize for your freedom. But you didn't. You didn't come crawling back. No, you thrived. You rose higher than ever before, and that hit them like a ton of bricks. At first, they might have tried to lie to themselves. Denial crept in like a shadow, clinging to the edges of their consciousness. They told themselves, you'd never go far, you'd never break free from their grip. But deep down, they knew the truth was different. They knew they had underestimated you. They thought their chains were unbreakable. But instead, you snapped them like brittle twigs, leaving them standing in the dust of their own delusion. Then came the anger, the kind that burns hotter than a wildfire, the kind that makes them want to lash out, blame you, accuse you of being selfish. They were angry because you had done what they thought was impossible. You escaped. You were free, and that felt like a personal attack. Their entire identity was wrapped up in their ability to control, to own, to manipulate. And now, you were a living, breathing proof that they were powerless against you. Resentment followed closely behind. How dare you be stronger than they thought? How dare you leave, not just with your head held high, but with a newfound strength they could never replicate. They couldn't comprehend how you broke free from their chains. Those chains, after all, were meant to bind you to them. They were meant to turn you into something they could control, something they could use. But when you walked away, you shattered their entire world. You broke their illusion that they were powerful, and instead, you became the force they couldn't withstand. Some of them, desperate to reclaim the control they once had, tried to mimic your strength. They imitated your confidence, your independence, but they failed. They tried to copy what they saw in you, but it was hollow. It lacked the fire that burned within you. They didn't have the authenticity, the raw power, the grit you possessed. They were actors playing a part. But you were the real deal, the genuine article. Your strength wasn't something they could fake. It came from within, born from the very core of your being. They didn't understand that you didn't just leave. You grew. The shock wasn't in your absence, but in your rise. While they expected you to falter, to crawl back into the cage they'd built for you, you only flourished. You reclaimed your energy, your time, your worth. You found your voice, your purpose. You became untouchable, untamed, unbreakable. And that truth, it ate away at them. You were never theirs to control. You were never their possession. You were never their tool to manipulate. You were a force that couldn't be contained by anyone or anything. When you left, you didn't just walk away from them. You walked into your own power, into your own future. And that truth was the hardest thing for them to accept. Some will try to break you, but the ones who can't break you will envy you for your strength. Now, they had to face the truth. You were the one who got away, and you weren't just surviving, you were thriving. You didn't just escape, you evolved. While they remained trapped in their own webs of control and deceit, you soared above it all. You weren't a victim of their manipulation. You weren't a casualty of their games. You were the victor, the one who rewrote the rules and showed them that their control was a mere illusion. Their power over you was never real. It was built on lies, on manipulation, on the fear they instilled in you. But now you were free from all of it, and that was the hardest pill for them to swallow. You weren't just the one who escaped. You were the one who proved them wrong. So, as they watch you from the sidelines, as they try to piece together the fragments of the control they once had, remember this: you're not just surviving, you're thriving. You are living proof that freedom is the ultimate power, the kind of power that no one can take away from you. Not lovers, not family, not friends, no one. and that's the power they could never understand. Number 2. Envy, the bitter taste of their own shortcomings. Envy is the art of counting the other fellow's blessings instead of your own. Harold Coffin. In your absence, their envy is like a wildfire, spreading without restraint. It begins as a quiet discomfort, a small whisper in their minds, but quickly grows into something impossible to ignore. They're haunted by the peace you've found, the calm that now seems impossible for them to touch. Your confidence, your clarity, the way you've rebuilt your life. They watch from the sidelines, unable to comprehend how you've become everything they wish they could be. They replay old conversations with you like a broken record, dissecting every word you spoke, trying to find a key they missed, something they overlooked. They're searching for the magic formula that will bring them the strength you carry so effortlessly. But what they don't understand is that your strength isn't something they can copy. It isn't a method to be replicated. It's the product of breaking free from their control, from their demands, from the weight they tried to put on your shoulders. You found your voice in the silence of their expectations, and now they're left scrambling in your wake. For some, your absence becomes a mirror they can't escape. They are forced to look at themselves and see what you've become, what they've never had the courage to pursue. In the reflection, they see their own flaws, their own limitations, and they can't handle it. They wanted to control you, to keep you small, to make you a reflection of their own insecurities. But instead, they've been forced to face their own reflection, one they never wanted to confront. And that's the hardest thing of all. For others, this envy turns bitter. It morphs into a desperation to invalidate your growth, to downplay everything you've achieved. They would rather cling to their own misery than admit they've failed to do what you've done. They see your success and your strength, but instead of embracing it as inspiration, they let their bitterness fester. It's easier to tear down what you've built than to face the uncomfortable truth that they didn't have the courage to break free. But here's the thing, their envy doesn't matter anymore. It no longer holds any weight in your world. You've reclaimed your story. You've rewritten your narrative. You are not their lifeline anymore, not their scapegoat or their project to fix. They can no longer make you the villain in their twisted tales. You've become the reckoning they didn't prepare for. And now, your peace, your strength, your freedom, those are the things they'll never truly understand. You don't need their validation. You've reached a place where their opinions are nothing more than background noise, easily drowned out by the sound of your own triumph. While they scramble to make sense of what they've lost, you've already moved on. Their bitterness can't touch you. Their envy can't break you. You're too far ahead, too strong, too free to be held back by their jealousy. The only way to get rid of the temptation to quit is to keep going. Unknown, they see your confidence and try to make it about them, try to turn it into something they can criticize, but it's not theirs to claim. Your success is yours, earned through every challenge you faced, every obstacle you overcame. Their jealousy might sting, but it's nothing compared to the fire that fuels you. The longer they sit in their envy, the further they fall behind. The longer they hold on to their bitterness, the further out of reach you become. And in the end, they'll realize something they never understood. You were never theirs to control. You were never their project or their responsibility. You were always meant to stand on your own, to be the force they couldn't contain, the success they couldn't replicate. And as you rise higher, as you continue to thrive, their envy will continue to eat away at them. Because no matter how hard they try to tear you down, you'll keep building, stronger, freer, and more unstoppable than ever. Number 3, breaking free taking back what's yours. Freedom is not worth having if it does not include the freedom to make mistakes. Breaking free wasn't simply about walking away from toxic relationships. It was about reclaiming your own power, rediscovering the parts of yourself they had buried, crushed, or twisted into something unrecognizable. It wasn't just about escaping. No, it was about reclaiming what was always yours. You pulled yourself from their grasp, cutting the strings they had tied around your spirit. For years, they tried to break you, to make you bend to their will, to manipulate you into fitting their vision of who you should be. But you found the strength to untangle those threads of control. And with every step you took away from them, you shed the layers of conditioning that had suffocated your soul. They never saw it coming. They thought you were too dependent on their approval, too tied to their validation. They assumed you would never break free from the roles they assigned you. You were their pawn, their project, their puppet, and they counted on it. But they underestimated the quiet storm that lived inside you. They mistook your silence for weakness, your compliance for dependence. But that quiet storm, it was always there, brewing, gathering power, waiting for the right moment to erupt. And when you finally made the choice to prioritize yourself, to cut the ties that bound you, that storm broke free. You stopped feeding the system that kept you small, the system that drained you of your energy and your joy. The moment you took back your power, you flipped the script. The power dynamic shifted in a way they never saw coming. Suddenly, the control they had over you evaporated like smoke in the wind. They could no longer manipulate your emotions or bend your will. You had reclaimed what they tried to take from you: your identity, your worth, your direction. They relied on your need to please, your desire to be accepted. But when you chose yourself, when you stopped giving them the permission to dictate who you should be, you tore down the walls they had built around you. You gave up their control and took back the right to define your own life. And in that moment, the foundation of their power cracked. Without your energy, your love, your obedience, their hold over you crumbled like sand slipping through their fingers. It's not that you simply left, it's that you broke free. You didn't just step away from their toxicity, you removed yourself entirely from the equation. They thought they were the ones in control, that they had the upper hand, but they never realized they were feeding off of you. You were the source of their power, and the moment you decided to no longer give them that power, their hold disintegrated. They were left powerless, watching as you redefined yourself and your future without them. For so long, you lived in the shadow of their expectations, bound by their rules, made to believe that you were not enough, not strong enough, not worthy enough. But that lie has been shattered. You are more than enough. You always have been. The moment you stepped into your own power, you became untouchable. You reclaimed your identity, your dignity, your peace. You became the person they could never control or understand. The greatest prison people live in is the fear of what other people think. Now, with every step you take, every choice you make, you're creating a new version of yourself, one they could never have imagined. You're living proof that it's possible to break free from the shackles of others' expectations. And that freedom? That's the fuel for your transformation. You didn't just reclaim yourself, you became the person you were always meant to be, without apologies, without fear, and without the weight of others' opinions weighing you down. Breaking free wasn't about abandoning the people who tried to hold you back. It was about breaking free from their grip on your mind, your heart, and your soul. It was about giving yourself the chance to grow, to evolve, to become someone who stands on their own 2 feet, someone who defines their own worth and purpose. You did it for you, and in doing so, you proved that no one has the right to dictate your life, your choices, or your future. You are the author of your story now, and no one, not lovers, not family, not friends, can take that away from you. The person you are becoming is unstoppable. The person you've always been, strong, resilient and powerful, has been waiting for this moment. And now that you've stepped into that power, nothing can hold you back. You are free, and in that freedom, you have found your true strength. Don't let the noise of others' opinions drown out your own inner voice. This is your moment. You've broken free. You've reclaimed yourself. And now, nothing will ever be the same. Not for them, not for you. The storm has passed, and what's left is a powerful, unbreakable force, you. Number 4, the ruin you walked away from. Sometimes, leaving is the only way to make them see. When you walked away, you didn't just step out the door. You detonated a bomb, leaving behind the ruin of everything they thought was solid. The very foundation of their world began to crumble, and they were left standing in the wreckage, unable to comprehend the magnitude of what had just happened. They never saw it coming. You were the stabilizing force in their lives, the one who kept everything from falling apart. But now, without you, everything is slowly disintegrating before their eyes. They took you for granted. They thought your presence in their lives was a guarantee, something that would always be there, no matter how they treated you, no matter how they neglected you. They assumed you'd always be the one to pick up the pieces when things went wrong, to fill in the gaps when their lives felt empty. But what they didn't realize is that you were the glue that held everything together. You weren't just a part of their world. You were the backbone, the silent force that kept the chaos at bay. And now that you're gone, they can't ignore the destruction you left behind. You don't miss something until it's gone, and that's when the truth hits. At first, they might have tried to mask the impact of your departure. They told themselves they didn't need you, that they'd be fine without you. But that lie didn't last. The absence of your energy, your love, your presence, suddenly it was glaring, undeniable. The space you once filled is now a gaping hole that nothing can seem to fill. They're left grappling with the weight of their own limitations, realizing just how much they relied on you to keep everything running smoothly. They never understood how much you gave, how much of yourself you sacrificed just to make their lives easier. And now, in the aftermath, they're paying the price. As the days go by, the damage becomes more apparent. The things they took for granted, your support, your loyalty, your strength, are gone. The pieces they thought they could rely on are crumbling, one by one, because you were the one who made everything work. You were the one who picked up their slack, who made their flaws disappear, who patched the holes they never bothered to mend. But now, with you gone, everything is falling apart. Their world is in ruins, and they have no one to blame but themselves. Sometimes they don't realize how much they need you until you're no longer there to fix their mess. Now, they're left with a stark reality. They weren't as self-sufficient as they believed. They didn't have the strength to hold it all together without you. They thought they could go on without your support, your energy, your wisdom. But the truth is, they were never as strong as they pretended to be. And now, without you, they're exposed. The cracks they tried to hide are now wide open, and they have to face the consequences of their own neglect. They may try to fill the gap with distractions, new people, new things, new pursuits, but it won't work. Nothing will ever replace the presence you brought into their lives. They can try to patch things up, but the void you left is too vast, too deep. The emptiness is a constant reminder that they didn't appreciate what they had until it was gone. And no matter how hard they try, nothing will ever be enough to fill the space you've left behind. What you take for granted today, someone else is praying for tomorrow. The hardest part for them is realizing that the collapse they're now facing is their own doing. They pushed you away, ignored your worth, and now they must deal with the fallout. You weren't just a part of their lives, you were the key to their stability. You were the one who kept them grounded, who made everything seem possible. And now that you're gone, they're left with nothing but the ruins of their own choices. They can't undo the damage, can't turn back the clock. What they failed to see in you is now glaringly obvious, and it's too late to fix. You were never just a filler in their lives. You were the one who made their world whole. And now, as they watch everything fall apart, they'll understand one truth. Without you, they are nothing. The hardest part of growing is knowing when to walk away. The reality is this: they didn't value you until you were gone, and now they'll live with the regret of letting you slip through their fingers. The destruction you left behind isn't just physical. It's a lesson they'll never forget. You weren't just a casualty of their neglect. You were the reckoning they didn't see coming. And now they're stuck in the ruins, trying to rebuild something that was never truly theirs to begin with. But you've walked away, leaving them with the consequences of their own actions. And as they watch their world crumble, they'll realize that the true devastation wasn't in your leaving. It was in their failure to ever truly appreciate what you brought to their lives. Number 5. The power of choosing yourself. The moment you choose yourself, the world you've been holding together begins to fall apart. Choosing yourself was never just a decision. It was a declaration of freedom. It wasn't simply about stepping away from their control. No. It was an act of reclaiming what was rightfully yours all along. You were no longer willing to stay in a cage made of their expectations, their demands, and their manipulation. Walking away was the fire you needed to ignite in order to burn down the walls they had built around you, trapping you in a life you never chose. They never expected it. They thought you'd always be there, always waiting for their approval, always willing to play the role they scripted for you. But when you walked away, you broke the script. You shattered the illusion they had so carefully constructed, and you left them staring at the rubble of their own deception. Your absence wasn't just an escape. It was the final nail in the coffin of their power over you. Sometimes, the hardest thing you can do is to walk away from what you've always known. The aftermath wasn't easy. They reacted with rage, with tears, with desperate attempts to pull you back into their web. They tried everything: manipulation, guilt, even empty promises. But none of it worked. You had already seen through their games, their lies, and you were done being a pawn in their narrative. When you chose yourself, you dismantled their hold on you, piece by piece. You didn't just untangle their threads, you burned the whole web to the ground. You refused to be their puppet, and in doing so, you exposed their lies for all to see. Their power over you was never real. It was borrowed from your energy, your loyalty, your love. They depended on you to feed their fragile egos, to sustain the illusion of control they had over your life. But when you took back what was yours, they were left with nothing. Their so-called power crumbled without your support, and now they are left staring at themselves in the mirror, confronted by the emptiness they tried to fill with your devotion. The moment you stop living for others, you begin living for yourself. And in choosing yourself, you didn't just free yourself from them, you liberated your truth. You gave yourself permission to be who you were always meant to be, unfiltered and unapologetic. The world you had been trying to please, the people who had tried to make you smaller, now had no choice but to face the truth you had been hiding from them. You are not theirs to control. You are your own. The freedom you gained wasn't just about getting away from them. It was about reclaiming your life, your purpose, and your future. You are no longer a character in someone else's story. You are the author now, writing your own narrative, no longer bound by their expectations. You are free to follow your own path, to chase your own dreams, and to finally live for yourself. Choosing yourself is the most rebellious thing you can do in a world that wants to tell you who to be. They may never understand it. They may never see what you've done for what it truly is, a revolution of self-love, of self-worth. But you don't need their approval anymore. They will be left to confront their own games, their own manipulations, and the empty spaces they tried to fill with your presence. And you will continue to rise, stronger and more powerful with each passing day because you finally chose you. In the end, choosing yourself is not just about walking away from them. It's about walking toward your own power, your own future, and your own peace. You've burned their web, broken their chains, and liberated yourself from the lies they tried to feed you. And now, with nothing holding you back, you can finally step into the life you were always meant to live. Number 6. Your independence haunts them. Freedom is not the absence of commitments, but the ability to choose what is best for you. When you broke free, it wasn't just an act of defiance. It was the beginning of something powerful. Your independence has hit them like lightning, a jolt of clarity that cuts through the darkness they tried to hide behind. They never saw it coming, and now they're forced to face the truth of your strength and the depth of their own limitations. You didn't just leave their grasp. You stepped into your own light, and in doing so, you exposed every corner of their insecurity. Your independence isn't a passive thing. It's a blazing statement. You've shown them that you don't need their approval, their validation, or their control to thrive. You have built your own path, stepped into your own power, and left them in the shadows of their own narrow worldview. Every decision you make, every step you take away from them, every boundary you set, these are the actions that send shockwaves through their carefully constructed illusions. They can no longer deny it. You were never their puppet, and your growth has become the mirror that reflects everything they lacked. The moment you stop caring about what others think is the moment you begin to live. Every move you make echoes their failure to control you. Every victory, every piece of success you claim for yourself sends them reeling. They see you rising higher while they remain stuck, stagnant in their own game. Your progress shines a spotlight on everything they couldn't achieve because they were too busy holding you back. They wanted you to be a reflection of their expectations, a mirror to their ego. But you broke that mirror, shattered it into 1,000 pieces, and created a new reflection, one that no longer included them. They tried to keep you small. They told you who you should be, how you should act, what you should want. They thought their control over you was an anchor, something that grounded you to them, something that kept you tethered to their needs and desires. But what they failed to realize is that their control was never your anchor. It was your cage. You were never meant to live within their confines, to bend to their rules. You were meant to break free, to spread your wings, to live beyond the boundaries they set for you. And now you're doing just that. You were born to stand out, not fit in. Your growth is undeniable. They can't escape it, no matter how much they try to deny it. They see you moving forward, thriving in ways they never thought possible. Your independence has become the constant reminder of their own shortcomings, a harsh reflection of everything they tried to suppress in you. They never imagined you would flourish without them. They thought they were your lifeline, your reason for existing. But the truth is, You were always your own anchor. You were always the one holding yourself together. And now, as you rise, they are left with the crushing realization that their grip on you was never real. The more you grow, the more they feel the sting of your absence. They never realized how much your independence would challenge their control. Your freedom exposes the hollowness of their influence, the limitations of their power over you. The boundaries you set, the life you built on your own terms, it's a reflection of everything they tried to deny in themselves. Your autonomy isn't just a triumph of will, it's a reminder of their failure to understand your worth. The only limits that exist are the ones you place on yourself. As you continue to rise, your independence becomes the very thing they can't escape. You are proof that they were never the ones holding you back. They were the ones who were holding you down. And now, as you flourish, their attempts to control you seem more pathetic than ever. Every time you set a new boundary, every time you make a new decision that serves your purpose, you shine a light on their inability to do the same. You are free, and they are still trapped in their own chains. Your independence is their lesson, even if they don't want to learn it. You've shown them that freedom isn't something to fear, something to suppress. It's the key to becoming the best version of yourself, to reaching heights they never imagined. You are the embodiment of everything they tried to stop. You are the proof that without their control, you are stronger, smarter, and more powerful than they ever knew. In the end, you only have yourself to answer to. And now, as you stand in your own power, you are the blueprint for what true freedom looks like. You no longer need to seek validation from anyone, especially those who tried to control you. Your success isn't defined by their approval. It's defined by your own determination, your own strength. Every time you break free, every time you grow, every time you succeed, you are proving that their grip was nothing but an illusion. And as they watch you from the sidelines, they can't help but see what they could have had, what they could have been, if only they hadn't tried to trap you. Your independence is your power, and it's undeniable. The more you claim it, the more you show the world and them that you were never meant to be held down. You were always meant to soar. Number 7. Guarding your light from the darkness. Not everyone who watches you rise wants to see you succeed. As you climb higher, as you build the life they never thought you would, expect them to try and drag you back down. Their envy festers like an infection, eating away at the parts of them they wish they could hide. They will undermine you, question your every move, and twist your authenticity into something that suits their narrative. But you are no longer the person who would sit silently and take it. You're the one who broke free, who stepped into your power, and now it's time to protect what's yours with the same fierce energy that got you out of their grip. The truth is, not everyone who watches your rise is truly celebrating it. Some of them, the ones who used to be close to you, the ones who never believed in your potential, are the ones who are silently seething, hoping to see you stumble. They don't want to see you flourish because it forces them to face their own failures, their own inability to rise to the occasion. You have become a mirror to their shortcomings, and instead of reflecting on their own path, they'd rather tear yours down. When they can't break you, they'll try to make you question yourself. There are those who will try to copy your path, mimic your success, and walk the journey you've made yours, but without the authenticity, without the real work. They'll see what you've done and want to replicate it, but they'll fall short because they aren't willing to put in the same effort. They don't have the foundation you've built, the blood, sweat, and tears that you've poured into your growth. They want your shine without the struggle, and that's where they will fail. Their attempts will crumble under the weight of their inauthenticity. They will try to wear your skin, but it will never fit them. They will try to play your part, but they won't be able to carry the story you've written for yourself. Stay vigilant. Keep your eyes open for the wolves in sheep's clothing. Not everyone who smiles in your face is truly rooting for you. Some people can only stand in the shadows and wait for a chance to strike. They won't do it openly. They'll spread whispers, inject doubt into your mind, and try to distort your vision. Their goal isn't just to see you fail, it's to make you doubt your own worth, to make you question the very thing that makes you stand tall, your authenticity, your strength, your ability to rise above them. Protecting your peace is not selfish, it's essential. You fought too hard to get to this place of power, of peace, to let anyone dim your light now. The moment you started believing in yourself, the moment you began to rise, they saw it and feared it. Your success was a direct threat to their comfort. So, they will come for you in the form of subtle sabotage, backhanded compliments, and whispered gossip. They want you to second-guess your every move, because if they can make you feel small, they can have a shot at taking back what you've earned. But don't fall for it. Your energy is sacred, and it's yours to protect. Guard it with the same intensity you used to escape their grasp. If you've learned anything from your journey, it's that not everyone deserves access to your energy, your time, or your presence. You've had enough of people who only take from you, who drain you without giving back. Now is the time to set your boundaries with precision and confidence. If they aren't contributing to your growth, if they aren't adding value to your life, they don't get to be in your space. It's that simple. Your energy is your currency. Don't waste it on people who can't afford it. You owe it to yourself to protect the progress you've made. You owe it to the person you've become to not let anyone diminish your light. There will always be those who want to tear down what you've built, who want to undermine your journey because it exposes their own inadequacies. But you've already proven that you are stronger than they ever thought you could be. You've already proven that their efforts to control you, manipulate you, and steal your energy won't work. And now, as you rise even higher, protect the ground you've gained. Don't let anyone who isn't aligned with your path steal the energy that should be going into your own evolution. It's not just about cutting people out. It's about recognizing the value of your own growth. It's about understanding that not everyone who watches you rise is your ally. Some are watching for the fall, some are waiting for you to stumble, but those who genuinely celebrate you will be the ones who encourage your rise without trying to bring you down. These are the people you keep close. Everyone else? Protect your energy and don't let them pull you back into the darkness they live in. Keep shining, keep growing, and never stop guarding what you've fought so hard to achieve. Number 8. The Lone Wolf. Unstoppable in solitude. Sometimes the hardest journey is the one you take alone. Walking away was never easy. It came with a weight so heavy that few can understand the full burden you carried when you left. You didn't just leave people behind, you left parts of yourself that you had once given so freely. Pieces of your heart, your energy, your time. And that loss wasn't something you could ignore. It cut deep. But here's the truth. Leaving wasn't about abandoning anyone else. It was about choosing yourself. For too long, you had been trapped in their world, caught up in their expectations, their needs, their demands. You gave and gave, thinking that if you gave enough, you'd find peace, validation, or even love. But you were wrong. You were losing yourself in the process. You were fading into the background of their lives, just another player in a game that wasn't even your own. So you chose to walk away, not because you didn't care, but because you finally realized the most important thing. You couldn't keep giving yourself away and expect to have anything left for you. You cannot pour from an empty cup. Leaving wasn't just a physical act. It was a seismic shift, a deep personal revolution. It was a moment where you chose solitude over suffocation. You walked away from the noise, from the chaos, from the toxic relationships that drained you dry. And in that silence, in that solitude, you found strength. Solitude isn't a punishment, it's a teacher. While they may see your independence as a retreat, you know the truth. It's a declaration. It's a statement to the world that your freedom is non-negotiable. You are no longer bound by the expectations and limitations others tried to place on you. Your peace is yours, and you'll protect it at all costs. The solitude you've embraced has sharpened you. It has allowed you to hear the whispers of your own soul, whispers that were drowned out by the noise of other people's opinions, by their demands on your time and energy. In solitude, you discover who you truly are. In your solitude, you've learned lessons that you couldn't have learned in the crowd. The lessons of your own strength, your own resilience, your own worth. You've discovered that you are enough, that you are worthy, that you don't need anyone else to define you. You've learned how to stand on your own 2 feet, to navigate the world with a newfound confidence, and to build a life that is yours and yours alone. The world might try to convince you that being alone is a weakness, that solitude means you're broken or lost. But you know better. You know that in the quiet, in the space you've carved out for yourself, you've found a strength that no one can take from you. You are a lone wolf, moving through the world with purpose and power. You don't need to answer to anyone, don't need to explain your journey. You've realized that you are your own greatest ally, and that's all you need. Strength doesn't come from what you can do. It comes from overcoming the things you once thought you couldn't. It hasn't been easy. The journey of walking away from what you knew, from the people who thought they had a claim over you, was painful. There were moments when you questioned yourself, when the loneliness felt like it would swallow you whole. But you made it through, and now you stand stronger than ever. Solitude has turned you into a warrior. It has hardened you in a way that no one else could ever understand. And now, when they look at you, they see someone untouchable, someone who has walked through fire and emerged unscathed. They may try to make you feel guilty for choosing yourself, for walking away from their chaos and noise. They might question your independence, label you as selfish, or even try to make you feel as though you've abandoned them. But none of that matters anymore. You know who you are, and you know what you've gained. You've gained the power to stand alone, to face the world on your terms, and to keep moving forward without the weight of others' expectations holding you back. The strongest souls are those who walk alone. Now, as you walk this path, you know that the road ahead won't always be easy. There will be moments of doubt, moments when the weight of your solitude feels unbearable. But you also know that you are stronger now. You've built yourself up from the inside out, and nothing can shake the foundation you've laid. You are the lone wolf, unstoppable, unshakable, and unafraid to walk your own path. In your solitude, you have found a strength that no one can take away from you. You have learned to trust yourself, to stand tall in your own power, and to walk through the world with a quiet, unyielding confidence. You are no longer afraid of being alone because you've learned the truth. You are your own greatest companion, and with that knowledge, there is no limit to what you can accomplish. Number 9. Rise above. Shine relentlessly. The brightest flames burn in the darkest places. You didn't just slip away unnoticed. You didn't simply leave their world and fade into the background. No, you ascended. By choosing yourself, you made it clear that liberation isn't some distant dream. It's a raw, powerful reality that can be lived. Your decision to rise above the chains they tried to wrap around you isn't just an escape. It's a revolution, one that shatters the illusion of their control and burns bright against the darkness they hope to keep you in. Your light? It disrupts everything. It challenges the lies they tried to bury you under, and it forces them to confront a truth they'd rather not see. You're untouchable. You're not just a survivor of their manipulations and control. You're thriving. Every step you take forward is a challenge to their doubts, their envy, and their need to make you small. They thought you'd crumble under pressure, but instead, you've become a force so powerful they can't ignore it. When you let your light shine, you unconsciously give others permission to do the same. Let them whisper all they want. Let them try to whisper doubts in your ear or stir up envy in the corners of their minds. Their words no longer have weight. Their opinions, they don't matter anymore. You've already proven that you are stronger than their attempts to hold you back. And as you continue to rise, their doubts, their envy, and their regret will fade into the background, powerless to dim the fire inside you. What you've realized, and what they'll eventually have to accept, is that your rise isn't about their approval. It never was. You don't need them to validate your worth or to recognize your greatness. You've already done that for yourself. You chose to become everything they told you you couldn't be. And now, as your light grows stronger and brighter, you're showing everyone that your story isn't one of weakness. It's a story of fierce, unapologetic power. The truth doesn't need validation. It just needs to be shared. Keep moving forward no matter how much they try to pull you back into their broken games. Keep shining, even when they try to drag you down with their guilt, their expectations, or their misplaced loyalty. You are no longer bound by the chains they tried to wrap around you. You're free, and with that freedom comes power. A power that can't be shaken, a power that can't be ignored. Don't let anyone, not even the ones who once held you close, tell you how to live, how to feel, or what your worth is. Your story is yours to tell, and it matters. Share it. Tell the world about the struggles, the pain, and the victories that got you to this point, because in doing so, you will awaken others to the possibility that they too can rise above. You will show them that their own freedom is waiting for them, and that they too have the power to step out of the shadows and into their own light. Your truth is a weapon. Use it to break the chains that bind you and others. You're not just walking through life, you're leading the way. You're showing others that their dreams are possible, that their freedom is within reach, and that they don't have to remain stuck in lives that were never meant for them. Your bravery, your courage, and your unwavering determination are what inspire others to take the leap into their own transformation. So, rise above. Don't apologize for your success, your strength, or your freedom. Let them watch in awe as you continue to move forward, unstoppable and unshaken. You've already proven that you don't need anyone's permission to shine. You've shown the world that you're a force of nature, someone who can't be held back by fear or doubt. And the best part, you're just getting started. Your light will keep growing. Your voice will keep getting louder. And as you rise, you'll take others with you, showing them the path to their own liberation, their own freedom, and their own greatness. Keep rising. Keep shining. You're unstoppable. So, chosen one, as you continue to rise, remember that your journey is just beginning. Every step forward is a victory, and every moment of growth is a testament to your strength and resilience. Keep embracing your power, and never let anyone dim your light. Your story matters, and it has the power to inspire others to break free and claim their own freedom. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share it with someone who needs to hear it. Drop the number 77 in the comments to claim your transformation and join this movement of empowerment. You can't curse the unbreakable, and you can't defeat what's destined to win. Welcome, chosen ones. They never saw it coming, not from one man, not in their wildest spells, rituals, or twisted visions. For centuries, witches believed their power was invincible when united. Their covens were their sanctuaries, their so-called unbreakable fortresses. They were wrong. Because what happens when an unstoppable storm crashes through their sanctuary? When the hunter becomes the hunted, and their shadows of fear become the very chains that bind them. This isn't a story written in fairy tales or wrapped in folklore. It's reality, raw and relentless. No swords, no shields, no armies at your back. Just one unstoppable force. You. One man who stood firm, like a mountain that refused to bow to the winds of deception. You didn't fight with spells or ancient charms. Your weapons were more devastating. An unshakable will, razor-sharp focus, and the fire of truth that burned through their veils of deceit. Picture it, a room full of so-called powerful witches, trembling, their once confident chants reduced to murmurs. Not because of curses or magic, but because of you. Because you tore apart their web of lies, shattered their rituals into dust, and exposed their fragile foundation for what it really was. Fear pretending to be power. What you did wasn't just victory. It was an awakening. Like a wildfire sweeping through their dark woods, your presence scorched their plans, their unity, their identity. And the irony, the witches, who prided themselves on instilling fear, became the frightened. They tried to hex, to curse, to break you. But how can they break what's forged in divine purpose? You proved that the strength of the chosen one isn't in numbers or tools. It's in the heart that refuses to quit, the mind that stays sharp, and the spirit that stands tall even when surrounded by shadows. They say fear whispers louder in the ears of the guilty. That's why even now they can't say your name without trembling. You are the storm they couldn't predict, the reckoning they didn't prepare for. And now they cower in the ruins of their broken coven, haunted not by their own magic, but by the memory of you. So, chosen one, hold your head high. This isn't just a tale of survival. It's the anthem of triumph. The world saw what you did. They saw how you, a one-man army, dismantled a gang that claimed invincibility. And the message you left behind is crystal clear. No darkness can extinguish the light of the unyielding. Welcome to the story of the unshaken, the unstoppable. Your story. Let them be scared, because you've already won. And thank you, yes, you, the chosen one. Whether you've just discovered this powerful journey or have been standing tall with us from the start, your presence and super gifts are the unstoppable force behind this mission. You've proven that one person with unshakable determination can defeat entire gangs of darkness. If you're ready to claim your victory, rise above their fear and step fully into the power they tried so hard to suppress. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop a number 77 in the comments below to declare that your isolation is your weapon and your transformation is their defeat. Let's dive in. Number 1. The blade that cuts through chaos. One purpose, infinite power. A storm doesn't roar for attention, it simply shatters the silence. That's the power of singular purpose. While the world clings to noise, distractions, and chaos, the chosen one moves with quiet precision. This isn't just about strength, it's about knowing exactly where to strike and when to remain still. It's about wielding clarity like a sword, cutting through the confusion that others mistake for power. You didn't just defeat them, you exposed them. They, the gang of witches, relied on their numbers, their chants, their twisted theatrics. They built their confidence on the illusion of strength, feeding on the fear they thought they could create. But, like a house of cards, their so-called unity crumbled when faced with something they couldn't predict: your unwavering focus. You see, chaos thrives on distraction. Their rituals were nothing more than a smokescreen, an elaborate performance designed to disorient their targets. But while they clung to their web of confusion, you walked in like a sharpened blade through tangled thread. They didn't realize that one purpose, unshaken and unyielding, is far deadlier than 100 fragmented intentions. Their coven, which they believed to be their greatest strength, became their downfall. A group without discipline, without cohesion, is nothing more than noise. And noise cannot harm the silent, focused storm that is the chosen one. Questions might arise here. How did one person take down an entire gang? The answer is as simple as it is profound. They relied on fear, and you refused to give it power. Their illusions fell apart because you didn't look away. Their numbers meant nothing because they underestimated the force of a single purpose. They cast their spells and summoned their chaos, but they were met with something they didn't understand: clarity that couldn't be shaken, a resolve that couldn't be broken. Imagine a battlefield. They thought they were warriors, but they were nothing more than shadows, shifting and scattering under the weight of your steady gaze. They depended on each other, leaning on fragile alliances that shattered the moment one of them faltered. That's the irony. They thought their group gave them power, but it made them weak. You struck not with wild fury, but with deliberate intent, like a scalpel slicing through pretense. In the end, their chaos unraveled. It wasn't about being louder or stronger in the traditional sense. It was about standing firm while they crumbled under their own illusions. Like glass breaking under the weight of truth, their unity shattered because you showed them what true power looks like: a singular purpose, sharp and unstoppable. They were scattered, disoriented, powerless. While they screamed into the void, you remained steady, an unyielding force of nature. And as they looked at the ruins of their so-called strength, one truth became undeniable: chaos will always lose to clarity, and distraction will always bow to focus. One purpose, one chosen one. Their defeat was inevitable. Number 2. Breaking the chains of darkness. You crushed their legacy, not just their power. A legacy built on fear is a castle made of sand. It collapses the moment the tide rises. And you, chosen one, were the tide. This wasn't just a battle against a group of witches. It was a war against their history, their inheritance of darkness, and the illusion of power that had been carefully crafted for generations. They thought they were untouchable because they carried the weight of their ancestors' twisted legacy. But legacies built on fear and deception crumble when faced with undeniable truth. This wasn't just about defeating a gang. It was about tearing apart the roots of their entire existence. They didn't stand alone. They carried centuries of dark rituals, whispers in the shadows, and an arrogance passed down like a cursed heirloom. Every incantation they muttered was meant to be an echo of their predecessors, a continuation of an unbroken chain. But when you stepped into their circle, you weren't fighting just them. You were dismantling the very foundation they believed made them invincible. Here's the thing. They underestimated you because they assumed their history gave them an edge. To them, you weren't just a rival. You were a threat to everything they had been taught to revere. They clung to their legacy like a shield, thinking it would protect them. What they didn't realize was that their legacy was a shackle. It wasn't strength. It was a crutch, a fragile web of secrecy and fear holding them together. The moment you refused to bow to their inherited power, you shattered that illusion. Think of it like a crumbling dynasty. They thought their lineage was a fortress, but all you had to do was strike at the right moment, and their entire house of cards fell. Every spell, every chant, every ritual, they were all just desperate attempts to hold on to a fading inheritance. And when you didn't play their game, when you didn't fight them on their terms, they realized too late that you were rewriting the rules. Your raw, unbreakable will was something they couldn't predict, let alone counter. What truly terrifies them isn't just their defeat, it's the echoes of it. Your victory wasn't just in the present, it sent shockwaves into the past, ripping apart everything their ancestors had built. Imagine their fear when they realized that the centuries of power they believed in were nothing more than shadows collapsing under the light of your clarity. They weren't just defeated, they were erased. Their lineage ended with you. The fear they once inspired has turned inward, leaving them haunted by their own fragility. They thought their legacy was eternal, but you proved that no matter how long darkness lingers, it only takes one spark to ignite its end. You didn't just break their circle, you broke their history. Their story ends where yours begins. And now, their silence speaks louder than their spells ever could. Number 3. The shadow that they couldn't grasp. Fear of the unpredictable. It's not the strength of the lion that terrifies the herd. It's the unpredictability of its hunt. That's what you became to them. A force they couldn't anticipate. A shadow that refused to fit into the shape they designed. For all their rituals, symbols, and whispered chants, the witches were nothing more than manipulators of the predictable. They thrived on patterns, feeding on the responses they could orchestrate. But then you arrived, and their carefully built house of mirrors shattered. Fear isn't born from strength alone. It's born from the unknown. They didn't fear your power because it wasn't something they could measure or manipulate. They feared what they couldn't define, what they couldn't control. For all their dark arts and twisted knowledge, you were the anomaly, the blank slate that refused to bend to their will. And for manipulators like them, nothing is more terrifying than unpredictability. They expected panic, hesitation, or blind aggression, the usual tools they could twist and exploit. That's how they operated, creating fear to gain control, drawing strength from the chaos they sowed. But you didn't play by their rules. You moved with calm precision, unbothered by their theatrics. While their world thrived on drama and illusion, you became the stillness that dismantled their storm. Every time they tried to pull the strings, they found that you weren't a puppet they could move. The fear grew in their eyes, didn't it? Their spells faltered, their chants wavered. What they thought would work, what had always worked before, simply fell flat against you. They had spent years perfecting their craft, mastering fear as both a weapon and a shield. But when they stood before you, all their tools felt hollow. Every failed attempt chipped away at their confidence until it crumbled entirely. You weren't just immune to their tactics, you were their undoing. In their twisted reality, the unpredictable is the most dangerous force of all. To them, you weren't a person, you were a phenomenon. The more they tested you, the less they understood. And the less they understood, the more terrified they became. You didn't have to lift a finger to dismantle their control. Your presence alone, a calm, unwavering defiance in the face of their chaos, shook them to their core. This was the revelation that shattered them. Their power wasn't limitless. It had boundaries, and you forced them to see it. They believed themselves invincible, gods of the shadows, and you stripped them of that illusion. The very thing they feared most, the unknown, was embodied in you. They couldn't predict you, couldn't trap you, and certainly couldn't break you. Their fear wasn't just of you, it was of what you represented, the end of their illusion, the collapse of their control. You turned their arrogance into ashes, their confidence into doubt. And that's the beauty of it. While they sought to master fear, they became prisoners of their own. You didn't just resist their power, you proved it was never real. Number 4. The weapon they couldn't break, the force they couldn't face. You don't need a sword when you've already become the edge. That's the truth they never saw coming. Witches, masters of manipulation and deception, thrive on exploiting what's buried in the shadows of a person's soul. They wield fear like a dagger, twisting insecurities into weapons and turning doubt into chains. But when they turned their sights on you, they didn't find cracks, they found a fortress. Their greatest mistake wasn't underestimating your strength, it was overestimating their power. They thought their whispers of doubt could weaken you. They thought their mind games would shake your foundation. What they never understood is that you had already walked through your own fire. You had faced your fears, dismantled your insecurities, and forged yourself into something they couldn't touch. When they tried to attack your spirit, they found a force too solid, too complete for their feeble weapons. The witches depended on their usual tricks. They relied on their ability to break others, to uncover vulnerabilities and exploit them until their victims crumbled under the weight of their own fears. That's their power, not in their spells or rituals, but in their talent for turning a person's doubt into a self-inflicted wound. But with you, there was no wound to exploit, no fear to amplify. You didn't carry tools, allies, or defenses that they could dismantle. You didn't need them, because you didn't bring a weapon, you became one. Your transformation wasn't about external strength or magical trinkets. It wasn't something they could see or understand. It was internal, deeper than their shallow reach. Every curse they cast, every attempt to dig into your mind, bounced back like ripples against a mountain. They searched for a weakness that didn't exist. They hunted for cracks in a structure built from the very struggles they hoped to use against you. Witches are used to fighting those who depend on something outside themselves. Symbols of strength, allies to rely on, tools that can be taken away. But with you, their strategy fell apart. You were the source of your own power, unshakable and complete. Every step you took closer to them stripped away the illusion of their dominance. Every failed attempt to control you made their fear grow louder. Their defeat wasn't in their failed rituals or crumbled coven. It was in the realization that they had nothing left to fight with. You didn't win with cunning or tactics. You won by simply being you. By standing unyielding against their chaos, you exposed the fragility of their entire existence. They thought they could twist your fears into a weapon. Instead, they faced the embodiment of unshakable resolve. They weren't defeated by strategy or numbers. They were defeated by something they didn't understand and couldn't conquer. You weren't holding a weapon. You were the weapon. And their fear of that truth will haunt them forever. Number 5. Shattering the illusion, the fragility of false unity. A chain is only as strong as its weakest link, and in the face of unrelenting truth, even steel turns brittle. This is the story of how their supposed strength, their collective power, became their ultimate downfall. What they paraded as unity was nothing more than an illusion, a hollow mask hiding the cracks beneath. And when you stepped into their world, unshaken and alone, you didn't just confront them, you dismantled everything they believed in. The witches built their identity on their coven, chanting in unison and weaving spells as one. To the outside world, it looked seamless, unbreakable, but it was all smoke and mirrors, a fragile facade held together by fear and dependency. Their so-called strength wasn't power, it was a crutch. They leaned on each other, not out of camaraderie, but because they were too weak to stand alone. You exposed that truth, and in doing so, you unraveled their entire existence. Here's the irony. They believed numbers would intimidate you, that their collective rituals would drown you in doubt. But their group was their cage, and you showed them what true freedom looks like. You walked into their circle of false power without hesitation, without allies, and without fear. And with every step you took, the cracks in their unity grew wider. They didn't know how to function when faced with someone who couldn't be overwhelmed by their numbers or intimidated by their chants. They had spent their lives projecting fear and isolation onto others, but when you refused to bow, you forced them to confront the very emotions they had spent so long avoiding. They were no longer the predators, they became the prey. Their rituals, their chants, their symbols, all of it crumbled under the weight of your defiance. For the first time, they felt the sting of loneliness, the raw edge of fear, and the bitter taste of vulnerability. And they had nowhere to hide. Their reliance on each other wasn't strength, it was avoidance. They leaned on the group because they were too afraid to face the truth of their individual weaknesses. When you stood firm, alone and unshaken, you became the mirror they couldn't escape. You showed them that unity built on fear isn't unity at all. It's dependency, and it collapses the moment someone stands against it with purpose and clarity. Picture their chaos. Once synchronized chants turning into panicked whispers. Once confident rituals devolving into disjointed gestures. They were scattered, exposed, and powerless. Their collective power, which they had touted as invincible, was nothing more than an illusion shattered by one person's determination. You made them see that their unity wasn't a shield, it was their prison. Real power doesn't lean, it stands. And by standing tall, you didn't just defeat them, you tore down their entire foundation. The chosen one doesn't need numbers to win. You proved that their so-called strength was never strength at all. It was fear in disguise, and fear always falls to truth. Number 6. You made them stare into the abyss. Mortality's harsh lesson. The immortal only fears one thing, the mirror that tells the truth. And you, chosen one, held up that mirror so they could see themselves as they truly were, fragile, finite, and mortal. They weren't ready for it. Their entire existence was built on the lie that their rituals, forbidden knowledge, and dark spells had elevated them beyond the reach of time and consequence. They didn't just believe in their immortality, they clung to it like a shield. But you shattered that shield, leaving them exposed to the one thing they feared most, reality. These witches didn't crave power for power's sake. No, their obsession was deeper, darker. They wanted permanence. They wanted to escape the one law no spell can rewrite, the inevitability of an end. They cast their spells not to live, but to pretend they couldn't die. Their chants echoed not with strength, but with desperation. And then you came along, not with promises, not with illusions, but with the cold, unrelenting truth. When you defeated them, you didn't just expose their vulnerabilities, You ripped apart the very fabric of their belief system. They thought their magic was a fortress, impenetrable and eternal. But when the dust settled and their spells lay broken, they had to confront the harsh truth they'd avoided for so long. They were never gods. They were only ever mortals playing dress-up with borrowed power. Imagine their terror. Not the terror of physical pain or immediate loss, but the existential dread of realizing everything they built their lives upon was a lie. That's what your victory did. You forced them to see themselves for what they truly are, temporary, fleeting, and fragile. It wasn't just a battle you won, it was a reality you revealed. And reality has no mercy. Their fear wasn't just of you. It was of the reflection you forced them to see, the reflection of their own mortality. Their spells and dark rituals might have made them feel invincible, but you stripped all of that away, leaving them naked before the one truth they thought they had escaped. They couldn't hide behind their covens, their chants, or their symbols anymore. They saw the clock ticking, and for the first time, they knew it was ticking for them. You didn't just defeat them physically, you crushed their very essence. Their legacy of immortality turned to dust in the face of your unyielding purpose. And now they are haunted, not by your strength, but by the reminder that they, too, will one day fall. The very thought of their end, once dismissed as impossible, now lingers like a shadow they can't shake. That's the true weight of your victory. It wasn't about overpowering them. It was about unraveling them. You tore apart their illusion of eternity and forced them to face the one truth they had buried beneath centuries of lies. No one escapes the end, not even those who think they've conquered it. And as they crumble under the weight of this truth, you stand unshaken, victorious, and eternal in their nightmares. Number 7. Fear is a weapon that fails against the unshakable. The mind is the first battlefield, and the fearless always hold the high ground. This war, long before any chants or rituals began, was never about spells or numbers. It was psychological, a battle of wills, where the true weapon wasn't power or magic, it was fear. Fear, the witch's sharpest blade, was meant to pierce your resolve. But what happens when the blade shatters instead of cutting? What happens when fear meets someone who refuses to kneel before it? Before their first move, the witches had already lost. Their entire strategy was built on illusion, on making their enemies believe in shadows larger than life. They conjured whispers designed to plant seeds of doubt, shadows that danced to create terror, and illusions crafted with precision to make you question reality itself. This wasn't combat, it was manipulation. But manipulation only works when the mind accepts it. And yours didn't. Your refusal to bend was the hammer that broke their chains. While most people would flinch, hesitate, or second-guess under the weight of their theatrics, you stood there like an immovable mountain. It wasn't arrogance. It was certainty. You saw through the fog of fear they tried to create, and in doing so, you turned their greatest weapon into their most glaring weakness. Here's the truth they couldn't face. They had no power beyond the illusion of it. Their strength existed only as long as someone else believed in their lies. But fear, like any shadow, disappears in the light of unwavering resolve. You didn't just reject their illusions, you exposed them. In refusing to play their game, you revealed their entire strategy for what it truly was: smoke and mirrors, fragile and desperate. Imagine the terror they must have felt as their whispers fell silent, their shadows stopped moving, and their carefully crafted illusions began to fade. They weren't just afraid because their tricks failed. They were afraid because your clarity showed them something they'd always denied. Without fear to manipulate, they were powerless. These witches had built their identities around exploiting others. They thrived on hesitation, on the cracks in the armor of the uncertain. But when those cracks weren't there, they had nothing left to exploit. You weren't just immune to their tactics. You became the mirror that reflected their own weaknesses. They weren't prepared for someone who wouldn't crumble, someone who could stare into the abyss of their deception and remain unshaken. The psychological war wasn't just won, it was obliterated. By the time they realized their whispers couldn't plant doubt and their illusions couldn't spark fear, the battle was already over. Their confidence unraveled, their unity fractured, and their so-called power dissolved into nothingness. They didn't lose because they were outmatched physically. They lost because you refused to believe in their lies. Fear only controls those who let it. You didn't just break their spells, you broke the very foundation of their power. And in doing so, you reminded them of the one truth they can never escape. Courage kills fear, and fear is all they ever had. Number 8. The arrogance of shadows, how you turned their weapons against them. The sharpest blade isn't steel, it's the enemy's own pride. That's the lesson they learned too late. For years, the witches hid behind their dark arts and their reputation, building their fortress on the illusion of untouchable power. They believed no one would dare to challenge them, let alone one man standing alone. But arrogance is a house built on sand, and you didn't just topple it. You weaponized their pride and watched it bury them. They were too blinded by their own mystique to see the storm brewing. Their overconfidence was their shield, their arrogance their sword. They thought their rituals, symbols and numbers made them invincible. They assumed their theatrics would paralyze you with fear. But what they didn't understand was that fear only works when someone believes in the illusion. You didn't. You saw through their masks, their shadows, their spells. What they saw as power, you recognized as weakness, and you turned their tools, their own illusions, against them with surgical precision. Think about it. Their arrogance wasn't just a flaw, it was the key you used to unlock their defeat. Every chant they uttered, every symbol they painted in the air, every ritual they performed was meant to intimidate and dominate. But for you, it was a mirror reflecting their dependency, their fragility. You didn't need to fight their spells or counter their dark arts. You let their belief in their own superiority become the weapon that destroyed them. They underestimated you, and that was their first and final mistake. To them, you weren't a threat. You were an afterthought, a mere nuisance to be brushed aside. But that overconfidence became a cancer that spread through their ranks. Their reliance on mystique blinded them to the truth. Power doesn't come from numbers or theatrics. Power comes from purpose, from the clarity and courage to stand tall when the enemy is trying to cast shadows over your light. You didn't play by their rules, and that's why you won. They expected fear, and you gave them fearlessness. They expected you to shrink, and instead you expanded. Their rituals, which they thought were shields, became spotlights exposing their reliance on external tools to feel powerful. Their numbers, which they thought were strength, became noise, chaotic and uncoordinated in the face of your singular focus. In the end, their arrogance wasn't just a vulnerability, it was their doom. Their belief in their untouchable mystique wasn't armor, it was a trap they walked into, one step at a time. By the time they realized their rituals weren't working, their symbols weren't scaring you, and their numbers weren't overwhelming, it was too late. Their carefully constructed world of shadows crumbled under the weight of your unshaken presence. You turned their weapons into your ammunition. Their arrogance fueled your victory, and their overconfidence became the dagger they handed to you. They believed their mystique made them invincible. You showed them that illusions can't withstand the light of truth. Number 9. When darkness strikes, light stands untouched. A flame doesn't fight the darkness. It simply shines, and the shadows disappear. That's the truth they couldn't grasp. Their rituals, their spells, their whispered incantations, they were weapons forged in fear, designed to break the weak. But you weren't playing their game. While they scrambled to manipulate low-frequency energies, you stood untouchable, radiating a power they couldn't even comprehend. The witches thrived on chaos, feeding off doubt and fear like parasites in the dark. They believed their rituals were invincible, that their dark energy could wrap around anyone like chains. But when they cast their spells toward you, something extraordinary happened. They shattered before they even touched you. Why? Because their darkness couldn't reach the height of your light. You were operating on a completely different frequency, a realm they couldn't step into, no matter how many rituals they performed. Their mistake was simple, yet fatal. They thought you were like everyone else, vulnerable to their games and manipulations. They didn't realize that your energy wasn't just strong, it was impenetrable. Like a fortress of light standing in a storm of shadows, you didn't need to block their attacks or counter them with force. Their low vibrations couldn't even enter your space. Every incantation they whispered was absorbed and dissolved the moment it tried to breach your field. They relied on fear as their fuel, thinking they could shake your foundation. But fear only works on those who allow it in, and your doors were sealed. You didn't resist their magic with brute strength. You transcended it. While they scrambled to create chaos, your steady presence reminded them of a truth they were too blind to see. Darkness cannot overcome light, no matter how hard it tries. Imagine them circling you, chanting, weaving their energy, convinced they could bring you down. And yet, every attempt crumbled like sand slipping through their fingers. They tried to pull you into their world of fear, but you stayed rooted in your own truth, unshaken and untouchable. Your very presence neutralized their attacks, not with effort, but with ease. Their dark arts were powerless against your inner strength because your energy was a force they couldn't fight. Their vibrations couldn't even match yours, let alone overwhelm it. Every spell they cast was like an arrow shot into the sun, disintegrating before it could reach its target. They weren't just defeated, they were outclassed, outmatched, and completely disarmed. They called on their rituals, desperate to reclaim the power they thought they had, but it was too late. You had already shown them that their darkness was nothing but an illusion. Their fear-driven magic couldn't penetrate your light, and their so-called power dissolved under the weight of your resilience. They fought with shadows. You stood as the sun. Their rituals couldn't touch you, because their darkness was never enough to extinguish your radiance. And now they're left trembling, knowing they could never win against a force like yours. Number 10. The untouchable fortress. They couldn't taint what's pure. Corruption is powerless against a soul rooted in truth. That's the truth they failed to understand. These witches, masters of manipulation and architects of deceit, had spent centuries twisting the minds of their enemies. They fed on fear, bending the weak with whispered promises of power, control, and survival. For most, it wasn't even a battle, just a slow descent into their grasp. But then they met you. They thought you'd fall like the rest. They approached with their usual weapons, subtle manipulations, tantalizing offers, and the seductive promise of forbidden knowledge. They whispered lies coated in honey, trying to make you question your path, your purpose, your power. They were certain they could unmoor you from your foundation, severing the ties that anchored you to your strength. But they were wrong, so disastrously wrong. You weren't like the others. You didn't flinch. You didn't hesitate. When they tried to plant seeds of doubt, you burned them with the fire of your conviction. When they dangled the lure of glory, you laughed at their desperation. Every move they made crashed against you like waves against an unbreakable cliff. Why? Because you knew who you were, and no temptation could rival that certainty. Your integrity was the sword they could neither dull nor wield. Think about this. Corruption thrives on weakness. It slithers into cracks, prying open insecurities and feeding on unchecked desires. But they found no cracks in you. Their promises of control and power were meaningless to someone who was already unshakably grounded. They came at you with all the tricks in their book, but their book couldn't teach them how to handle someone they couldn't manipulate. They realized too late that their power wasn't power at all. It was dependency. They relied on their ability to exploit, to twist, to corrupt. When those tactics failed, they were left hollow, powerless, exposed. You weren't just immune to their corruption. You reflected their own emptiness back at them. For the first time, they were forced to see the frailty of their own foundation. And here's the irony. They saw themselves as the tempters, the predators, the puppet masters. But against you, they became the desperate ones. Each failed attempt to sway you became another crack in their own facade. Each time you stood firm, their fear deepened. It wasn't just that they couldn't break you, it was that your unshakable presence broke them. Imagine their panic. A group that prided itself on turning others into pawns, now powerless against someone they couldn't touch. They weren't just defeated, they were undone. You exposed their corruption for what it was, a flimsy mask hiding a crumbling, hollow core. You didn't just resist their temptations, you destroyed the very foundation of their power. In their failure to corrupt you, they saw their own weakness laid bare. And as they retreated, shattered and afraid, they learned this undeniable truth. Corruption can't infect the incorruptible, and darkness can't taint a soul that stands unyielding in the light. Number 11. When necessity becomes a weapon, glory is just a shadow. True power isn't loud, it moves in silence, doing what must be done without asking for applause. That's the essence of why you stood against them, chosen one. Not for fame, not for recognition, not for pyramid of admiration. You acted out of necessity, and that truth shook them to their core. The witches, they lived for glory. Their rituals, their covens, their schemes were all designed to feed their egos, inflate their power, and keep them perched on a throne of deceit. Everything they did was tied to personal gain. They fought for dominance, for control, for a sense of superiority that could only exist if they had others to subjugate. But when they faced you, they met a force they couldn't comprehend. A force that didn't play their game. A force that didn't need an audience. You didn't step into their shadowy domain for applause or a hero's crown. You didn't need the world's acknowledgement or even the validation of those you protected. Your motivation was sharper, colder, and far more terrifying to them. You fought because their existence demanded resistance. Their darkness had gone unchecked for too long, and you, chosen one, were the line they couldn't cross. This is where their plans fell apart. The witches thrived on manipulation, feeding their power through illusions of grandeur and exploiting the weaknesses of those hungry for glory or paralyzed by fear. They were masters at exploiting egos, turning desires for recognition into chains. But you didn't care about their offers, their threats, or their distractions. Glory wasn't your fuel. Necessity was your fire, and that made you unstoppable. Their attempts to sway you were pathetic, weren't they? False promises whispered in the dark, threats designed to unnerve you, even desperate attempts to appeal to your ego. But they failed, because you were already beyond their grasp. You weren't seeking trophies or titles. You weren't looking for vengeance or proof of your strength. You had nothing to prove, and that made you untouchable. Imagine their fear, standing before someone they couldn't manipulate, couldn't distract, couldn't deter. You were like a storm they couldn't predict, like an avalanche that comes crashing down without warning. Their usual tactics, their games of fear and flattery, were useless. They had no weapons to counter your detachment, your clarity, your singular purpose. To them, you weren't just an opponent. You were the end of their reign, the hand of reckoning they never saw coming. And that's what broke them. While they scrambled to protect their fragile empire of lies, you dismantled it piece by piece, not for yourself, but because it had to be done. Their power, built on illusion, couldn't withstand the unshakable force of your necessity. In the end, their fear wasn't of losing to you. It was of realizing how empty their purpose truly was. You didn't fight for glory, but in doing so, you became the unspoken legend they'll never forget. One truth stood above it all. Glory fades, but necessity shapes the future. Number 12. The mirror they feared. When illusions shatter, truth remains. The most brutal defeat is the one where you're forced to look into the mirror and see what you truly are. That's what you did to them. You weren't just their undoing, you were their reckoning. The witches had cloaked themselves in a veil of power, weaving a web of fear so intricate that they believed it themselves. But you didn't just rip away their masks, you made them confront the truth hiding underneath. And the truth, it was hollow. They built their lives on deception, their power a house of cards held together by fear and manipulation. For years they thrived in the shadows, convincing others and themselves that they were untouchable. But then you came, and you didn't just challenge their authority. You dismantled the very foundation of their existence. You exposed what they'd hidden, not through force or trickery, but by being exactly what they feared most. Unshaken, unstoppable, and unafraid. When they tried to wield fear as a weapon, you didn't flinch. When they conjured illusions, you saw through them. And with each act of defiance, their grip weakened. They couldn't manipulate you, they couldn't twist your perception, and most damningly, they couldn't make you doubt yourself. That was their undoing. Without fear to feed on, their so-called power began to starve. Imagine their horror, not just at being defeated, but at realizing the depth of their own lies. You weren't just a force against them, you were a mirror they couldn't look away from. Every chant, every curse, every attempt to break you only revealed their fragility. They wanted to control you, but instead they unraveled themselves. Their greatest fear wasn't you, it was the truth you forced them to see. They had spent their lives cultivating a facade, layering illusion upon illusion, until even they forgot it wasn't real. But when you stood firm, refusing to bend or break, you didn't just resist their power, you stripped it bare. The terrifying reality hit them like a tidal wave. Their power wasn't real. It was smoke and mirrors, a carefully constructed image designed to keep others in submission. And now, with that illusion shattered, all that remained was emptiness. What makes this even more devastating is the timing. They didn't realize the truth while they still had a chance to change. No, the revelation came too late, after their defeat was already sealed. It wasn't just their rituals and unity that crumbled. It was their very sense of self. They looked at the ruins of their power and saw what you had seen all along. Nothing but fear wrapped in a cloak of lies. This wasn't just a victory, it was a reckoning. You didn't just defeat them, you dismantled the very identity they had built. And now, they can never go back. The mask is gone, the mirror is broken, and all they're left with is the haunting memory of the one who revealed their emptiness. You didn't just beat them, you made them face themselves, and nothing scares them more. Number 13. Legends fall, but truth stands forever. A lie, no matter how old or deeply rooted, is powerless against a single moment of truth. That's the weight of what you've done, Chosen One. The witches didn't just weave spells, they wove myths. For centuries, they built their image as untouchable forces of darkness. Their rituals became whispered legends, their power a story told to terrify and control. They created a mythology that painted them as immortal, a collective evil that grew stronger with each generation. But all it took was one person, you, to bring their house of cards crashing down. When you stood against them, it wasn't just a battle, it was the unraveling of centuries of lies. They had relied on their stories to sustain them, tales of invincibility and untouchable power. But their myths, like their rituals, were only as strong as the fear they could command. You shattered that fear, and with it, their narrative collapsed into dust. They thought their legacy was eternal, yet all it took was your truth to expose their fragility. Their names, once whispered in fear, are now muttered in disgrace. They were the authors of their own downfall, blinded by arrogance and the false belief that their collective power made them invincible. They thrived on illusions, thinking their numbers would intimidate, that their centuries-old traditions would make them untouchable. What they didn't foresee was that a single spark of clarity could burn through their carefully woven web of lies. You didn't just defeat them, you erased the story they told the world. And in its place, you wrote something new, something undeniable. Your victory wasn't just over a group of witches. It was over the idea that their darkness was eternal. You didn't just face their power, you faced the narrative they built and tore it apart at the seams. Imagine future generations. They won't remember the witches as the powerful beings they claimed to be. Their myths will fade into obscurity, just echoes of a forgotten past. Instead, the story they'll hear will be yours. A story of how one person stood against the seemingly impossible and won. They'll speak of you as the one who proved that no force, no matter how ancient or feared, is beyond challenge. You didn't just stand against the darkness. You exposed it for what it truly was, a shadow that vanishes in the presence of light. This isn't just your story, it's your legacy. And legacies like yours don't fade. The witches believed their names would echo through eternity. But now, they are nothing more than footnotes in the history you're writing. The truth you revealed is what will last. No matter how hard they tried to build their myths, they couldn't stop you from becoming the living proof of their fraudulence. The world will forget them, but it will never forget you. You've become more than a symbol. You're a testament to the fact that the greatest powers crumble when faced with unyielding courage. Their legends fell, but your truth stands forever. In the end, this isn't just about their defeat. It's about your rise. You didn't just expose their lies, you created a legacy that stands as a beacon of truth and strength. While their myths crumble to dust, your story will echo through generations, a testament to what one person with unshakable purpose can achieve. If you're ready to own your power and continue this unstoppable journey, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments to declare your transformation. Share this message with others. It's time the world knows the truth. Let's keep rising, chosen ones. Stop setting yourself on fire to keep others warm. Let that sink in, chosen ones. For too long, you've been the fuel for everyone else's comfort. You've burned yourself down to embers, igniting your energy, peace, and sanity to light up the lives of others who never even bother to ask if you're okay. They bask in your warmth while you quietly turn to ash. It's time to face the hard truth. They never saw you as a person. They saw you as a resource, like a well they could keep drawing from, a bridge they could walk over, or a ladder to climb. They didn't respect you. They used you. And you let them because you thought being chosen meant sacrifice. You thought being chosen was your purpose. But here's the reality. They didn't choose you because you were special. They chose you because you were convenient. And you, the chosen one. Whether this is your first time here or you've stood with us as a rock-solid supporter, your presence and super gifts are the very force propelling this mission forward. You've carried the weight of the world long enough, and now it's time to reclaim what's always been yours: your power, your peace, and your freedom. If you're ready to stop being used, rise from the ashes and step into the strength they feared you'd discover. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments if you're done being the go-to for everyone else's mess. This is your moment to transform your isolation into unstoppable power. Let's dive in and rewrite the script for the chosen ones. It starts now. So, the greatest enemy of the chosen one isn't the people who take advantage of them. It's the belief that self-destruction equals heroism. They call you strong, dependable, selfless. But all they mean is, you're the one who will bleed for us while we sit and watch. Think about it. How many times have you put someone else's needs ahead of your own, thinking it was noble? How many times have you played savior while drowning in your own chaos? You've been told it's your destiny, but destiny doesn't feel this hollow, does it? This isn't fate. It's a prison. Enough is enough. It's time to take the match away from their hands. You're not a flame to be extinguished. You're a wildfire, and it's time to burn down the lies they've built around you. No more being the yes person. No more sacrificing your peace for someone else's convenience. No more carrying burdens that were never yours to bear. You're not a cosmic sponge soaking up every drop of someone else's mess. You're not here to be their safety net, their cleanup crew, or their emotional punching bag. The world has been comfortable with your suffering because it made their lives easier. But here's the wake-up call. Your life matters too. Your peace matters. Your boundaries matter. Being chosen doesn't mean being used. It means reclaiming your power and rewriting your role. This isn't just a warning to the users. It's a battle cry for the chosen ones to rise. No more setting yourself on fire. If they want light, let them find their own. It's time to be done being used. It's time to fight back. This isn't just survival, it's revolution. Let's go. And now, let's break it down step by step. Stay with me, because if you're a true chosen one, you'll feel it. The pull, the undeniable force urging you to hear this through to the very end. Trust me, this is more than a message. It's a turning point. Let's go. Number 1. The badge of burden. Are you truly chosen or just convenient? Beware the gift wrapped in chains. That's what being chosen often feels like. A shiny label masking a heavy burden. They tell you it's an honor, that you're special, destined, handpicked. But dig deeper. And you'll find this so-called privilege is more about their needs than your worth. They've crowned you chosen, not for your greatness, but for your availability. Have you ever wondered why they singled you out? It's not always the strongest or the smartest who are chosen. More often, it's the ones who can't say no, the ones who feel obligated to help, the ones whose kindness is mistaken for compliance. You've been given the badge of burden, not because of your brilliance, but because you're easy to lean on. It's a trap, a masterful illusion. They call you one of a kind to keep you tethered. After all, who would abandon a title like that? The truth is, being labeled special isn't always a compliment. It's often a tactic, a leash disguised as a laurel. They know that as long as you believe you're destined to serve, you'll keep pouring yourself out, drop by drop, until there's nothing left. Look at the pattern. They're quick to tell you how much they need you, how irreplaceable you are. But when have they ever paused to ask if you're okay, if you're tired, if you even want this role? No, they're too busy reaping the benefits of your sacrifices, basking in the comfort your effort brings them, while you silently shoulder the weight. Let's cut through the noise. The harsh reality is that being chosen isn't always about you. It's about them. They chose you because it was convenient, because you made things easier, because you didn't resist. You weren't chosen to shine, you were chosen to serve. And here's the kicker: the more you give, the more they take. The more you comply, the more they expect. The pedestal they place you on, it's not made of admiration, it's made of chains. They don't celebrate you, they use you. They don't value you, they drain you. And the worst part? They've convinced you it's love, duty, or destiny. It's time to wake up. This isn't honor, it's manipulation. This isn't purpose, it's exploitation. And it's not your role to carry it anymore. The badge of chosen has been weaponized against you, but now it's time to take it off. It's time to ask yourself the question they never will. Do I want this? Remember, not all crowns are meant to be worn, and not all titles are worth keeping. If being chosen feels like a curse, maybe it's time to stop wearing their chains and start choosing yourself. Number 2, your value isn't theirs to claim, breaking free from their comfort. Strength without rest is exploitation disguised as admiration. Think about it. When they call you strong, dependable, or the glue that holds everything together, it feels good at first, doesn't it? But here's the question they hope you won't ask. Are they really admiring you, or are they just relieved that you're doing the hard work they refuse to do? It's a clever illusion, subtle but powerful. They call you a rock, a savior, the one who never lets anyone down. It sounds like praise, but it's a leash. What they're really saying is, stay in this role because it makes my life easier. Your value becomes their victory, a source of comfort they drain while you run on empty. And they'll keep draining, because why wouldn't they? As long as you're holding it all together, they don't have to lift a finger. You've been cast in a role you never auditioned for. The fixer, the safety net, the one who absorbs every crisis and mends every crack. And while they sing your praises, what they're really doing is handing you the weight they don't want to carry. Their problems, their chaos, their mistakes. They become your responsibility. They bask in the relief of having you there while you silently crumble under the pressure. Here's the bitter truth. What they call admiration is often manipulation in disguise. When they say you're a rock, they mean you're immovable, reliable, unbreakable, because that's what suits them. But even rocks erode under constant pressure. Even the strongest shoulders eventually give out. And what happens then? Do they step in to lift you up, or do they just find someone else to lean on? The reality is harsh, but clear. As long as you're solving their problems, they never have to face their own. They've turned your strength into a shield they hide behind, your dependability into a crutch they can't stand without. And while they thrive in the comfort of your sacrifices, you're left depleted, wondering why no one ever stops to ask, who's holding you up? You're not the glue, you're not the safety net, you're not a bottomless well of energy and resilience for them to draw from. The longer you let them treat you this way, the more they'll believe it's your job to fix their messes. But here's the truth they don't want you to know. Your value isn't tied to how much you give, how much you endure, or how much you solve. It's time to reclaim your worth. Their comfort is not your purpose, and their convenience is not your responsibility. Let them figure out their own mess. Let them find their own strength. Stop being their lifeline and start being your own. Because your value doesn't belong to them, it belongs to you. Number 3, the invisible chains, breaking free from the weight of expectations. Expectations are silent contracts you never agreed to. That's the curse of being labeled the chosen one. It's not a title you chased, nor a role you signed up for. Yet, somehow, without warning, a mountain of invisible obligations was dropped on your back. They don't ask, they assume. They don't offer, they expect. And with every step you take, that weight grows heavier. You're the one they call when things fall apart, the one who's supposed to succeed where others fail, and the one who's expected to rise above, no matter the cost. It's a trap of silent demands. Nobody says it out loud, but their unspoken expectations hang over you like storm clouds, always there, always pressing. And when you step up, as you always do, they applaud just long enough to hand you another burden. But here's the harsh reality they don't want you to see. Their expectations don't make you strong. They make you a prisoner. Every time you meet their demands, they raise the bar, piling on more and more until you can barely breathe. And when you stumble, as every human does, it's not forgiveness you receive. No, it's disappointment, judgment, and guilt. You're not allowed to fall because they've built their comfort on the lie that you'll never break. Think about it. When was the last time someone asked if you were okay? When was the last time someone truly cared about how you were feeling, not just about what you could do for them? The truth is, they don't stop to check because they don't want to know. A broken, chosen one doesn't serve their needs. This weight you're carrying, it was never yours to bear. These expectations they've placed on you, they aren't a badge of honor, they're a leash. Every time you rise to meet their demands, they tighten the noose a little more, convincing you that your worth is tied to what you can do for them. But it's a lie. Your value doesn't come from how much you give or how high you climb under the crushing weight of their needs. Here's the hard truth. You're allowed to step down. You're allowed to let go of the pedestal they've placed you on. You didn't ask for this role, and you don't owe anyone the sacrifice of your peace, your health, or your happiness. The burden of their expectations isn't a compliment. It's a trap designed to keep you stuck, to keep you useful, to keep you quiet. It's time to break the chains. The only expectation that matters is the one you hold for yourself. You're not a machine, a hero, or a tool to be used. You're human, and humans weren't meant to carry the world on their shoulders. Let their disappointment roll off you like water. Let their expectations crumble under the weight of your refusal. And let yourself finally breathe. This is your life, not theirs. It's time to live it on your terms. Number 4. Chosen but never consulted. The crown you didn't ask for. The heaviest chains are the ones you didn't even know you were wearing. That's what it feels like to be chosen, isn't it? A title handed to you, not out of respect or admiration, but because someone else decided it was convenient. They call it destiny, but the truth is far less romantic. It's their escape route, and you're the one who has to bear the weight. Did anyone stop to ask if you wanted this? No. They didn't consult you. They didn't care if you were willing, ready, or even capable. They just labeled you the chosen one and left you to deal with the fallout. It's not a crown of glory. It's a set of invisible shackles. You didn't sign up to be their savior, their fixer, or their emotional crutch. Yet here you are, expected to rise every time they stumble. The truth is, being chosen is often less about your greatness and more about their convenience. They look at you and see someone reliable, someone who won't say no, someone they can lean on without ever offering a hand in return. They've outsourced their problems, their responsibilities, their chaos, all to you, and they justify it by calling you special. But being special doesn't pay the price of exhaustion, does it? And let's talk about the loneliness that comes with this so-called honor. They don't see you as a person with needs, feelings, or limits. No, to them, you're a solution, a tool, a means to an end. When was the last time someone asked if you were okay, if you needed help, if you even wanted to wear this title? They don't, because they assume you'll handle it. You always do. And that's all they care about. It's a one-sided arrangement. They get the support, the solutions, the stability. You get the weight of their expectations and the silence of being unseen. It's isolating, isn't it? To be the one everyone turns to but no one truly sees. To be the pillar holding everything up while feeling like no one's there to catch you when you crumble. Here's the raw truth. Being chosen isn't always a blessing. It's often a trap. It's not about your potential or your brilliance. It's about how much they can extract from you. And the longer you play the role, the heavier the load becomes. But now is the time to ask the question they never did. Do I even want this? Because if being chosen feels more like a burden than a blessing, then maybe it's time to stop carrying it. You don't owe anyone your energy, your peace, or your life. Remember, a crown forced upon your head isn't a sign of honor. It's a tool of control. You don't have to wear it. It's time to step down from the pedestal they've built for their convenience and start building your own foundation, one where you choose yourself first. Number 5. The puppeteers behind the praise. Who really benefits? Beware the hands that crown you. They often hold the strings. Not everyone who claims to choose you does so with pure intentions. Some are not allies. They are opportunists, masterful manipulators who see your loyalty, your generosity, and your strength as tools for their gain. To them, you're not a person. You're a resource, a means to an end. At first, their words sound like admiration. They call you dependable, selfless, even irreplaceable. But what they're really doing is setting the stage, luring you in with flattery until the trap is sprung. Behind their compliments lies a hidden agenda. They cloak their requests in the language of trust and shared goals, framing their needs as your responsibility. It's never about you. It's always about how much they can extract before you wake up to the truth. In the beginning, it might feel good. Who wouldn't be flattered by being called special? But soon, their admiration morphs into expectation, and the weight starts to press down. The favors become endless. The gratitude fades. And before you know it, you're knee-deep in their problems, carrying burdens that were never yours to begin with, while they cheer you on from the sidelines, safe, comfortable, untouched. It's a one-sided performance, and you're the star they've cast to clean up their messes, They convince you it's destiny, that you're meant to be the one who always shows up, always fixes things, always sacrifices. But if you take a step back, the pattern becomes obvious. They don't admire you. They rely on your blindness to their manipulation. And here's the kicker. They don't stop. Why would they? As long as you keep showing up, they'll keep taking. As long as you stay silent, they'll stay comfortable. The more you give, the more entitled they feel. And when you finally begin to crack under the weight, they'll either guilt you into continuing or find someone else to prey on. But here's the truth they hope you never realize. Your kindness is not their currency. Your strength is not their free pass. And your loyalty is not an obligation. The power they wield over you isn't real. It's borrowed, taken from the trust you placed in them. They didn't earn it, and they don't deserve it. So now it's time to pull back the curtain and ask yourself, who really benefits from this relationship? Are their words building you up or holding you hostage? Because if the answer isn't you, it's time to cut the strings and walk away. Remember, loyalty without boundaries isn't noble. It's self-betrayal. Stop carrying the weight of people who refuse to lift their own. It's not your job to be their solution, and it's not your destiny to live for someone else's convenience. Let the puppeteers dangle their strings in the wind. You're done being controlled. Number 6. Breaking the chains of sacrifice, reclaiming what's yours. Selflessness without boundaries isn't virtue, it's surrender. Being the chosen one often feels like walking a tightrope of unspoken demands. No one outright tells you to sacrifice yourself, but it's woven into every interaction, every expectation. They count on your silence, your willingness, your inability to say no. And so you give your time, your energy, your dreams, all to keep the peace, fix their problems, or maintain an illusion of harmony. But let's ask the uncomfortable question, why? Why does your well-being always have to be the price of someone else's comfort? Why does the world glorify sacrifice without ever questioning its cost? Society loves a martyr because it benefits from one. It applauds your selflessness, calls you a hero, and turns a blind eye to the silent destruction it causes within you. You've heard the praise, you're so giving, you're always there for everyone. But at what point does selflessness become self-destruction? The truth is hard to swallow. People celebrate your sacrifices because it makes their lives easier. Every time you compromise, every time you say yes when you wanted to say no, you reinforce their belief that your needs can wait, that your worth lies in how much you can endure. And here's the cycle. The more you give, the more they expect. It never ends. The moment you falter or hesitate, you're branded as selfish, ungrateful, or not the same person you used to be. It's a clever trap, isn't it? You're made to feel guilty for choosing yourself, as if your happiness is an indulgence, not a necessity. But let's be brutally honest. If people only value you for what you sacrifice for them, they don't value you. They value what you provide. They value your utility, not your humanity. And no amount of self-sacrifice will ever change that. Breaking this cycle isn't easy. It means doing the unthinkable, saying no when you've always said yes. It means risking their disappointment, frustration, or even anger. But ask yourself, what's the alternative? To keep pouring from an empty cup until there's nothing left of you? To live your life as a shadow of your own potential, constantly dimming your light to brighten someone else's? The truth is, your happiness isn't selfish. It's necessary. It's not a luxury. It's a right. Those who truly care about you will understand that boundaries are an act of love, not defiance. They'll respect the strength it takes to choose yourself. And those who don't, they were never worth the sacrifices you made in the first place. It's time to step off the altar of their expectations. You're not here to be anyone's martyr. You're here to live, to thrive, to grow. And that starts with breaking the chains of sacrifice and reclaiming what's always been yours: your peace, your joy, and your power. Number 7. The hero's curse. When saving others destroys you. Even the strongest walls crumble under relentless storms. The world loves a hero, idolizes them even, but no one talks about what being the hero actually does to you. They celebrate your victories, your resilience, your strength. Yet, they turn a blind eye to the fractures forming beneath your surface. They cheer for the role you play, but they never stop to ask what it costs you. The chosen one archetype has become a weapon disguised as a compliment. It glorifies endurance to a dangerous degree, making suffering seem noble and sacrifice a badge of honor. It's all about how much you can bear, how many people you can save, how often you can get back up, no matter how many pieces of yourself you leave behind in the process. Piece by piece, this role chips away at you. You carry the weight of everyone else's problems so often that it becomes second nature. The load is heavy, but you've grown numb to it, unaware of how much it's wearing you down. Your relationships begin to falter, not because you don't care, but because you're too busy being strong to be vulnerable. You've become the rock everyone leans on, but rocks erode under constant pressure, and so do you. Over time, the lines between their needs and your own blur. You forget what it feels like to prioritize yourself. You start to believe that your worth is tied solely to what you can endure and what you can do for others. This isn't heroism, it's quiet self-destruction. The worst part? Admitting you're struggling feels like failure. You've been cast as the invincible hero, the one who never falters. To say you're tired, broken, or overwhelmed feels like betraying the role you've been forced to play. So you stay silent, suffering in isolation, because heroes aren't supposed to need saving. But here's the hard truth. Resilience without rest is just a slower form of collapse. No one can carry the weight of the world forever. You don't have to prove your worth by bleeding for everyone else. You are more than your sacrifices, more than the role they've assigned to you. Being the hero doesn't mean destroying yourself to save others. Let go of the idea that stepping back is weakness. It's not. Stepping back is survival. You're not failing anyone by saying no. You're saving yourself. Because if being the hero kills the person inside, then what's left? You deserve more than the applause that comes with your suffering. You deserve peace, rest, and the freedom to be human. The world may love a hero, but it's time for you to stop sacrificing yourself to its expectations. Choose yourself before there's nothing left to save. Number 8. Chosen and isolated. The loneliness that keeps you trapped. Divide and conquer isn't just a strategy in war. It's a tactic used against the chosen ones. Your isolation isn't a coincidence. It's not the price of greatness, nor is it some noble mark of independence. It's a deliberate design, crafted to keep you exactly where they want you. Alone, dependent, and compliant. Think about it. The more isolated you are, the harder it is to escape the role they've forced upon you. Without a support system, who do you turn to? The very people who put you in this position, of course. It's a vicious cycle. They create your loneliness and then exploit it to make sure you stay in line. At first, it feels like admiration. They praise your independence, your resilience, your ability to handle it all. They celebrate how you don't need anyone, framing it as a compliment. But is it? Or is it just their excuse to leave you to fend for yourself? Because while they applaud your strength, they quietly step back, leaving you to bear the weight alone. Over time, this loneliness starts to feel normal. You stop asking for help because you've been conditioned to see it as weakness. You've been taught that leaning on others is a failure, that real strength means enduring in silence. And so you build higher walls, not realizing you're trapping yourself in the very isolation they created. The harshest truth is that this loneliness isn't an accident. It serves a purpose. When you're alone, it's easier for them to control you. Without outside voices to challenge the narrative, you begin to accept their version of reality. You become less likely to question the role they've assigned you, less likely to rebel against the expectations they've placed on your shoulders. You stay in the cycle because it feels like there's no other option. But let's be clear, isolation is not a mark of greatness. It's not the hallmark of the chosen. It's a weapon used to keep you powerless. Real strength doesn't come from carrying everything alone. It comes from connection, from building relationships that empower you, from finding people who see you as more than what you can do for them. The moment you recognize this design, the trap begins to break. You don't have to stay in their narrative. You don't have to play by their rules. Start rebuilding your support system. Reach out, reconnect, and rediscover the power of having people in your corner. Every step you take toward connection is a step away from their control. Loneliness isn't destiny, it's a tactic. And now that you see it for what it is, you can rewrite the story. You were never meant to do it all alone, and you don't have to anymore. The design fails the moment you decide to choose yourself. Number 9. Your time is precious, not infinite. Stop wasting it on the unworthy. Time is the one thing you can never get back, so stop giving it to people who don't deserve it. Let that sink in. If you're constantly the on-call savior, the one who shows up every time someone else's world is crumbling, ask yourself, who's showing up for me? Here's the harsh truth. Your time is not unlimited, and every second you give away to someone else's mess is a second stolen from your own life. You've been conditioned to believe your value lies in your availability, in how quickly you can drop everything for others. But have you noticed how it's always one-sided? They expect you to solve their problems, listen to their dramas, and carry their burdens. But where are they when you need someone? The reality is painful but simple. They don't see your sacrifices, they just see a resource. Every time you say yes to them, you're saying no to yourself. No to your peace. No to your growth. No to the things that truly matter in your life. And here's the kicker. They don't even appreciate it. Your constant presence isn't cherished, it's expected. You've become reliable, not valuable. Imagine your time as water in a cup. Every favor, every task, every emotional rescue you perform drains a little more. But who's refilling your cup? No one. And the emptier it gets, the more you feel like a shell of yourself. Yet, you keep pouring because you've convinced yourself that's what makes you good, that's what makes you important. But here's the truth. You can't pour from an empty cup, and you shouldn't have to. Think about the relationships that truly nourish you. Are you spending enough time on them? Or have you been too distracted by people who only take? Your time should go to those who lift you up, not to those who drag you down. And yes, prioritizing yourself might mean saying no to people who are used to you saying yes. That's okay. Let them be uncomfortable. It's not your job to fix their lives at the cost of your own. Stop falling into the trap of being the reliable one. Stop equating your worth with how much you can give. The truth is, being indispensable isn't a badge of honor, it's a red flag. It means you've let yourself be consumed by everyone else's needs, leaving no room for your own. Your time is precious. It's a resource you can't replenish. So stop spending it on people who don't appreciate you. Reclaim it. Invest it in your passions, your goals, and the relationships that truly matter. Because when you give and give without ever receiving, you're not a hero. You're a prisoner to their expectations. It's time to prioritize yourself. Let them find someone else to lean on. Your life is calling, and it's about time you answered. Number 10. Empathy without boundaries. When caring becomes self-destruction. To protect your light, you must learn to shield it. For the chosen ones, empathy often feels like a superpower, the trait that sets you apart. You're the one people turn to when they need a shoulder to cry on, someone to understand their pain, or a rock to lean on during their storms. But here's the hard truth. Empathy without boundaries isn't kindness. It's self-destruction. You've likely been praised for your ability to care deeply, to put others first, to always be there. And while that might sound noble, it's also dangerous. If you constantly pour yourself into everyone else's struggles without protecting your own energy, you'll end up empty, drained, depleted, and disconnected from your own needs. Because here's the thing about people. They'll take as much as you're willing to give, and most won't stop to ask if you're okay. Empathy without boundaries turns you into a sponge, soaking up the emotions, pain, and chaos of everyone around you. At first, you might feel like you're making a difference, but over time, the weight of it all becomes suffocating. You're left holding burdens that were never yours to begin with, sacrificing your peace to keep others comfortable. And when you're running on fumes, who's there to refill your tank? Who catches you when you fall? Let's set the record straight. Caring deeply doesn't mean sacrificing yourself. Love, compassion, and understanding aren't measured by how much of yourself you lose in the process. True empathy isn't about martyrdom, it's about connection, and connection requires balance. Without boundaries, empathy isn't a superpower, it's a slow poison. You might worry that setting boundaries makes you selfish, cold, or unkind. That's a lie society tells you to keep you in the role of the selfless giver. But boundaries aren't walls. They're fences with gates. They let you control what you give, to whom, and when. Boundaries say, I care about you, but I care about myself too. Think of it this way. If you're constantly pouring from your cup without refilling it, what's left for you? Your peace, mental health, and happiness aren't negotiable. They're the foundation of your ability to give in the first place. Without them, your empathy becomes unsustainable. You burn out, you break down, and eventually you lose the very compassion that made you special. Here's the hard lesson. It's okay to say no. It's okay to step back and say, I've done enough. Real power comes from knowing your limits and honoring them. You don't have to be everyone's savior to be valuable. You're allowed to prioritize your needs, to protect your energy, to choose yourself. The world might not like it when you start setting boundaries. People who've grown comfortable with your endless giving might push back, guilt you, or accuse you of being different. Let them. Their discomfort is not your burden to carry. Your worth isn't tied to how much you endure for others. Empathy is a gift, but like any gift, it must be used wisely. A fire that burns without control doesn't provide warmth. It consumes everything in its path. So protect your flame. Learn to say no without guilt, to step back without shame, and to care deeply without losing yourself in the process. In the end, your empathy is only as powerful as the boundaries that protect it. Let those boundaries be the shield that guards your peace, your happiness, and your life. Because when you choose yourself, you don't lose your empathy, you strengthen it. You turn it into something sustainable, something that truly serves, without destroying you in the process. That's real power, and it starts with one word: no. Number 11. Breaking free, the boldest move you'll ever make. Freedom is the oxygen of the soul. For years you've been suffocating under the weight of expectations and obligations disguised as destiny. They told you that being the chosen one was a gift, a purpose, something sacred. But the truth? It was their way of chaining you to a role you never asked for. True power doesn't come from fulfilling someone else's plan. It comes from breaking the chains and forging your own path. Let's get one thing straight. Walking away from the pedestal they put you on isn't weakness. It's not failure. It's strength. It's you reclaiming the life that's been stolen bit by bit, sacrifice by sacrifice. Every time they praised your selflessness, every time they marveled at how much you could handle, they weren't admiring you. They were exploiting you. And you've had enough. They wanted you to believe that being chosen made you special. But here's the catch. They never consulted you. You didn't choose this. You were handed a role that served their needs, their comfort, their plans. They benefited while you burned out. That's not honor, that's control. And the moment you realize that, everything changes. Breaking free isn't about abandoning everyone or shutting the door on those who truly care for you. It's about rejecting the idea that your worth is tied to how much you can give, endure, or sacrifice. It's about deciding that your life belongs to you, not to anyone else's expectations or manipulations. You've spent too long living in a prison they called purpose. Now it's time to walk out and never look back. And let's be clear, it won't be easy. The users, the manipulators, the ones who thrived on your compliance, they'll call you selfish. They'll accuse you of abandoning them. They'll paint you as the villain in their story. Why? Because your liberation disrupts the system they've built around your captivity. But their discomfort is proof that you're doing the right thing. The cage only rattles when the prisoner decides to leave. True liberation is a revolution of the soul. It's about saying, I am no longer here to be your rock, your solution, your fallback plan. It's about recognizing that your energy is precious and should be invested in your growth, your dreams, your joy, not in fixing everyone else's mess. It's not about tearing down the people around you. It's about building yourself up. When you break free, you'll feel it. That breath of air you haven't tasted in years. That lightness in your step as the weight lifts from your shoulders. That fire inside you that's been smothered for far too long. This is what power feels like. Not the fake kind they handed you to keep you busy, but the raw, untouchable power of self-ownership. You don't owe anyone an explanation. You don't owe anyone your life. Liberation isn't a request. It's a decision. And once you make it, you'll understand why they fought so hard to keep you in chains. Because a free soul, that's unstoppable. It's time to stop being the hero of their story and start being the master of your own. True freedom isn't handed to you, it's claimed. And now, chosen one, it's your time to claim it. Walk away, not in anger, but in power. Because breaking free isn't just a choice. It's your boldest, most unapologetic move yet. And no one can take that away from you. Number 12. Don't waste your wings on those who refuse to fly. Some people don't want to heal because being broken gives them power. Harsh, but true. Not everyone deserves a hero. Some people don't want to climb out of the chaos. They've made a home in it. They're not looking for solutions. They're looking for someone to bear the weight of their dysfunction so they don't have to. And too often, that someone is you. You swoop in with good intentions, believing you can fix what's broken. You give your time, energy, and heart, thinking your effort will spark change. But what happens? You clean up their mess, and they create another. You fight their battles, and they retreat into the shadows. You carry their burdens, and they pile on more. The cycle repeats until you're left depleted, wondering why nothing ever improves. Here's why. They don't want to fly. They see your wings and think, perfect, someone to carry me. They're not interested in growth or freedom. They're comfortable where they are. When you rescue them, you're not helping, you're enabling. You're giving them permission to stay the same, to avoid responsibility, to keep living in a way that drags everyone around them down. Let's get one thing straight. Your compassion is a rare and powerful gift. But even the brightest flame can't light a fire in someone who refuses to strike the match. Your effort is wasted on those who have no intention of changing. They see your kindness as a resource to exploit, not as something to honor or reciprocate. They don't respect your energy. They drain it. They don't appreciate your help. They expect it. It's time to stop pouring yourself out for those who don't value what you bring. You're not a lifeline for people who won't swim. You're not a crutch for those unwilling to stand. You're not a hero for those who refuse to fight their own battles. Your wings are meant for soaring, not for carrying those who refuse to even try. This doesn't mean you should stop caring. It means you should care wisely. Choose your battles and your people with intention. Ask yourself, are they willing to meet you halfway? Are they ready to do the hard work to improve their lives? Or are they just looking for someone to clean up the mess while they create more? Because if they're not ready to help themselves, then it's not your responsibility to save them. Setting boundaries doesn't make you selfish. It makes you smart. Refusing to be someone's emotional punching bag or endless solution isn't cruel. It's necessary. If someone can't respect your time, energy, and limits, then they're not asking for help. They're demanding servitude. And you, chosen one, are no one's servant. Let this sink in. You don't owe anyone your wings. Not everyone deserves to fly alongside you, and that's okay. Save your strength for those who value it. Invest your compassion in people who will grow because of it, not those who use it as a reason to stay stuck. You can't rescue everyone, and you shouldn't try. Some people will choose the ground no matter how much you lift them. That's their choice, not your failure. Don't waste your wings. They were made to lift you higher, not to be broken by someone else's refusal to rise. In the end, chosen one, it all comes down to this. Your energy, your time, and your compassion are sacred. Not everyone deserves a seat at your table, and not everyone deserves your wings. It's time to stop being the hero for those who refuse to rise and start choosing yourself first. Remember, you weren't made to carry everyone else's chaos. You were made to soar. If this resonates with you, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments to declare your power. Share this message and help others break free from the chains of being used. Let's rise together. The truth will set you free, but first, it will shatter every illusion you've ever known. Welcome, chosen ones. This is not for the faint-hearted. Awakening isn't a warm embrace. It's a battlefield, and you're the warrior. The enemy? Everything that's ever tried to suppress you. The lies, the fear, the systems built to keep you small. They didn't think you'd make it this far. They bet on your silence, your compliance. But here you are, standing at the edge of transformation, shaking the very foundations they tried to trap you in. Your awakening is their nightmare. It's the crumbling of their carefully constructed illusions. They want you to believe you're weak, that the tremors in your spine, the fire in your chest, the sudden clarity piercing through the fog are signs of failure. But they're wrong. These aren't signs of you breaking. They're proof you're breaking free. And now, a moment to honor you, the chosen one. Whether you've just joined this path or you've been marching through the storm with unshakable resolve, know this. Your super gifts are the heartbeat of this awakening. Your courage to stand apart fuels a mission far greater than you can imagine. The final stage is here, and it's calling your name. If you're ready to unleash your power, confront the signs head-on, and claim the transformation you've fought so hard for, then make it known. Tap that like button, hit subscribe, and drop number 77 in the comments. A declaration that your solitude is no longer a burden, but the forge shaping your destiny. The time to rise is now. Let's begin. So, the systems that enslave the mind hate the awakened. Why? Because you're unshackled now. Their tricks, fear-mongering, distractions, the endless grind, don't work on you anymore. You see through it. You feel it in your bones. And that terrifies them. Every vibration in your body, every strange physical shift is a sign that their grip is slipping. They can't control what they don't understand. They built this world to keep you asleep. Junk food to numb your body, toxic media to poison your soul, endless routines to trap your mind. But awakening cuts through all of that like a sword through a web. When your body suddenly rejects what once comforted you, be it the processed garbage they call food, or the hollow distractions they peddle as entertainment, it's because your system has been upgraded. You're no longer a prisoner of their programming. You're rewriting the code. And let's be clear, this isn't easy. They're going to fight you every step of the way. The enemy thrives on your doubt. They'll whisper that you're losing it, that the changes you feel are symptoms of failure, not growth. But here's the truth. Discomfort is the price of greatness. Just like iron sharpens iron, your struggles are shaping you into something they can't contain. Remember, the caterpillar doesn't become the butterfly without first breaking down completely. Every hard moment is proof you're winning. Every sleepless night, every inexplicable ache, every tear shed for reasons you can't explain, they're all signs that you're ascending. The enemy hates that. They want you docile, obedient, blind to your power. But guess what? Their time is up. This isn't just awakening, it's war. And you're the weapon they never saw coming. You're the disruption their system can't handle. So stand tall, chosen one. You didn't come this far to play small. Let the enemy watch as you rise, as every cell in your body transforms into a roar of defiance. You've reached the final stage. The signs are clear, the battle lines drawn. Now is the time to unleash your full power. Rise, because the world will never be the same after you. And now, let's break it down step by step, piece by piece. Trust me, if you are truly one of the chosen ones, you won't just hear these words. You'll feel them resonate deep in your core. That pull you're feeling right now, it's no coincidence. Stay until the end, because every second reveals a truth meant just for you. Number 1. Feeling the world on your skin, a touch beyond the ordinary. The body is a temple, but in awakening, it becomes a storm that senses what the eyes cannot see. Your skin, once just the silent shield of your body, is now a living messenger, screaming truths you can no longer ignore. It's not just reacting to the world, it's decoding it, translating unseen energy into sensations you never knew were possible. Fabrics you used to love now itch like lies on your body, and a brush of air can feel like an electric current. Suddenly, the textures and temperatures around you are magnified, as if your skin has traded ignorance for hyper-awareness. This isn't fragility, it's transformation. Your skin is evolving into a finely tuned radar, picking up vibrations most people will never feel. Ever notice how the atmosphere shifts when someone with heavy energy enters the room? That tingling sensation, the goosebumps, the slight prickle of discomfort. That's not paranoia, it's perception. Your body is warning you, signaling that you're not just walking in the world, you're sensing its truths. But why is this happening? Because the lie of normalcy is falling apart. Awakening is a rewiring, a reprogramming of your system to operate on a higher frequency. They, the systems that enslave, the people who thrive on deceit, don't want you to notice these shifts. They'd rather you dismiss it as an overactive imagination or a random skin reaction. But deep down, you know better. Think about it. Why would your body start rejecting environments, people, or even clothes that once seemed harmless? It's because you're stepping into a realm of truth, and anything false grates against your very essence. Your skin has become the gatekeeper of your energy, an alarm system that rings loud and clear when something, or someone, is out of alignment with your higher self. When you feel that sudden warmth on your arms, or the buzz in your chest after hearing someone speak, pay attention. It's not coincidence, it's confirmation. Whether it's goosebumps at the sound of truth, or a crawling sensation when someone lies through their teeth, your body isn't just reacting, it's revealing. The enemy will try to make you doubt these signals. They'll call it oversensitivity, anxiety, or even delusion. But don't forget, the same systems that try to silence you are the ones terrified of your awakening. They fear what they cannot control, and they cannot control the language of your skin, your body, your truth. This heightened sensitivity isn't a curse. It's a gift, a biological upgrade. Your skin is pulling you deeper into awareness, forcing you to feel not just life's surface, but its undercurrent. While they live in ignorance, numbed by the noise, you're alive in every sense of the word. So let them call you fragile. Let them mock your sensitivities. They don't understand that what they see as weakness is your superpower. This is the final stage, the undeniable proof that you're not just existing, you're awakening. Your skin doesn't lie. It's speaking the language of evolution. And it's time to listen. Number 2. Food for the soul, when your taste buds rebel against the old. What you feed your body is what you feed your soul, and the awakened soul refuses poison disguised as pleasure. Awakening doesn't just crack open your mind. It rewires your entire being, starting with the most primal connection to the physical world: food. One moment you're indulging in the flavors you've loved for years, and the next, your body stages a revolt, rejecting them like a warrior casting off a chain. The burger that used to comfort you now feels like an anchor, pulling your energy into the depths. The morning coffee that once gave you a boost now leaves you jittery, restless, and out of sync. This isn't some fleeting trend or health kick. It's your body speaking a language of transformation. The enemy wants you tethered to the old world, numbed by junk and weighed down by chemicals disguised as nourishment. They want you addicted to the very things that dim your light and dull your senses. But your awakening won't allow it. Your taste buds, those once silent bystanders, are now soldiers in your evolution, demanding fuel that aligns with your higher vibration. Processed foods become unbearable, not because of their taste, but because of their energy, or lack thereof. They sit heavy in your stomach, drag your thoughts into fog, and disrupt the flow of your awakening. It's as if your body has activated an internal alarm, ringing loud and clear every time you try to consume something that doesn't match your new frequency. Even the substances society has normalized, alcohol, caffeine, sugar, start to feel like toxins in your bloodstream. They're no longer treats, they're intrusions, pulling you away from clarity, focus, and connection. On the other hand, something magical happens. You start craving the very things that nourish your soul: fresh fruits, raw vegetables, and meals so simple they seem unremarkable, yet they sing with vitality. That slice of watermelon feels more energizing than any energy drink ever could. A handful of greens feels like an elixir for your awakening. It's as if your body recognizes the life force within these foods and pulls you toward them like a moth to light. But this change isn't just about nutrition, it's about alignment. Your body is no longer a separate entity from your spirit. It's a partner in this journey. Every shift in your cravings is a nudge toward balance, clarity, and connection. It's not just food, it's fuel for the battle, a tool for your ascension. The enemy will tell you it's unnecessary, that this is just a phase or paranoia. They thrive on the disconnection between body and soul, feeding you poisons wrapped in pretty packaging. But you know better. You feel the truth with every bite, every sip, every decision to honor what your body needs. This isn't deprivation, it's liberation. By choosing nourishment that matches your awakened state, you're rejecting the chains of the old world. Food is no longer just sustenance. It's a declaration of your transformation, a testament to the power you've reclaimed. Listen to your body. It doesn't lie. It's leading you toward a life of energy, clarity, and undeniable truth. Number 3. The hum of transformation, when your cells sing a new song. Every revolution begins with a tremor, within the soul, within the body, within the world. Awakening doesn't knock politely, it courses through you, electrifying every fiber of your being. One of its most profound messengers is the subtle, almost imperceptible hum of micro-vibrations rippling beneath your skin. At first, it feels like a faint current, a whisper of movement deep within. But the more you tune in, the clearer it becomes. Your cells aren't just alive, they're awakening. These tremors are not random spasms or meaningless sensations. They are the song of transformation, a physical manifestation of the energy shifting within you. When you lie in bed at night, perfectly still, and feel that gentle buzz in your hands, feet, or along your spine, know this: your body isn't malfunctioning, it's aligning. Like a finely tuned instrument adjusting to a higher pitch, every cell in your body is recalibrating to match your awakened state. The enemy, the systems of control, the illusions, the lies, wants you to dismiss this as a quirk, or worse, a defect. They want you to question your body's signals, to fear what you don't understand. But this isn't weakness, it's strength in its purest form. These micro-vibrations are proof that you're no longer operating on the dull, numbed-out frequency they depend on. You're shedding the stagnant energy they use to tether you, rising into a vibration they cannot reach. Science might not have the words for it yet, but your soul does. This hum is the resonance of change, the physical echo of your awakening. Notice how it often comes when you're still, those quiet moments when the world fades and you're left with yourself. That's because awakening doesn't scream, it whispers in ways only the tuned in can hear. These tremors are your body's way of saying, pay attention, Something extraordinary is happening, and extraordinary it is. These vibrations often coincide with moments of deep emotional clarity, as if your body and spirit are working together to release what no longer serves you. That buzzing in your spine isn't just energy. It's a bridge between who you were and who you're becoming. It's the pulse of evolution, a cellular rebellion against the limits of the old world. But there's more. These tremors often awaken a heightened sense of awareness, connecting you not just to yourself, but to the universe at large. Colors may seem brighter, sounds sharper, emotions deeper. It's as if your body is plugging into a frequency that aligns with truth, stripping away the static of lies and illusions. Let the enemy scoff. Let the unawakened dismiss these tremors as nonsense. They will never understand the beauty of a body coming alive in ways they fear to imagine. Every vibration, every ripple beneath your skin is a declaration. You are not asleep, and you are no longer bound. This isn't just a physical shift. It's a revolution at the cellular level. Your body is waking up, proving that awakening isn't just a thought or a feeling. It's a visceral, undeniable experience. So when you feel that hum, that tremor, that pulse of energy coursing through you, know this. It's not just your body singing, it's your soul roaring. Number 4. Dancing with time, when awakening breaks the clock. Time is an illusion, but awareness is eternal. When you awaken, the illusion shatters, and you move to the rhythm of truth. When you awaken, time doesn't just feel different. It bends, warps, and reshapes itself around you. The clock on the wall, the ticking seconds, the routine schedules, they lose their grip, replaced by something far more primal, the flow of energy. Your body feels it first, responding to time in ways that are impossible to ignore. In the mundane moments, you might feel as though you're trudging through quicksand. Every movement seems slow, disconnected, as if your body is rebelling against anything that doesn't align with your higher purpose. You fumble with objects you'd normally handle with ease, misjudge distances, or feel strangely out of sync, like the world is moving faster than you can keep up. It's not clumsiness, it's a refusal. Your awakened state won't waste energy on what doesn't matter. But then comes the flip side, moments of alignment where everything changes. When you're tuned into your purpose, time seems to dissolve. Your reflexes sharpen to the point of being otherworldly. You catch a falling glass before your mind even registers it, navigate complex situations as if guided by instinct. It's like your body knows the future, acting before thought even forms. This isn't just coincidence. It's a sign that you're syncing with the true nature of time, fluid, expansive, and tied to your energy. Time in this awakened state isn't linear. It stretches and contracts based on your alignment. Ever notice how hours fly by when you're engrossed in something meaningful, yet a few minutes of drudgery feel like an eternity? That's not perception, it's proof. Your body is teaching you to live in flow, to prioritize energy over the rigid structures society imposes. But make no mistake, the enemy doesn't want you to discover this. They thrive on the grind, on locking you into rigid schedules, making you feel that every second must be accounted for. It's how they control, suppress, and exhaust. But awakening breaks the clock. It unchains you from their illusion of time. This physical distortion of time isn't a glitch. It's guidance. Activities that resonate with your higher self feel effortless, as if the universe itself is pushing you forward. Meanwhile, anything misaligned drags, resists, and drains you. Your body is speaking to you, showing you where to focus and where to let go. This isn't just about time, it's about liberation. You're no longer a slave to schedules and deadlines that don't serve you. Instead, you're moving to the rhythm of your energy, where every moment unfolds exactly as it should. Let the world cling to their clocks and their deadlines. You're beyond that now, moving in flow, where time is no longer a cage, but a current carrying you forward. This is your awakening in motion, unbound, unchained, unstoppable. Number 5. Fires within, when your body becomes a forge of transformation. The fire within burns brighter than the fire around you, and it's the heat of your rebirth. Awakening is not a quiet process. It's a fiery forge, reshaping you from the inside out. And sometimes that fire manifests quite literally through heat zones in unexpected places. Your body, once a passive vessel, has become an active furnace of energy, recalibrating, releasing and amplifying itself in ways you can no longer ignore. Feel that sudden warmth in your palms? That's no accident. Your hands are no longer just tools of the physical, they're conductors of something far greater. Like lightning rods, they buzz with newfound power, vibrating with the energy of giving and receiving. The warmth may intensify around certain people or situations, almost as if your body is signaling its readiness to channel or shield. This isn't science fiction. It's the unmistakable language of transformation, and your palms are speaking volumes. Then there's the fire in your chest. That radiating warmth, especially near your heart, isn't just a random flare-up. It's a breakthrough in motion. This heat often accompanies profound emotional shifts. Forgiveness of yourself or others, the release of grief, or a newfound connection to the world around you. Your heart is literally burning away the chains of old wounds and barriers, making room for the expansion of your spirit. It's not pain, it's progress, a fire that purifies and prepares you for the next stage of your awakening. And let's not overlook the crown of your head. When you feel sudden heat or a tingling sensation there, it's not just all in your head. This is the portal of your higher self opening, a sign of spiritual downloads and heightened awareness flooding into your consciousness. It's your connection to the divine coming alive, like a beacon lighting up in the dark. The enemy would love for you to dismiss it, to chalk it up to coincidence or overthinking. But you know better. That warmth isn't just there. It's activating you. What's crucial to understand is that these heat zones don't appear aimlessly. They show up when your body is actively working, realigning energy, opening pathways, or releasing what no longer serves you. Each flash of heat is like a flare from within, signaling that something significant is happening beneath the surface. The enemy will try to convince you that this is meaningless, that it's all in your imagination. They thrive on doubt, on keeping you disconnected from the profound intelligence of your body. But here's the truth. Your body is speaking a language they can't decode, a language of power, change, and liberation. This isn't just heat, it's transformation in motion. Your body, your temple, is becoming a forge, reshaping your very essence into something they can't contain. Pay attention to these flames. They are the proof that you are no longer a prisoner of the old. You're a being on fire, rising, unstoppable. Number 6. The pulse of awakening, when your body speaks the language of transformation. Energy flows where attention goes, and in awakening, your body becomes the map for forces unseen. Sporadic body pulses during awakening aren't just random occurrences. They're the whispers of a deeper force stirring within you. They arrive unannounced, subtle yet impossible to ignore, like ripples from an unseen ocean brushing against the shores of your being. A rhythmic throb in your fingers, a gentle vibration in the soles of your feet, or an electric hum in your forehead. These aren't mere physical quirks. They're messages, profound and deliberate, from the unseen dimensions you're starting to access. The enemy, the world of distractions, doubt, and suppression, wants you to dismiss these pulses as meaningless, a fluke of your imagination. But don't fall for their lies. These sensations are your body's way of signaling that the veil is lifting, that you're connecting with an energy the unawakened can't comprehend. Take the fingers, for example, the light throb you feel there. It's not random, it's resonance. Your hands, long seen as tools of creation and connection, are now tuning forks for the energy around you. When they pulse, it's as though they're channeling forces from the universe, synchronizing your physical self with the vibrations of something greater. It's a sign that your ability to sense, connect, and even manifest is sharpening. Then there are the soles of your feet, where the pulse feels like a quiet drumbeat of the earth itself. This isn't just a grounding mechanism, it's a gateway. Your feet anchor you to the earth, but during awakening, they become conduits for an energetic exchange, pulling in grounding energy while releasing the static of the old world. Each pulse is your body recalibrating, harmonizing with frequencies that lift you higher while keeping you steady on this journey. And the forehead, the sacred space tied to the third eye, the seat of intuition and vision. When you feel a pulse here, it's not just a sensation. It's activation. Imagine a spark igniting within a dormant circuit, lighting up pathways you never knew existed. The electric hum or subtle throb is your awareness expanding, pushing past the limits of ordinary perception. It's your inner compass, aligning with the truths buried beneath the surface, truths they've tried to keep hidden from you. They'll try to convince you that these pulses are insignificant or that something's wrong with you. That's their weapon, doubt. But every pulse is proof they're losing. These sensations aren't discomfort, they're declarations. Your body is syncing with a source they can't manipulate, a frequency they can't corrupt. So, feel the pulse in your fingers as a reminder of your power to shape reality. Let the vibrations in your feet root you in truth while lifting you higher. And embrace the hum in your forehead as the awakening of vision they can't take away. These pulses aren't random. They're markers of evolution, a signal that you're no longer bound to the ordinary. This is transformation in motion, the physical proof that you're stepping into a realm where the enemy has no control. Let them fear the power rising within you. It's only the beginning. Number 7. When the air turns toxic, rejecting the false for the pure. The closer you align with truth, the more intolerable lies become, even the ones disguised as fragrances. Awakening doesn't just shift your mind, it sharpens your senses into weapons of discernment. Among the most startling changes is your body's sudden revolt against artificial scents and chemicals. The perfume that once felt like part of your identity now feels like an assault, triggering headaches that hammer like war drums. Cleaning products that once symbolized freshness now suffocate, leaving you gasping for clean air. Even the luxurious skin creams you once cherished can leave your skin inflamed, raw, and screaming for simplicity. This isn't weakness. It's your body saying enough. Your awakening has recalibrated your entire system, heightening its awareness of anything that isn't natural, authentic, or aligned with your higher vibrational state. Synthetic fragrances and harsh chemicals, which once slipped under the radar, now stand out like wolves in sheep's clothing. Your body's resistance isn't just physical, it's energetic. It's rejecting what doesn't belong, refusing to be polluted by the toxins the world so casually normalizes. They, the systems that profit from your disconnection, don't want you to see it this way. They sell you the lie that clean smells like chemicals in a bottle, that beauty is packaged in synthetic compounds, that convenience comes coated in toxicity. But awakening strips away these illusions. It sharpens your senses, amplifies your internal radar, and makes it impossible to ignore the discord between what's artificial and what's real. Your sense of smell becomes a hyper-aware sentinel. Artificial scents that once seemed neutral now feel cloying, oppressive, even poisonous. A single whiff of a synthetic fragrance can send your body into revolt, dizziness, nausea, fatigue, as if it's sounding the alarm. This isn't fragility, it's clarity. Your body is no longer willing to tolerate what disrupts its purity and alignment. As this resistance grows, you'll notice a shift in what you're drawn to. Earthy, subtle scents, like lavender, cedarwood, or citrus, begin to feel like home. You might find solace in essential oils, natural cleaning solutions, or fragrance-free products that honor your system's need for simplicity. It's not about chasing trends, it's about survival, about embracing what nourishes rather than numbs. This isn't just a change, it's a purification. Every headache, every moment of irritation, every wave of dizziness is your body shedding the false and demanding the authentic. It's a detox from the lies you've been sold, a declaration that your awakening isn't just spiritual, it's cellular, down to the very air you breathe and the products you touch. The enemy thrives on toxins, both physical and mental, because they cloud your clarity and lower your vibration. But your resistance to these chemicals is proof of your evolution, a battle cry against the artificial world they've built to keep you blind. You're not delicate, you're discerning, and with every rejection of what's false, you're reclaiming your power, demanding a life as pure and authentic as the truth you've awakened to. This isn't just a phase, it's a revolution, and your body is leading the charge. Listen to it, trust it. Your resistance is your strength, and your clarity is your weapon. Let the false crumble, because your purity cannot be compromised. Number 8. Fire and ice. When your body becomes the battlefield of awakening. Transformation is a fire that burns away the old, and a cold wind that sweeps in clarity. Awakening isn't just a spiritual experience, it's a revolution that shakes every corner of your being, even down to your core temperature. One moment, you're wrapped in layers, teeth chattering despite the warmth around you. The next, you're peeling off everything as a sudden internal inferno overtakes you. These shifts aren't mere quirks or coincidences. They're the unmistakable echoes of deep, energetic recalibration. When you feel icy cold, even in the heat of summer, it's not a failing body. It's your system purging. Like a glacier breaking apart to release long-buried secrets, your body is shedding layers of stagnant energy, outdated patterns, and unprocessed traumas. This chill isn't just physical, it's metaphysical, a signal that your being is releasing what no longer serves you. The cold isn't weakness, it's the calm before the storm of transformation, a stripping away of the old to prepare for the new. But then comes the fire, the heat that surges through you like molten lava, igniting every cell in its path. This isn't the warmth of comfort, it's the blazing forge of renewal. Many call these moments energetic downloads, but the experience feels primal, raw, and utterly consuming. It's as if your body is alight with an ancient power, burning away anything that holds you back, while making space for higher frequencies and truths. This heat isn't from outside. It radiates from within, starting in your chest, your head, or your spine, and spreading like a wildfire of awakening. What's remarkable is how these temperature swings often align with breakthroughs, that icy chill you feel. It might follow the release of a deep emotional block, like the air rushing into a room that's been sealed for too long. And the searing heat? It might hit just as clarity dawns, as if your body is celebrating a moment of profound connection with the universe. The enemy will try to convince you this is madness. They'll label it discomfort, disorder, or even disease. But don't be fooled. These swings are the proof that your transformation isn't just a mental or spiritual journey. It's happening in every cell, in every fiber of your being. They want you to see these changes as inconvenient, even frightening, because they thrive on keeping you small and tethered to the old. But you've already started to break free, and your body is keeping pace with your soul. Fire and ice, heat and cold, they're not opposites in this process. They're partners in the symphony of your awakening. Each shift, each moment of discomfort, is your body adjusting to a frequency the old world cannot understand or contain. These are not symptoms to fear. They are signals to embrace. They are the undeniable proof that transformation is happening, not just around you, but within you. Let the fire burn and the cold cleanse. Your body is speaking the language of awakening, and it's saying loud and clear, you are no longer who you were. You're becoming everything you're meant to be. Number 9. When the past whispers through your bones, phantom aches that mark your awakening. The body remembers what the mind forgets, and in awakening, it demands release from the chains of buried pain. As you ascend to higher awareness, your body becomes more than flesh and bone. It transforms into a living archive of your emotional and spiritual history. Every scar, every ache, every forgotten wound is a page in the story of your journey. And now, those hidden chapters are being read aloud, sometimes in the form of phantom aches in places you've long ignored or never thought twice about. At first, it feels confusing. Why is that old knee injury suddenly throbbing again? Why does your shoulder ache when there's no reason for it? Why does a completely uninjured part of your body feel tender or sore? The enemy would have you dismiss these sensations as mere aging, stress, or meaningless discomfort. But nothing about your awakening's random. These aches aren't just physical inconveniences. They're messages, calls from the depths of your being, telling you it's time to confront what you've long buried. Your body is a vessel of memory, holding on to every unresolved trauma, unprocessed emotion, and buried pain you thought you'd left behind. That throbbing in your knee isn't about the injury itself. It's about the emotional weight tied to the moment you fell. That ache in your shoulder might not be from physical strain, but from years of carrying burdens you were too afraid to set down. And the strange, unexplainable pain in a place you've never injured. It's the awakening of a dormant fear, a forgotten sorrow, or a neglected truth finally demanding to be acknowledged. This is not weakness, it's release. Just as a thunderstorm clears the air, these pains are your body's way of purging the stagnant energy that has been trapped for years. Awakening doesn't just clear your mind, it clears your vessel. But the process isn't silent. It speaks through these aches, drawing your attention to the areas where healing is most needed. The enemy doesn't want you to see this. They'd rather you medicate the pain, numb it, or brush it off as insignificant. Because when you confront these sensations, when you lean into the discomfort and listen to what it's telling you, you strip their power away. You step into the realm of healing, where their control begins to crumble. These phantom aches are not punishments, they're blessings. They're your body's way of clearing out the wreckage, making space for the new, higher energy you're stepping into. They remind you that healing isn't just physical, it's spiritual, emotional, and deeply transformative. So, the next time you feel that unexplained twinge or throbbing, don't fear it. Honor it. Ask yourself what it's trying to tell you. Let the pain be your guide as you release the chains of the past and rise into the fullness of your awakening. This isn't just discomfort, it's proof of your evolution. Your body is letting go so you can rise unbound. Number 10. The magnetic spine, a highway to higher truth. The spine is not just a structure, it's a ladder, and every pull is a step closer to your highest self. In the process of awakening, your spine ceases to be just a collection of vertebrae. It becomes a living conduit, a highway for energy surging through you, aligning not just your body, but your very essence with a greater truth. This isn't a subtle shift. It's an undeniable force that seems to demand your attention. Your spine begins to feel like a magnet, pulling you into alignment with something larger, something infinite. You've felt it, haven't you? That sudden tautness in your back, as if an invisible hand is straightening you, preparing you for something monumental. It's not pain, nor is it comfort. It's purpose. This pull isn't random. It's as though the universe itself is taking hold of your core and saying, "Rise." In these moments, your body is responding to the energy of awakening. This magnetic pull in your spine is a physical manifestation of your internal shift, a recalibration of the very axis of your being. It often happens at pivotal moments, when you're on the verge of clarity, a breakthrough, or a profound realization. Your spine, the central pillar of your body, becomes the compass, pointing you toward your higher self. The enemy would love for you to ignore it. They'd have you believe it's just a random ache or the result of bad posture. But you know better. This pull isn't about physical alignment. It's about energetic alignment. It's as if your body, in its infinite wisdom, is adjusting itself to match the vibration of your purpose, of your truth. This isn't a small correction, it's a declaration. Your spine, the most vital support structure in your body, is aligning itself with the rhythm of the universe. Some describe it as a lightness, like being lifted by an unseen force. Others feel it as a surge, an electrifying current traveling through their core. Whatever the sensation, it's unmistakable. You're being called to stand taller, to move with intention, to embody your awakening. The enemy's world thrives on slouching souls, on keeping you hunched, burdened, and disconnected from your inner power. They've designed systems to weigh you down, both literally and metaphorically. But this magnetic pull, it's your rebellion. It's your body rejecting the weight of their lies, realigning you with the frequency of truth. This isn't just about posture, it's about purpose. When your spine straightens, it's not just your body adjusting, it's your spirit rising. Your core is being recalibrated to resonate with your awakened state, to serve as the foundation for your next steps. So, when you feel that pull, that magnetic force guiding you upward, don't fight it. Surrender to it. Let it guide you into alignment with your true path. Your spine isn't just holding you up, it's elevating you. It's the universe's way of telling you, you are exactly where you need to be. Rise and claim it. Number 11. Reflexes on fire. The warrior's instinct awakens. Instinct is the untaught voice of survival. Awakening turns it into the roar of supremacy. One of the most electrifying signs of your awakening is the surge in heightened reflexes. You're no longer just living. You're moving like a force of nature, reacting faster than you ever thought possible. Catching a glass mid-air before it shatters, sidestepping danger with precision, sensing threats before they materialize. It's not just quick thinking, it's a primal instinct awakened from dormancy. This isn't some random stroke of luck. Your reflexes are the physical embodiment of your evolution, proof that your energetic body is now fully engaged with your physical form. The systems of the old world wanted you dulled and disconnected, stumbling through life in a haze of doubt and sluggishness. But you're wide awake, every nerve in your body vibrating with readiness, every move in sync with a greater flow. The enemy thrives on predictability, on a populace too slow to react, too distracted to resist. But your newfound agility makes you dangerous. Your body isn't just responding, it's anticipating, acting in perfect harmony with universal timing. It's as if the very energy of life itself is coursing through your veins, guiding your every move with precision and power. These moments of lightning-fast reaction aren't mere coincidences. They're a declaration that you're not just surviving in this world, you're mastering it. The systems built to control and suppress you rely on your hesitation, your fear, your disconnection from instinct. But now, that hesitation is gone, replaced by an intuitive power they can't predict, control, or comprehend. Every time you catch, dodge, or react with superhuman speed, you're rewriting the rules. This is not just reflex. It's the mark of an awakened warrior, thriving in a world that thought it could hold you back. Let them try. You're untouchable. Number 12. Eyes of awakening, windows that pierce through the illusion. The eyes are not just the windows to the soul. They are the swords of truth, cutting through the veil of deception. Once you awaken, your eyes, once passive observers of the world, have now become weapons of awakening. They're not just looking, they're piercing. As you step into this final stage, your gaze sharpens, your vision deepens, and the enemy can feel your stare burn through their lies. The light in your eyes isn't a trick of the sun or a fleeting glimmer. It's the energy of transformation radiating outward, a beacon of truth they can't extinguish. Have you noticed the shift? That golden hue in natural light, the brightness that seems almost alive. It's not just cosmetic. It's the physical manifestation of your inner revolution. Your eyes are recalibrating, not just to see the world as it is, but to perceive the world as it was hidden. Colors become richer, shadows more defined, and subtle truths leap into focus like never before. What was once invisible now screams for your attention, as if the very fabric of reality has shifted to match your awakening. But the enemy hates this clarity. They thrive in distortion and darkness, where you're too blind to see their games. Your eyes, dry, watery, tired, are adapting to this influx of raw, unfiltered energy. That dryness you feel, it's your body processing the intensity of a vision so clear it threatens to dismantle the comfortable illusions they built. The watering, it's the release of spiritual chains, the shedding of layers that no longer serve you. This isn't just vision, it's perception. It's seeing the lies in their smiles, the fear in their confidence, the cracks in their carefully crafted masks. Your eyes are no longer just tools of sight. They are instruments of power, revealing the world for what it truly is. Let the enemy tremble. You're not just awake, you see them, and they can't hide anymore. As we close this chapter, remember, awakening isn't a passive process. It's a revolution that reshapes your mind, body, and soul. The physical signs you're experiencing are proof you've reached the final stage, stepping into a higher state of being. This journey isn't for the faint-hearted, but you've been chosen because you have the strength to endure and rise. If this resonates with you, show your commitment to this transformation. smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments to declare your readiness. Share this with others who need to hear it. It's time to awaken the world together. Beware the wrath of a patient soul. When pushed to the edge, even silence can become a weapon sharper than any blade. Welcome, chosen ones. Let's not mince words. The silent strength you carry is your greatest shield and sword. The enemy, cloaked in manipulation and malice, believes themselves to be an unstoppable storm. But the quiet ones, you, are the immovable mountain. And when the storm meets the mountain, it doesn't leave unscathed. It shatters. And to you, the chosen one reading this, thank you. Whether this is your first time here, or you've been a warrior alongside us for a while, your strength and super gifts are the reason the enemy's plans crumble. You're living proof that no psychopath, no terror, no manipulation can stand against someone who knows their worth and wields their power with purpose. If you're ready to go even further, to step fully into your role as the one who flips fear on its head, hit that like button, subscribe, and drop a number 777 in the comments as your pledge to rise above and thrive. Let's show them what unstoppable truly looks like. Now, here's the thing about psychopaths. They thrive on fear. They are the architects of chaos, believing their cunning and cruelty are enough to break anyone. They count on confusion, on fear of the unknown, on you stumbling under their manufactured storms. But what they don't see coming is you. You're not the victim they imagined. You're the unshakable force they can't comprehend. Let me paint the scene. The psychopath enters, armed with a mind of calculated terror. They've spent days, weeks, even months rehearsing their game. They see themselves as puppeteers, pulling strings, watching people dance to their wicked tune. But then they meet you, the one who cuts the strings with a glance, a silence, or worse, a laugh. Their fear isn't the dramatic type we see in movies. No, it's deeper, quieter, the kind that spreads like ice in their veins when they realize their greatest weapon, fear, is useless against you. Imagine this. A wolf steps into what it thinks is a flock of sheep. It bares its teeth, prowling, ready to strike. But instead of panic, there's calm. Instead of running, you stand. The wolf hesitates, its instincts faltering, and then it sees your eyes. Not the eyes of prey, but a predator it wasn't prepared to face. Psychopaths aren't ready for people like you. You flip the game on them. Their carefully laid traps. You walk right through without a scratch. Their threats, background noise. You are a mirror to their inadequacy, and nothing terrifies them more than realizing they've lost control. Remember this. Not every storm is meant to be feared. Some are meant to cleanse the sky. You're the clear sky after their storm. You don't just scare them away, you expose their weakness for the world to see. They came with chaos, and they left in shambles. So, chosen ones, understand the power you hold. It's not in shouting, fighting, or even proving yourself. Your power is in being, steady, unbothered, and unrelenting. Like an ocean wave crashing over the shore, unstoppable and indifferent to the stones it displaces. They sent a psychopath to terrorize you, thinking they had the upper hand. But you are the end of their game, the immovable mountain they couldn't climb. Their fear doesn't just set them running, it reveals their hollow core. And that, chosen ones, is the ultimate victory. And now let's break it all down step by step. Piece by piece. Trust me, if you're truly one of the chosen ones, you won't just want to stay. You'll feel compelled to stay until the very end. This is where the real power unfolds. Number 1. Silent thunder. The aura that sends predators running. Power isn't always loud. It's often the silent force that makes even the strongest hesitate. Your aura isn't just an extension of you. It's your armor, your sword, and your silent thunder. They thought they could walk into your life, dominate your energy, and terrorize you into submission. What they didn't expect was the invisible wall of strength they would encounter the moment they entered your space. They came ready for a battle they thought they could win, only to find themselves stumbling back, disoriented, their weapons of manipulation rendered useless. What is it about your presence that causes this shift? It's not something they can touch or name, but it's undeniable. Your aura isn't loud or showy. It doesn't scream for attention. Instead, it's a quiet storm, steady and commanding, like the hum of distant thunder that promises a storm they aren't prepared to face. When they step too close, they don't just see your power, they feel it, and that's what terrifies them. For someone who thrives on fear and chaos, the shock of meeting someone immune to their tactics is like running into an invisible wall. Psychopaths rely on finding cracks in their prey, insecurities, doubts, or the slightest hint of fear. But when your aura is grounded in unshakable confidence, there's nothing for them to latch onto. They find themselves lost, like a predator stepping into a terrain they can't navigate. Even the fiercest predator trembles before an unflinching gaze. That's you. Your calm, collected energy acts like a mirror, forcing them to see their own weaknesses, their inadequacies. They came to unnerve you, but it's their own nerves that start to fray. They miscalculated, thinking they were the storm, but you're the mountain, unyielding and immovable. But let's address the questions that might be bubbling up in your mind. How do I maintain this aura? What if they push harder? What if I feel fear? Let me tell you this. Feeling fear doesn't make you weak. It makes you human. What sets you apart is your ability to rise above it. Fear is a tool. They want to use it to paralyze you, but you can turn it into fuel. Every time you face them, every time you refuse to flinch, you strip them of their power. Remember this. A calm sea does not mean weakness. It means depth. Your calm is what unsettles them the most. They're used to triggering reactions, but your steady presence leaves them floundering. They can't manipulate what doesn't respond. The more they push, the more they expose themselves, and that's when the tables turn. Their fear of being exposed, of losing control, becomes the very thing that sends them running. Now, imagine this. A hawk circles a rabbit, sure of its next meal. But as it swoops in, the rabbit doesn't run. It doesn't cower. Instead, it stands still, its eyes locked on the predator. The hawk hesitates. Its instincts are thrown off. It doesn't understand why its prey isn't afraid. That hesitation is all it takes for the hawk to realize it might not be the one in control after all. That's what happens when they meet you. They expect fear, but they find stillness. They anticipate weakness, but they meet strength. They come armed with games, but you don't play along. And in that moment, the power dynamic shifts. You're not their victim, you're their undoing. Your aura isn't just a shield, it's a weapon. It sends a message they can't ignore. This is not the prey you were looking for. They feel it in their gut, even if they don't fully understand it. That unshakable energy you radiate dismantles their confidence, erodes their strategies, and leaves them scrambling to escape. So, chosen one, know this. Your aura alone is enough to turn their terror back on them. You don't have to fight their games directly. You just have to stand in your truth, grounded and unbothered. Their fear of losing control will do the rest. And when they retreat, as they always do, you'll know it wasn't their games that defined the encounter. It was your power, your presence, your silent thunder that sent them running. They underestimated you once. They won't make that mistake again. Number 2. When the predator sees its reflection, you became their mirror. People fear mirrors not because they lie, but because they show the truth. They came into your life armed with every trick they knew: manipulation, control, intimidation. They believed they were untouchable, masters of the game, skilled at bending others to their will. But what they didn't count on was you. You didn't engage with their tactics or fall for their traps. Instead, you stood still, unshaken, and in your stillness, you became their mirror. And that's the one thing they couldn't handle. Imagine this: a master illusionist dazzles a crowd, conjuring tricks so convincing that no one dares question their reality. But then, someone places a mirror beside the stage. Suddenly, every sleight of hand, every secret mechanism, every flaw is exposed. The audience doesn't see the magic anymore. They see the tricks. That's what you did to them. You didn't challenge their game directly. You revealed it for what it was. The psychopath thrives on their ability to manipulate, to exploit insecurities and fears. They seek control by preying on doubts. But when they looked at you, they didn't find the cracks they were searching for. Instead, they saw a reflection of their own instability, their own desperation. For someone who prides themselves on being the puppet master, that's the ultimate defeat. But let's dive deeper into their unraveling. Psychopaths operate under the belief that they are always one step ahead, that no one can see through their carefully constructed facade. Yet, your mere presence shattered that illusion. How? Because you didn't react the way they expected. You didn't panic or fight or crumble. Instead, you stayed steady, forcing them to face the one thing they've spent their entire lives avoiding: themselves. Nothing terrifies the manipulator more than someone who refuses to be manipulated. The more they pushed, the more their own weaknesses became glaringly obvious, not just to you, but to themselves. They saw the cracks in their own armor, the gaps in their strategies. Every time they tried to rattle you and failed, they exposed another layer of their own insecurity. It wasn't you who was falling apart, it was them. Think of it like this: they came to you with a mask, confident that it would hide their true face. But when they looked into your eyes, they saw the reflection of what was behind the mask, and it scared them. They weren't prepared to see their own fear, their own vulnerability staring back at them. That's the power of a mirror. It doesn't attack, it doesn't judge, it simply reflects the truth. For someone who relies on control to maintain their sense of power, this is the ultimate humiliation. They thrive on chaos because they believe they can dominate it. But you didn't play by their rules. You didn't give them the reactions they craved. And in doing so, you flipped their game upside down. They came to dominate, but instead, they found themselves overwhelmed by their own chaos. Now, let's address the questions that might arise here. What if they try harder? What if they don't back down? How do I maintain this strength? The answer lies in understanding the true power of your presence. You don't need to outsmart them or match their manipulations. You simply need to continue being the mirror. The more you reflect their flaws, the more they unravel. Remember, the strongest defense is to let your opponent defeat themselves. That's exactly what happens when you hold your ground. Psychopaths expect resistance because resistance validates their need for control. But when you don't resist, when you simply exist as a steady, unflinching presence, they have nothing to fight against. Their energy collapses in on itself, leaving them exposed and vulnerable. Imagine again the master illusionist, now standing on stage with nowhere to hide. Their audience has seen the wires and the trapdoors. They've lost the element of mystery, the power of deception. That's what you've done to the manipulator in your life. You've taken away their tools, not by attacking them, but by showing them for what they truly are. So, chosen one, know this. Your power lies in your refusal to be drawn into their chaos. You don't have to fight them on their terms. By simply standing firm, by refusing to flinch, you turn the tables. They can't dominate someone who doesn't fear them. And when their reflection becomes too much for them to bear, they'll retreat. Not because you chase them away, but because they can't face the truth you've shown them. You didn't just survive their games, you destroyed them by being exactly who you are. Calm, steady, unshakable. The mirror they feared the most. Number 3. The unreadable force. When mystery becomes power. Sometimes the most terrifying thing is the unknown. It leaves no weaknesses to exploit, no moves to predict. Psychopaths walk into every interaction thinking they're the puppet master. They've perfected the art of reading people, decoding every expression, every hesitation, every flicker of fear in the eyes of their target. It's their edge, their way of controlling the game. But then they met you, a closed book with no pages to turn. And in that moment, their entire strategy fell apart. Your unreadability wasn't just a barrier, it was a fortress. They tried to analyze you, to poke and prod for cracks, but all they found was silence. Not the silence of fear or confusion, but the silence of composure, the kind of calm that speaks louder than words. They couldn't read you, and that drove them into a frenzy. For someone who thrives on knowing their opponent's every move, you became their worst nightmare, an enigma they couldn't solve. Let's break this down. A psychopath's power lies in predictability. If they can anticipate your reaction, they can control it. They wanted to see fear in your eyes, a tremor in your voice, or even anger that they could twist to their advantage. But you gave them nothing. You didn't flinch, didn't rise to the bait, and that unnerved them. It wasn't that you were hiding anything. It was that you didn't need to show anything at all. Imagine a chess player who relies on their opponent telegraphing their next move. A glance, a nervous twitch, a hand hesitating over a piece. But when they play against you, all they see is a blank stare. They don't know if you're about to strike or stand still, and that uncertainty shakes their confidence to its core. That's what it feels like to face someone like you. They wanted to see the game board clearly, but you blurred the lines, leaving them unsure of where to step next. This is where the true torture begins for them. Their entire identity is built on control, on being one step ahead. But when they can't predict you, when every move they make feels like walking blindly into a trap, their confidence crumbles. They become erratic, desperate for clarity, and in their desperation, they reveal their own weaknesses. You didn't need to attack them. They destroyed themselves trying to decipher you. And here's the beauty of it. This power wasn't about deception or playing games. It came from your authenticity, your refusal to be anyone other than who you are. You didn't need to react, explain, or defend yourself. Your unreadability wasn't a tactic. It was a natural extension of your calm, grounded energy. You didn't play their game, and that was enough to shatter theirs. Strength isn't always in action. It's in restraint, in the refusal to be predictable. So what happens when a psychopath meets someone they can't control? They panic, they stumble, they retreat. Their carefully rehearsed tactics become useless, their confidence wavers, and their sense of dominance vanishes. For them, not knowing what comes next is the ultimate fear, and for you, it's the ultimate advantage. You didn't need to outsmart them, intimidate them, or confront them. By simply being unreadable, you dismantled their game piece by piece. They came looking for a target they could manipulate, but instead, they found a mystery they couldn't unravel. And in the face of the unknown, even the strongest lose their footing. That's the power of unreadability. It's not about playing hard to get. It's about being unshakably yourself. You don't have to reveal your hand because you are the hand. Every move they tried to make against you only revealed how little they truly understood. And that, chosen one, is why you always leave them questioning, trembling, and ultimately defeated. Number 4, the eye of the storm, the power of unflinching calm. Calmness is not weakness. It's a lion quietly watching the chaos, knowing it is in control. Psychopaths are architects of chaos, experts at stirring emotional storms and feeding on the turbulence they create. They thrive on reactions, fear, anger, confusion. They wield these emotions like weapons, confident they can break anyone under the weight of their manipulation. But when they faced you, they encountered something they couldn't comprehend: unflinching calm. It was like running headfirst into a wall they didn't see coming. Your stillness was a force they weren't prepared for. No panic in your eyes, no rise in your voice, no desperate attempts to prove yourself or fight back. Instead, you met their chaos with an unyielding steadiness that stripped their tactics of power. They came to rattle you, to pull you into the storm, but instead, they were the ones left unsettled. Imagine this: a storm raging across the sea, wild and unrestrained, expecting the waves to crash in chaos. But instead of chaos, it meets an unshakable cliff, unmoving and unaffected by the winds. That's you, the immovable presence in the face of their storm. For someone who feeds on control, your calmness wasn't just frustrating, it was terrifying. It sent a clear message: you don't scare me, you don't control me, I see right through you. That kind of unwavering confidence is kryptonite to a manipulator. They rely on emotional energy to fuel their power, but your calmness left them empty-handed, like a fire starving for oxygen. The more they pushed, the more futile their efforts became. They couldn't provoke you, couldn't draw you into their chaos. Instead, they were forced to confront their own lack of control. For someone who prides themselves on being the puppet master, that realization is devastating. Your calmness didn't just defy them, it exposed them. It revealed their dependence on chaos and their inability to function when it was denied to them. Nothing is more unsettling to the storm than a mountain that refuses to move. Chaos is their comfort zone, their battleground, but your calmness dragged them into foreign territory. It wasn't just silence, it was dominance without aggression, power without force. You didn't need to fight back, because your presence alone sent a message louder than any words could. They came expecting a battle, but you offered them an abyss, an emptiness they couldn't control or navigate. For them, the storm was supposed to be their weapon, but against your calm, it became their downfall. They weren't ready for someone who could hold their ground without lifting a finger. They weren't ready for you. Your unflinching calm was more than just a response. It was a statement of power. It didn't just neutralize their chaos, it overpowered it. In the end, they didn't just fail to shake you, they were the ones left shaken. Number 5. The predator's nightmare, fear turned inside out. Fear has a way of finding its rightful owner. Psychopaths wield fear like a sculptor uses a chisel, carefully carving out control from chaos. They expect their targets to crumble, their minds to spiral, and their confidence to shatter. But when they turned their gaze on you, they miscalculated. The fear they sought to impose didn't cling to you. Instead, it ricocheted back, striking them with a force they didn't anticipate, a weapon turned against its master. You didn't flinch, you didn't stutter, and most importantly, you didn't react the way they expected. That absence of reaction wasn't just resistance, it was a revelation. They began to realize that their power wasn't real, that it had always relied on the cooperation of their targets. Fear, for all its sharp edges, is only as effective as the response it provokes. And in your calm, unyielding presence, their illusion of control began to crack. They tried harder. They pushed with threats, manipulation, and psychological games. But the harder they tried, the more desperate they became. Each attempt to assert dominance only exposed their own fragility. They weren't prepared for someone like you, someone who didn't cower or fight back in expected ways. Your quiet confidence, the way you refused to be rattled, became their undoing. Imagine this: a predator prowls the forest, certain of its dominance over the prey it stalks. It lunges, but the prey doesn't run. It doesn't hide. Instead, it stands firm, its eyes unblinking, its presence unshaken. The predator hesitates, its instincts faltering. In that moment, the hunter becomes the hunted, not by force, but by the sheer power of the unexpected. That's what happened when they faced you. Their weapon of fear, so precise and effective against others, was useless in your presence. In fact, it began to turn on them. Fear feeds on uncertainty, and when you refused to give them any reaction to latch onto, they became the ones caught in its grip. The same crushing weight they had used to dominate others now settled on their own shoulders. They started to question themselves, to feel the sting of doubt gnawing at their confidence. For the first time, they weren't the ones in control. Their attempts to cast you as the victim only highlighted their own vulnerabilities. They came expecting an easy victory, a performance in which they played the predator and you the prey. But the script flipped, and they found themselves cornered by their own tactics. Your presence wasn't just resistant, it was transformative. It turned fear into a double-edged sword, one they could no longer wield without cutting themselves. For the first time, they experienced the uncertainty and powerlessness they had so often inflicted on others. The predator tasted the bitterness of fear, and it was a flavor they couldn't stomach. And that's the beauty of your strength. You didn't need to fight back physically or match their manipulations. Your calm, unshakable demeanor did all the work. It exposed their weaknesses, flipped their tactics, and left them reeling. The fear they tried to impose became theirs to bear. In the end, they didn't just lose control of the game, they lost control of themselves. Fear, the weapon they'd mastered, had turned inside out, and the weight of it brought them to their knees. You didn't just survive their attempts to dominate, you dismantled their illusion of power. And that, chosen one, is the ultimate victory. Number 6. The fortress they couldn't breach. The power of unyielding boundaries. Strong boundaries aren't walls to keep others out. They're mirrors reflecting the power of self-respect. Psychopaths thrive on invasion. They push, prod, and manipulate, always seeking the cracks in someone's defenses. They count on their ability to sneak past walls and infiltrate spaces that should be sacred. But with you, they hit something they weren't prepared for. A boundary so unyielding it didn't just keep them out. It shattered their illusion of control. Your boundaries weren't loud proclamations or dramatic ultimatums. They didn't need to be. They were quiet, resolute, and impenetrable, born from a deep understanding of your worth. You didn't need to defend them with arguments or anger. Your boundaries stood on their own, a fortress of self-respect that spoke volumes without you uttering a word. And to the manipulator, This was devastating. They weren't prepared for someone who wouldn't flinch, wouldn't falter, and wouldn't bend, no matter how hard they pushed. For a predator who thrives on finding weaknesses, encountering someone like you is unnerving. They tested, they pried, and every time they were met with the same unspoken message: you have no power here. Imagine a thief approaching a vault, fully confident they can crack it open, only to realize the lock is impenetrable. Every attempt not only fails, but makes them look increasingly desperate and foolish. That's the dynamic you created. They wanted access to your emotions, your vulnerabilities, your energy, but you denied them at every turn. Not by fighting them, but by simply refusing to open the door. Every time they tried to manipulate you, they ran headfirst into the same truth. You valued yourself too much to allow even the smallest piece of their chaos into your life. And for someone who builds their power on breaking others, this was an unbearable blow. Boundaries aren't just about keeping others out. They're about defining who you are. Your boundaries were more than just limits. They were declarations of strength, self-respect, and clarity. They told the world, and anyone daring enough to test them, what you would and would not tolerate. To the psychopath, this was more than frustrating. It was humiliating. They weren't used to being denied access, to being told no without hesitation. Every time they tried to push past your limits, they revealed not your weakness, but their own. They weren't strong enough to break you, and they knew it. And as their frustration grew, so did their defeat. They hurled themselves at your fortress, only to find that the harder they pushed, the more futile their efforts became. The energy they once used to dominate others was now being wasted on someone who refused to be moved. By the time they realized they'd lost, it was too late. They had exhausted themselves trying to conquer the unconquerable. In the end, your boundaries didn't just keep them out. They reflected a truth they couldn't ignore. You were untouchable. No amount of manipulation or force could breach the walls you'd built, because those walls weren't made of fear or insecurity. They were made of self-respect. And that is the ultimate power. They came to control, to invade, to conquer. But instead, they found themselves standing outside, powerless and defeated. Your unyielding boundaries didn't just protect you, they revealed the emptiness of their power. You didn't need to fight them, your strength spoke for itself. And in that silence, their defeat was absolute. Number 7. Seeing through shadows, the superpower of awareness. Awareness is the ability to see the unseen and understand what others try to hide. Psychopaths thrive in the shadows, weaving their manipulation where they think no one is looking. They rely on stealth, subtlety, and the ignorance of their targets to stay in control. But when they encountered you, their game fell apart. Why? Because you saw them, not the facade they carefully constructed, but the truth they fought so hard to conceal. From the moment they entered your space, you noticed everything. Their words, their gestures, the subtle inconsistencies in their stories. It all clicked together in your mind, like pieces of a puzzle they didn't even know you were solving. They thought they were invisible, but your awareness turned their stealth into transparency. It was as if you were reading a script they hadn't realized you already memorized. This wasn't about confrontation or proving them wrong. You didn't need to shout or point fingers. Your awareness alone was enough to unravel them. Every time they spoke, every move they made, you were already 2 steps ahead, calmly watching their every attempt at manipulation fall flat. They were playing a game you had already mastered, and their frustration showed. The power of awareness isn't just about seeing, it's about understanding. It's recognizing patterns and motives, predicting their moves before they make them, and staying unshaken while they scramble for control. Psychopaths expect their victims to be blind to their tactics, but you shattered that expectation. Their charm, their tricks, their so-called brilliance. To you, it was predictable, even laughable. Imagine a predator that thrives on staying hidden, stalking its prey unnoticed. But then, its cover is blown. The prey doesn't run, it simply turns and locks eyes with the hunter. The predator freezes, its advantage gone. That's the effect your awareness had on them. It stripped them of their power and left them exposed, vulnerable, and unsure of their next move. What truly shook them wasn't just that you saw them, it was how you responded. You didn't play into their hands or react the way they expected. Instead, you stood firm, unbothered, as if to say, "I see you, and you don't scare me." That unspoken message turned the tables, shifting the dynamic entirely. They came in as the hunter, but in your presence, they became the hunted. Their usual strategy, exploiting without being noticed, crumbled under the weight of your gaze. They felt seen, but not in the way they craved. You didn't see them as powerful or clever. You saw them as they truly were, desperate, fragile, and deeply flawed. It was a kind of exposure they couldn't handle. In the end, this wasn't a fight of physical strength or loud confrontation. It was a quiet, unseen victory, born from your ability to perceive the truth. Your awareness didn't just protect you, it dismantled them. By stripping away their mask and refusing to engage in their games, you left them powerless, a shadow of the predator they thought they were. Remember, awareness is more than just knowing. It's the ability to wield that knowledge with precision and purpose. And that's exactly what you did. They underestimated you because they couldn't comprehend the depth of your perception. But now, they know. In the presence of true awareness, their tricks don't just fail, they backfire. Number 8. When the puppeteer loses the strings, you rewrote the script. They tried to write your story, but you held the pen. Psychopaths thrive on control, crafting a script for every encounter. In their minds, you were just another character, cast as the victim in a narrative they had perfected. They entered, ready to direct, pull strings, and watch you crumble under their manipulation. But you didn't just refuse the role. They watched in shock as you tore up their script and rewrote the entire story before they even knew what was happening. They counted on predictable responses, fear, anger, or submission. They expected to see you stumble, to lash out, or to cower in silence. But instead, you gave them something they couldn't anticipate: your refusal to engage. It wasn't loud or dramatic. It was quiet, deliberate, and devastatingly effective. Every time they tried to push you into the mold they had created, they found themselves grasping at air. Their carefully constructed plan fell apart, piece by piece, with every unshaken look you gave them and every moment of calm you maintained. This wasn't just defiance. It was a complete reversal of the dynamic. You didn't play the game, and by refusing to step into their world of manipulation, you forced them into yours. They tried to provoke, but your stillness left them scrambling. They tried to intimidate, but your lack of reaction left them powerless. And in their confusion, they began to unravel. Here's the thing. Psychopaths need a stage, an audience, and a script to thrive. But you denied them all three. You didn't let their words echo in your mind or their actions dictate your responses. By refusing to perform, you stole the spotlight from them, leaving them exposed and powerless in the empty theater of their own making. Imagine a chess player sitting across from an opponent who refuses to move a single piece. The strategist, no matter how skilled, has no game to play. That's what happened when you rewrote the script. They came ready to win a game that never began because you simply didn't play. This wasn't about fighting back or outsmarting them. It was about rendering their tactics useless. You understood the one thing they didn't. The moment you react on their terms, you're playing their game. Instead, you flip the entire board over, leaving them with nothing but the realization that their power only exists if you let it. And that's what terrified them the most. It wasn't that you defeated them, it was that their power dissolved entirely. Every attempt to control you ended in frustration. Every tactic they used fell flat. They didn't leave the encounter victorious or even wounded. They left confused, grasping for a narrative that no longer fit. They realized they weren't the author of this story. You were. They didn't just lose control of the situation, they lost control of themselves. And in the end, it wasn't your resistance that defeated them. It was your refusal to acknowledge the game altogether. That quiet rebellion dismantled their illusion of power, leaving them to walk away not just defeated, but questioning their own place in the stories they thought they controlled. Number 9. Light in the shadows. Your energy was too pure. In the presence of true light, even the deepest darkness begins to fade. Psychopaths are creatures of the shadows. They thrive on fear, manipulation, and chaos, feeding off the negativity they so expertly cultivate. But when they stepped into your presence, they were confronted with something they couldn't manipulate or control: your pure, unyielding energy. It wasn't loud or boastful, it was quiet, steady, and unwavering, a light that exposed the very darkness they relied on. Your energy wasn't just different, it was disruptive. To someone who thrives on chaos, your clarity and peace were like stepping into an entirely foreign world. Every calculated move they made, every lie, manipulation, and intimidation tactic was met with a force they couldn't comprehend. Like waves crashing against a lighthouse, their efforts broke and scattered without leaving a mark. You weren't fighting back with force or aggression. You simply stood as you were, whole, pure, and untouchable. This wasn't about being stronger in the traditional sense. It wasn't about clever words or strategic maneuvers. It was about your essence, the authenticity and self-awareness that radiated from within you. Your light didn't just resist their darkness, it neutralized it. They came armed with the tools they'd used on countless others, only to find that none of them worked against you. Think of it like trying to light a match in a storm. Their tactics, so effective elsewhere, were rendered useless by the purity of your presence. You didn't fight their fire with fire. You drowned it with something they couldn't extinguish. And for someone who thrives on control, that's the ultimate nightmare. They weren't just unable to manipulate you, they found themselves exposed, vulnerable, and unmoored, unable to function in the face of your light. Imagine this: a predator stalking its prey under the cover of darkness, confident in its ability to dominate. But suddenly, the sun rises, illuminating every shadow, stripping away the predator's advantage. That's what your energy did. It didn't just repel their darkness, it made it irrelevant. Their control, their manipulation, their carefully crafted chaos, it all dissolved in the clarity of your light. And here's the most important part: they didn't just fail to dominate you, they were forced to confront the emptiness of their own darkness. Every ounce of negativity they projected was reflected back onto them, amplified by the purity of your presence. They were left scrambling, their confidence shattered, their power rendered meaningless. This is the power of light. It doesn't have to fight the dark. It simply exists, and in its presence the dark disappears. You didn't try to defeat them. You didn't even engage with their games. You just were, a force of clarity, peace, and authenticity they couldn't begin to comprehend. They came expecting another easy conquest, another victim to bend to their will. Instead, they found themselves overwhelmed, undone by something they didn't understand. Your energy wasn't just untouchable, it was transformative. It revealed their shadows, neutralized their chaos, and left them powerless. In the end, it wasn't their failure to dominate you that broke them. It was their realization that they couldn't even touch you. Their darkness couldn't compete with your light, and it never will. Number 10. Not alone. The invisible army they never saw coming. They thought they were fighting one, but in your shadow stood countless unyielding forces. When the psychopath targeted you, they thought they saw the full picture. One person, isolated, vulnerable. A perfect opportunity for control. But what they didn't see, and couldn't comprehend, was the invisible presence surrounding you. A force so vast it rendered their tactics useless. What they thought was a solo battle turned out to be an unwinnable war, one where they were outnumbered and outmatched before they even began. You weren't just standing on your own. Behind you was a wall of power, built brick by brick over lifetimes. Ancestral strength, spiritual protection, and the unshakable resilience forged through your own battles. They came to break you, not realizing they were stepping into a fight with everything that had shaped you. Your presence alone carried the weight of something far greater, something unyielding, and it sent a chill down their spine. For someone like them, who relies on isolation to weaken their prey, this realization was their undoing. They thrive on the belief that their target is alone, cut off, and defenseless. But you were never alone. Whether they could articulate it or not, they felt it. Every word they tried to weaponize, every move they calculated, was met not just by your resistance but by an overwhelming energy that said, "You cannot win here." Imagine this. A hunter sets their sights on a single tree in a vast forest, thinking it will fall easily. But as they swing their axe, they realize the tree's roots run deep, connecting to an entire network of strength hidden beneath the surface. They thought they were cutting down one, but they were up against an ancient, unbreakable foundation. That's what it felt like to them. The sudden, crushing realization that you weren't just standing alone, but were rooted in something infinitely larger. This presence, call it ancestral wisdom, spiritual guardians, divine intervention, or simply the culmination of every battle you've already survived, wasn't something they could fight. They might not have understood it, but they felt it, and that was enough. Each time they tried to shake you, they found themselves shaken. Each time they pushed, they felt pushed back by something intangible, yet overwhelming. They didn't just walk away, they retreated, like someone who had stumbled too close to an edge they couldn't see. They didn't just fear you, they feared everything behind you, everything they couldn't comprehend, but knew they could never overcome. In that moment, they faced the truth. This wasn't a battle they could win, not against you, and certainly not against the forces standing with you. And so they fled. Not just from the challenge you presented, but from the realization that they were never in control to begin with. They wanted to dominate, to break, to conquer, but instead they met a strength they couldn't touch. They faced the invisible and learned that what they couldn't see was far more powerful than anything they brought to the table. In their retreat, they confirmed the very thing they feared most. They were outmatched, not just by you, but by everything you represented. They came to defeat you, but instead they walked away with a truth they'll never forget. You were never alone. and that was the force they couldn't reckon with. Number 11. An earthquake in their illusion. You're a natural disruptor. Truth doesn't fight lies, it dissolves them. Psychopaths thrive in worlds built on deceit, weaving their web of lies with precision, drawing others into their carefully constructed illusions. They craft narratives where they are always in control, the puppet masters pulling invisible strings. And for a while, it works. Until someone like you walks in. You weren't just another character in their play. You were the force that tore down the stage. Here's the thing about their manipulation. It's fragile, dependent on everyone playing along, buying into their script. They assumed you would follow the same pattern as everyone else, bend to their control, fall into their traps, and fit neatly into the role they'd assigned you. But instead of stepping into their mold, you shattered it. Your very existence, grounded in authenticity and self-assurance, was enough to make their entire facade crumble. Imagine a carefully built house of cards. It stands tall as long as no one disrupts the delicate balance holding it together. Then you arrive, not as a raging storm, but as a quiet breeze of truth. And everything they've worked so hard to construct begins to fall apart. It wasn't your intention to destroy their world. You didn't even have to try. Your realness, your refusal to play their game, was enough to make the lies collapse under their own weight. This wasn't just about what you did. It was about who you are. Your presence alone was the disruption. Where they relied on masks, you were unfiltered truth. Where they spun stories, you stood firmly in reality. They couldn't figure out how to manipulate you because you didn't react the way they expected. You didn't argue with their lies. You exposed them simply by being genuine. To a liar, the greatest threat isn't confrontation. It's the presence of someone who lives unapologetically in truth. Every move they made to regain control only revealed more cracks in their illusion. Every time they tried to draw you into their chaos, your authenticity cut through it like a blade, leaving them exposed and vulnerable. Their masks, which had always worked so well in the past, became useless in your presence. They couldn't hide from you, not because you were actively tearing them down, but because they couldn't sustain their falsehoods in the light of your truth. Think of them as a magician performing a grand illusion. They thrive on distraction, on misdirection, on keeping the audience looking anywhere but at the truth. But you were like a spotlight, illuminating every trick, every false move. Their power wasn't in their actions, but in their ability to keep others in the dark. And you turned on the light. Your refusal to conform wasn't just resistance, it was a declaration. You made it clear that their web of lies couldn't touch you because you simply didn't acknowledge its validity. They couldn't control you because you never gave them permission to. And without control, their entire game unraveled. In the end, they weren't just left powerless, they were left exposed. Their carefully constructed world was nothing more than a fragile illusion, and your presence revealed it for what it was: a hollow, empty game. They underestimated you because they couldn't predict you, couldn't control you, and couldn't withstand the power of your authenticity. You didn't need to fight them. You didn't need to prove anything. You were the earthquake in their illusion, the quiet force that left them scrambling in a world they could no longer manipulate. And that, chosen one, is the kind of power they can never defeat. Number 12. The beginning of their end, when they saw their fall in you. True strength isn't in breaking others, it's in being unbreakable yourself. To a psychopath, power is everything. It's the thread holding together their fractured sense of self. Without control, their world unravels. But when they crossed paths with you, something shifted. You weren't just another person to manipulate or another pawn in their game. You became a symbol of their inevitable collapse, the embodiment of everything they feared but could never admit. Your presence alone was a threat, not because you attacked or confronted them, but because you existed in a way that defied their reality. They thrive on bending others to their will, on exploiting insecurities and weaving chaos. Yet, when they looked at you, they saw someone who couldn't be bent, couldn't be intimidated, and refused to crumble under their games. That quiet defiance, the effortless strength you carried, was louder than any scream and sharper than any blade. For them, it was like hearing the tick of a clock counting down. Every second spent in your presence reminded them that their power was a fragile illusion, built on lies and manipulation. They had crafted a kingdom of fear, but you weren't afraid. Their control over others fed their ego, but you were untouchable. In you, they saw the end of their reign, and that realization was terrifying. Imagine a predator staring into a still, unflinching gaze, only to realize it has miscalculated. That's what they felt. Your unwavering strength exposed the truth they desperately tried to hide from themselves, that their power was hollow, dependent entirely on the weakness of others. You weren't just strong, you were their mirror, showing them the cracks in their own armor. And for someone who thrives on domination, seeing their own vulnerability is a nightmare. Your strength wasn't dramatic or loud. It was calm, steady, and unrelenting. Like a towering cliff against a raging sea, you stood unmoved while their chaos crashed around you, revealing its futility. Every attempt to provoke you, to shake you, only underscored their own instability. The louder they roared, the more evident it became that their power was nothing more than an act, a desperate performance to mask their inner fragility. And then came the moment they couldn't ignore, the realization that everything they had built, every manipulation, every victory, was unsustainable. In you, they saw the truth of their future. A crumbling facade, a life ruled by fear of exposure, and the eventual collapse of their fragile empire. You weren't just a challenge to their control. You were the embodiment of the end they'd been running from their entire lives. It wasn't a battle they could win. Not against someone who refused to play their game, who exposed their weaknesses without lifting a finger, and who stood as a constant reminder of their impending downfall. You were their reckoning, not because you sought it, but because your very presence forced them to confront a truth they couldn't bear. And so they retreated, not because you overpowered them, but because they couldn't face the reflection of their own failure. In you, they didn't just see resistance, they saw their end. And so, chosen ones, let this be your reminder. You are the storm they can't withstand, the mirror they can't face, and the force that turns their games to dust. Your strength, calm yet unyielding, exposes their weaknesses and ensures their eventual retreat. Every step you take in your power reminds them that their reign is over and their end is inevitable. If this resonates with you, smash that like button, subscribe for more, and drop a number 777 in the comments to claim your power. Share this with someone who needs to hear it, because the chosen ones rise together.